Last night, when I was on patrol, I came across a very beautiful maiden in a man's clothes, and her brother who was dressed as a woman. My butler fell in love with the girl and chose her in his mind to be his wife, according to what he has told me, and I chose the boy to be my son-in-law. Today we'll put our thoughts into practice with their father, whose name is Diego de la Llana, a gentleman and as old a Christian as you could wish. I visit the market squares, as your grace advises, and yesterday I found a market woman who was selling fresh hazelnuts, and I saw that she had mixed a fanega too of fresh hazelnuts with a fanega of ones that were old, worthless, and rotten. I took them all for the boys in catechism class, who'll know very well how to tell them apart, and I ordered her not to come to the market square for 2 weeks. People told me it was a good thing to do. What I can tell your grace is that in this village they say there are no people worse than market women, because they're all shameless, hard-hearted, and bold, and I believe it because I've seen them in other villages. I'm very happy that my lady the Duchess has written to Teresa Panza, my wife, and sent her the present your grace has mentioned, and I'll try to show my gratitude at the right time. Your grace should kiss her hands on my behalf, saying that I say she hasn't thrown anything into a torn sack, as my actions will prove. I wouldn't want your grace to have any unpleasant disputes with my lord and my lady, because if your grace argues with them, it will obviously harm me, and it wouldn't be right if after you advised me to show gratitude, your grace doesn't show it to those who have granted you so many favors and treated you so well in their castle. I don't understand what you said about clawing, but I imagine it must be one of the evil villainies that wicked enchanters usually do to you. I'll find out when we see each other. I'd like to send your grace something, but I don't know what to send, except some very curious tubing for syringes that they make on this insula to be used with bladders, though if my position lasts, I'll find something to send to you, one way or another. If my wife, Teresa Panza, writes to me, would your grace please pay the cost and send me the letter, for I long to know the condition of my house, my wife, and my children. And with this, may God free your grace from the evil intentions of enchanters, and take me from this governorship safe and sound, which I doubt, because according to how Dr. Pedro Riccio treats me, I don't think I'll get away with more than my life. Your Grace's servant, Sancho Panza the Governor. The secretary sealed the letter and dispatched the courier immediately, and then the men who were deceiving Sancho met and decided how to dispatch him from the governorship. Sancho spent the afternoon issuing some ordinances concerning the good government of what he imagined to be an insula, and he ordered that there were to be no speculators in provisions in the nation, and that wine could be imported from anywhere, as long as its place of origin was indicated, so that it could be priced according to its value, quality, and reputation, and whoever watered it or changed its name would lose his life. He lowered the price of all footwear, especially shoes, because it seemed to him they were sold at an exorbitant price. He put a cap on the salaries of servants, which were galloping unchecked along the road of greed. He imposed very serious penalties on those who sang lewd and lascivious songs, either by night or by day. He ordered that no blind man could sing verses about miracles unless he carried authentic testimonies to their truth, because it seemed to him that most of the ones blind men sang about were false, bringing those that were true into disrepute. He created and appointed a bailiff for the poor, not to persecute them but to examine them to see if they really were poor, because in the shadow of feigned cripples and false wounds come the strong arms of thieves and very healthy drunkards. In short, he ordained things so good that to this day they are obeyed in that village and are called the Constitution of the great governor Sancho Panza. Chapter 52, which recounts the adventure of the second Dolores, or anguished, duenna, also called Dona Rodriguez. Cide Hamete recounts that when Don Quixote's claw marks had healed, it seemed to him that the life he was leading in the castle contradicted the entire order of chivalry that he professed, and so he resolved to ask the permission of the Duke and Duchess to leave for Zaragoza, whose tourney was fast approaching. There he intended to win the armor that is awarded at the festival. One day, when he was sitting at the table with the Duke and Duchess and beginning to put his intention into effect and to ask for their permission, suddenly there came through the door of the great room 2 women, as they subsequently proved to be, covered in mourning from head to toe, and one of them came up to Don Quixote and threw herself flat on the floor before him, her mouth pressed to his feet, and lamenting with such sad, deep, and dolorous moans that everyone who heard and saw her was Thrown into confusion, although the Duke and Duchess thought it was probably a trick their servants wanted to play on Don Quixote, still, when they saw how earnestly the woman sighed, moaned, and wept, they were uncertain and in suspense, until Don Quixote, filled with compassion, lifted her from the floor and asked her to disclose her identity by removing the veil that hid her weeping face. She did so, and showed herself to be the last person anyone expected, because she revealed the countenance of the duenna Dona Rodriguez, and the other woman in mourning was her daughter, who had been deceived by the rich farmer's son. All those who knew the duenna were astounded, the Duke and Duchess more than anyone, for although they thought her a harmless fool, they did not think she would go so far as to commit acts of madness. Finally, Dona Rodriguez turned to her master and mistress and said, "May it please your excellencies to give me permission to converse with this knight for a moment, that being necessary to the success of a matter in which I have become involved because of the audacity of an ill-intentioned villain." The Duke said that he gave it, and that she might converse with Señor Don Quixote for as long as she wished. She, directing her voice and turning her face toward Don Quixote, said, "Some days ago, O valiant knight, I recounted to you the injustice and treachery committed by a wicked farmer against my dearly loved daughter, this unfortunate woman here present, and you promised to defend her, righting the wrong that has been done to her. And now it has come to my attention that you wish to leave this castle to wander in search of good fortune, and may God grant that to you. But before you slip away down those roads, I would like you to challenge this uncouth rustic and force him to marry my daughter and fulfill the promise he made to be her husband before and prior to his lying with her, because to think that my lord the Duke will execute justice is to ask the elm tree for pears, for the reason I have already mentioned to your grace in private. And so, may our Lord grant your grace very good health, and may he not forsake us." Don Quixote responded to these words with great solemnity and gravity, saying, "Good duenna, moderate your tears, or, I should say, dry them, and hold back your sighs, for I take it as my responsibility to assist your daughter, who should not have been so ready to believe lovers' promises, which are simple to make and very difficult to keep, and so, with the permission of my lord the Duke, I shall leave immediately to look for this heartless young man, and I shall find him, and challenge him, and kill him if and when he refuses to keep the promise he made, for the principal intention of my profession is to forgive the humble and punish the proud, I mean to say, to assist the unfortunate and destroy the cruel." "There is no need," responded the Duke, "for your grace to take the trouble to look for the rustic about whom this good duenna is complaining, nor is there any need for your grace to ask my permission to challenge him, for I consider him already challenged, and take responsibility for informing him of this challenge, and telling him to accept it and come to my castle to answer it for himself, and I shall give both of you a reliable field, satisfying all the conditions that generally ought to be satisfied in such actions, and satisfying the demands of justice for each of you, which is the obligation of all princes who provide an unencumbered field to those who do battle within the borders of their domains." "Then with this assurance and the kind permission of your highness," replied Don Quixote, "I say here that for this occasion I renounce my status as gentleman, and lower myself to the level of the miscreant's base birth, and make myself his equal, thereby allowing him to do combat with me, and so, although he is absent, I challenge and defy him because of the wrong he committed in defrauding this poor woman who was a maiden, and no longer is, the fault being his, and he must fulfill the promise he made to her to be her legitimate husband, or die in the contest." And then, removing a glove, he threw it into the middle of the room, and the Duke picked it up, saying, as he had said before, that he accepted the challenge in the name of his vassal and set the time for their encounter as 6 days hence, and the field, the courtyard of the castle, and the weapons, those customarily used by knights, lance and shield and articulated armor, and all the other accoutrements, without deceit, fraud, or trickery of any kind, for they would be seen and examined by the judges in the field. But before anything else, it is necessary for this excellent duenna and this imperfect maiden to put their right to justice in the hands of Señor Don Quixote, for otherwise nothing will be accomplished, and the challenge will not be carried out as it should. "I do," responded the duenna. "And so do I," added her daughter, tearful, ashamed, and bad-tempered. Then, Having made this arrangement, and the Duke having decided what needed to be done, the women in mourning left, and the Duchess ordered that from then on they were to be treated not as her servants, but as enterprising ladies who had come to her house to ask for justice, and so they were given a private room and served as if they were strangers, not without consternation among the other serving women who did not know where the foolishness and audacity of Dona Rodriguez and her unfortunate daughter would end. At this point, to give a final touch of joy to the festivities and bring the meal to a successful conclusion, into the room came the page who had carried the letters and presents to Teresa Panza, wife of the governor Sancho Panza, and his arrival made the Duke and Duchess very happy, for they were longing to know what had happened to him on his journey. When they asked him, the page responded that he could not tell them publicly, or in only a few words, and if it pleased their excellencies, that should wait until they were alone, and in the meantime they could enjoy the letters. And he took out 2 letters and placed them in the hands of the Duchess. One of them said in the address, "Letter for my lady the Duchess so-and-so of I don't know where," and the other said, "To my husband, Sancho Panza, governor of the insula of Barataria. God keep him more years than me." The Duchess could not wait for her bread to bake, as the saying goes, until she had read her letter, and she opened it and read it to herself, and seeing that she could read it aloud so that the Duke and the others present could hear it, she read as follows. Letter from Teresa Panza to the Duchess. Senora, the letter your Highness wrote to me made me very happy, for the truth is it was something I had been wanting. The string of corals is very nice, and my husband's hunting outfit is just as good. Your ladyship making my spouse, Sancho, a governor has given a lot of pleasure to the whole village, even if nobody believes it, especially the priest, and Master Nicholas the barber, and Sanson Carrasco the bachelor, but that doesn't bother me, as long as it's true, which it is. Each person can say whatever he wants, though to tell you the truth, if the corals and the outfit hadn't come I wouldn't believe it either, because in this village everybody takes my husband for a fool, and except for governing a herd of goats, they can't imagine what governorship he'd be good for. May God make him good and show him how to see what his children need. Senora of my soul, I've decided, with your grace's permission, to put this good day in my house one by going to court and leaning back in a carriage and making their eyes pop, for there are thousands who are already envious of me, and so I beg your excellency to tell my husband to send me some money, and to make it enough, because at court expenses are high, bread sells for a real, and a pound of meat costs 30 maravedis, which is a judgment, too, and if he doesn't want me to go, he should let me know soon, because my feet are itching to get started. My friends and neighbors tell me that if my daughter and I look grand and important in court, my husband will be known through me and not me through him, because many people are bound to ask, who are those ladies in that carriage? And a servant of mine will respond, the wife and daughter of Sancho Panza, governor of the insula of Barataria, and in this way Sancho will become known, and I'll be admired, so let's get to it, no matter what. It makes me as sorry as I can be that this year they haven't picked acorns in this village. Even so, I'm sending your highness about half a celamin. I went to the woods myself to pick them and picked them over one by one, and I couldn't find acorns any bigger. I wish they were like ostrich eggs. Your magnificence mustn't forget to write to me, and I'll be sure to answer and tell you about my health and everything there is to tell about in this village, or I'm praying that our Lord keeps your highness, and doesn't forget about me. My daughter, Sancha, and my son, kiss the hands of your grace. Wishing to see your ladyship more than to write to you. I am your servant. Teresa Panza. Everyone derived great pleasure from hearing Teresa Panza's letter, especially the Duke and Duchess, and the Duchess asked Don Quixote if he thought it would be all right to open the letter that had come for the governor, for she imagined it to be very fine. Don Quixote said he would open it in order to give them pleasure, and he did so and saw that it said as follows. Letter from Teresa Panza to her husband, Sancho Panza. I received your letter, Sancho of my soul, and I can tell you and swear to you as a Catholic Christian that I practically went crazy with happiness. Just think, my husband, when I heard that you were a governor, I thought I'd fall down dead from sheer joy, because people say that sudden joy can kill just like great sorrow. Your daughter, Sanchica, wet herself without realizing it, she was so happy. I had the outfit you sent us in front of me, and the corals my lady the Duchess set around my neck, and both letters in my hands, and the man who brought them right there, and even so I believed and thought that what I saw and touched was all a dream, because who could ever imagine that a goatherd would become a governor of insulas? And you know, dear husband, my mother used to say you had to live a lot to see a lot. I say this because I plan to see more if I live more, because I don't plan to stop until I see you as a landlord or a tax collector, for these are trades, after all, in which you always have and handle money, though the devil carries off anyone who misuses them. My lady the Duchess will tell you how much I want to go to court. Think about it, and let me know if you like the idea, and I'll try to honor you there by riding in a carriage. The priest, the barber, the bachelor, and even the sacristan can't believe you're a governor. They say it's all a fraud, or a question of enchantment, like everything that has to do with your master Don Quixote. Sanson says he'll go to look for you and get the governorship out of your head and Don Quixote's craziness out of his skull. I don't do anything but laugh, and look at my necklace, and plan the dress I'll make for our daughter out of your outfit. I sent some acorns to my lady the Duchess. I wish they were made of gold. Send me some pearl necklaces, if they wear them on that insula. The news from the village is that Baruka married her daughter to a painter without any talent who came here to paint whatever it turned out to be. The council told him to paint His Majesty's coat of arms over the doors of the town hall. He asked for 2 ducados. They paid him in advance. He worked for a week. At the end of that time he hadn't painted anything, and he said he couldn't paint trifles. He gave back the money, and even so he got married claiming to be a skilled workman. The truth is he's put down the brush and picked up a hoe and goes to the fields like a gentleman. Pedro de Lobo's son has taken orders and has a tonsure and intends to become a priest. Minguila, Mingo Silvato's granddaughter, found out and has made a complaint against him, saying he promised to marry her. Gossips are saying she's pregnant by him, but he absolutely denies it. There are no olives this year, and there's not a drop of vinegar to be found anywhere in the village. A company of soldiers came through here and took 3 village girls away with them. I don't want to tell you who they are. Maybe they'll come back, and there's bound to be somebody who'll marry them, with their good or bad qualities. Sanchica is making lace trimming. She earns 8 maravedis a day free and clear, and she's putting them in a money box to help with her dowry. But now that she's the daughter of a governor, you'll give her a dowry and she won't have to work for it. The fountain in the square dried up. Lightning hit the pillory, which doesn't bother me at all. I'm waiting for your answer to this letter, and a decision about my going to court, and with this, may God grant you more years than he does me, or as many, because I wouldn't want to leave you without me in this world. Your wife, Teresa Panza. The letters were celebrated, laughed at, approved, and admired. As a final touch, the courier arrived with the letter Sancho had sent to Don Quixote, which was also read publicly, casting doubt on the foolishness of the governor. The Duchess withdrew in order to learn from the page what had occurred in Sancho's village, which he recounted to her in great detail. Not failing to relate every circumstance, he gave her the acorns, as well as a cheese that Teresa had given him because it was very good, even better than the ones from Tronchon.3. The Duchess received it with the greatest pleasure, and with that we shall leave her in order to recount the end of the governorship of the great Sancho Panza, the flower and model of all insular governors. Chapter 53. Regarding the troubled end and conclusion of the governorship of Sancho Panza. To believe that the things of this life will endure forever, unchanged, is to believe the impossible. It seems instead that everything goes around in a circle. Spring pursues summer, summer pursues estio, estio pursues autumn, autumn pursues winter, and winter pursues spring, and in this way time turns around a continuous wheel. Only human life races to its end more quickly than time, with no hope for renewal except in the next life, which has no boundaries that limit it. So says Said Hamid, a Muslim philosopher, because an understanding of the fleeting impermanence of our present life, and the everlasting nature of the eternal life that awaits us, has been grasped by many without the enlightenment of faith but with only the light of their natural intelligence. But here our author says this because of the speed with which the governorship of Sancho ended, evaporated, dissolved, and disappeared in shadow and smoke. Sancho was in bed on the 7th night of the days of his governorship, full not of bread or wine, but of judging and giving opinions and issuing statutes and decrees, when sleep, notwithstanding and despite his hunger, began to close his eyes, and he heard such a great noise of bells ringing and voices shouting that it seemed as if the entire insula were being destroyed. He sat up in bed, listening attentively to see if he could learn what the cause might be of so much tumult. Not only did he fail, but the sound of infinite trumpets and drums was added to the clamor of shouts and bells, leaving him more confused, and more full of fear and consternation. Getting out of bed, he put on slippers because the floor was damp, and not bothering with a robe or anything resembling one, he went to the door of his room just in time to see more than 20 persons coming along the corridors, carrying burning torches and holding unsheathed swords in their hands, all of them shouting in loud voices, to arms, Senor Governor, to arms! Infinite enemies have entered the insula, and we are lost if your ingenuity and valor do not come to our aid." Clamorous, frenzied, in an uproar, they approached the place where Sancho was standing, astonished and stupefied at what he was hearing and seeing, and when they had reached him one of them said, "Arm yourself immediately, your lordship, or else you will be lost along with the entire insula." "What do I have to do with arming?" responded Sancho. "And what do I know about arms or coming to anybody's aid? These things are better left to my master, Don Quixote, who in the wink of an eye would dispatch and see to them. But I, sinner that I am, I don't know anything about this kind of battle." "Ah, Senor Governor," said another, "what reluctance is this? Arm yourself, your grace, for we bring you both offensive and defensive weapons, and go out to the square, and be our guide and our captain, for by right that is your duty, being our governor." "Then arm me, and may it be for the best," replied Sancho. And they immediately brought 2 full-length shields that they had been carrying and placed them over his nightshirt, not allowing him to put on any other clothing, one shield in front and the other behind, and they pulled his arms through some space they had made, and tied the shields on very carefully with cords, leaving him walled in and boarded up, as straight as a spindle and unable to bend his knees or take a single step. In his hands they placed a lance, which he leaned on in order to keep his balance. When they had him in this state, they told him to walk, and lead them, and encourage them all, for with him as their polestar, their lighthouse, and their lamp, their affairs would have a happy conclusion. "Wretch that I am, how can I walk?" responded Sancho, "when I can't move my kneecaps because of these boards sewed up so tight against my body? What you'll have to do is carry me in your arms and lay me down or stand me up at some postern gate, and I'll guard it either with this lance or with my body." "Go on, Senor Governor," said another man, "it's fear more than boards that keeps you from walking. Put an end to this, and start to move, for it's late, our enemies are increasing, their shouts are becoming louder, and the danger is growing." Their persuasion and insults prodded the poor governor into moving, and he fell to the ground with such force that he thought he had broken into pieces. He lay there like a giant turtle enclosed and covered by its shells, or like half a side of bacon held between 2 salting boards, or even like a boat lying upside down in the sand. But not even when they saw that he had fallen did those mockers have any compassion for him. Instead, they put out the torches and shouted even louder, repeating the call to arms with such urgency, and running over poor Sancho and stamping so hard on the shields, that if he had not retreated and pulled back, drawing his head inside the shields, things would have gone very badly for the poor governor who, enclosed in that narrow space, sweated and perspired and with all his heart commended himself to God, praying that he deliver him from that danger. Some stumbled over him, others fell, and one even stood on top of him for a long while, and from there, as if from a watchtower, he commanded the armies and shouted in a loud voice, saying, "Our men here, the enemy is pressing hard over here. Guard that opening, close that gate, down with those ladders. Bring the pitch pots, to the tar and resin and cauldrons of burning oil. Barricade the streets with mattresses." In short, he named with great zeal all the implements and instruments and tools of war used to prevent an attack on a city, and the battered Sancho, who heard and suffered it all, said to himself, "Oh, if only our Lord would put an end to the loss of this insula, and I would find myself dead or free of this affliction." Heaven heard his prayer, and when he least expected it, he heard voices shouting, Victory, victory! The enemy is retreating. Oh, Senor Governor, your grace should get up and come enjoy the conquest and divide the spoils taken from the enemy by the valor of that invincible arm. Pick me up, the dolorous Sancho said in a doleful voice. They helped him to his feet, and when he was standing he said, "The enemy that I've conquered I want you to nail to my forehead. I don't want to divide the enemy's spoils, but I beg and implore some friend, if I have any, to give me a drink of wine and wipe away and dry this sweat, because I'm turning into water." They dried him, brought him wine, and untied the shields, and he sat on his bed and fainted from fear, shock, and alarm. Those who had deceived him regretted having carried the joke so far, but Sancho's return to consciousness tempered the regret caused by his swoon. He asked the time, they responded that dawn had broken. He fell silent, and without saying another word he began to dress, deep in silence, and everyone watched him, waiting to see what the outcome would be of his dressing so urgently. Finally he was dressed, and very slowly, because he was bruised and could not move quickly, he went to the stable, followed by everyone present, and when he reached the grey he embraced him and gave him a kiss of peace on the forehead, and, not without tears in his eyes, he said, "Come here, my companion and friend, comrade in all my sufferings and woes. When I spent time with you and had no other thoughts but mending your harness and feeding your body, then my hours, my days, and my years were happy, but after I left you and climbed the towers of ambition and pride, 1,000 miseries, 1,000 troubles, and 4,000 worries have entered deep into my soul." As he was saying these words, he was also saddling his donkey, and no one said anything to him. And when the donkey was saddled, with great sadness and sorrow he mounted him, and directing his words and thoughts to the steward, the secretary, the butler, the physician Pedro Recio, and the many others who were present, he said, "Make way, senors, and let me return to my old liberty, let me go and find my past life, so that I can come back from this present death. I was not born to be a governor, or to defend insulas or cities from enemies who want to attack them. I have a better understanding of plowing and digging, of pruning and layering the vines, than of making laws or defending provinces and kingdoms. St. Peter's fine in Rome, I mean, each man is fine doing the work he was born for. I'm better off with a scythe in my hand than a governor's scepter. I'd rather eat my fill of gazpacho than suffer the misery of a brazen doctor who starves me to death, and I'd rather lie down in the shade of an oak tree in summer and wrap myself in an old bald sheepskin in winter, in freedom, than lie between linen sheets and wear sables, subject to a governorship. God keep your graces, and tell my lord the duke that I was born naked, and I'm naked now. I haven't lost or gained a thing. I mean, I came into this governorship without a blanca, and I'm leaving without one, which is very different from how the governors of other insulas leave. Now move aside and let me go. I'll apply some poultices, because I think all my ribs are crushed, thanks to the enemies who ran over me tonight." "It must not be like this, Senor Governor," said Dr. Recio, "for I shall give your grace a potion against falls and bruising, which will return you to your former well-being and vigor. As for food, I promise your grace to mend my ways and allow you to eat as much as you want of anything you like." "You peep too late," for responded Sancho. "I'd sooner become a Turk than not leave. These aren't tricks you can play twice. By God, I'm as likely to stay here, or accept another governorship, even if they handed it to me on a platter, as I am to fly up to heaven without wings. I'm from the lineage of the Panzas, and they're all stubborn, and if they say odds once, odds it'll be, even if it's evens, no matter what anybody says. Here in this stable I'll leave the wings on the ant that carried me into the air where the martins and other birds could eat me, and I'll go back to walking on my feet on level ground, and if they're not adorned with cut-out shoes 5 of Cordoban leather, they won't lack for sandals made of hemp. Every sheep with its mate, and let no man stretch his leg farther than the length of the sheet, and now let me pass, it's getting late." To which the steward said, "Senor Governor, we would very gladly let your grace pass, though it saddens us greatly to lose you, for your wit and Christian behavior oblige us to want to keep you, but as everyone knows, every governor is obliged, before he abandons the place he has governed, to give an accounting of his governorship. Your grace, give us one for the 10 days in which you have held the governorship, and then go and God's peace go with you." "No one can ask that of me," responded Sancho, "unless he is ordered to by my lord the Duke. I'm going to see him, and I'll give an exact accounting to him. Besides, leaving naked, as I am, no other proof is necessary to show that I govern like an angel." "By God, the great Sancho is correct," said Dr. Ricio, "and I am of the opinion that we should let him leave, because the Duke will surely be overjoyed to see him." They all agreed, and allowed him to go, first offering to accompany him and to give him everything he might want for the gratification of his person and the comfort of his journey. Sancho said he wanted no more than a little barley for his donkey, and half a cheese and half a loaf of bread for himself. Since the way was so short, there was no need for more or better provisions. Everyone embraced him, and he, weeping, embraced all of them, and he left them marveling not only at his words but at his decision, which was so resolute and intelligent. Chapter 54, which deals with matters related to this history and to no other. The Duke and Duchess resolved that Don Quixote's challenge to their vassal for the reason already recounted should go forward, and since the young man was in Flanders, where he had fled so as not to have Dona Rodriguez for a mother-in-law, they ordered a Gascon footman named Tosselos to appear in his place, first instructing him very carefully in everything he had to do. 2 days later, the Duke told Don Quixote that in 4 days his opponent would come to present himself in the field, armed as a knight, to maintain that the maiden was lying through some, if not all, of her teeth, one if she affirmed he had given her a promise of marriage. Don Quixote was very happy to hear the news, and he promised himself to perform miracles in this matter, and he considered it very fortunate that an opportunity had presented itself that would allow the Duke and Duchess to see the extent of the valor of his mighty arm, and so, with joy and delight, he waited for the 4 days to pass, although if reckoned by his desire, they had become 400 centuries. Let us allow them to pass, as we have allowed other things to pass, and accompany Sancho, who was both happy and sad as he came riding on the grey to find his master, whose companionship pleased him more than being governor of all the insulas in the world. He had not gone very far from the insula of his governorship. He had never bothered to find out if it was an island, city, town, or village that he was governing, when he saw coming toward him along the road 6 pilgrims with their staffs, the kind of foreign pilgrims who beg for alms by singing, and as they approached him they arranged themselves in a row, lifted their voices, and began to sing in their own language, which Sancho could not understand except for the one word alms, which was clearly pronounced, and then he understood that in their song they were asking for alms. Since he, as Cide Hamete says, was excessively charitable, he took from his saddlebags his provisions of half a loaf of bread and half a cheese, which he offered to the pilgrims, indicating by signs that he had nothing else to give. They accepted the food very gladly and said, "Geld! Geld! 3. "I don't understand," responded Sancho, "what you're asking of me, good people." Then one of them took a purse from his shirt and showed it to Sancho, who then understood that they were asking for money, and he, placing his thumb on his throat and extending his hand upward, gave them to understand that he did not have any money at all, and spurring the donkey, he broke through the line, and as he passed, a pilgrim who had been looking at him very carefully rushed toward him, threw his arms around his waist, and said in a loud and very Castilian voice, "God save me! What do I see? Is it possible that I have my arms around my dear friend and good neighbor Sancho Panza? I do, no doubt about it, because I'm not asleep or drunk now." Sancho was amazed to hear himself called by name and to find himself embraced by a foreign pilgrim, and he looked at him very carefully, not saying a word, but did not recognize him. The pilgrim, however, seeing his bewilderment, said, "How is it possible, my brother Sancho Panza, that you don't know your neighbor Ricote the Morisco, for a shopkeeper in your village?" Then Sancho looked at him even more closely, and began to recognize his face, and finally knew exactly who he was, and without dismounting, Sancho threw his arms around the man's neck and said, "Who the devil could recognize you, Ricote, in the ridiculous disguise you're wearing? Tell me, who turned you into a foreigner, and why did you risk coming back to Spain? It'll be very dangerous for you if they catch you and recognize you." "If you don't give me away, Sancho," responded the pilgrim, "I'm sure nobody will know me in these clothes, let's move off the road to that grove of poplars where my companions want to eat and rest, and you can eat with them, for they're very peaceable people. I'll have a chance to tell you what happened to me after I left our village, obeying His Majesty's proclamation that threatened the unfortunate members of my race so severely, as you must have heard of. 5. Sancho agreed, and after Ricote spoke to the other pilgrims, they set out for the grove of poplars that could be seen at some distance from the king's highway. They threw down their staffs, took off their hooded cloaks or capes, and remained in their shirt sleeves. They were all young and good-looking except for Ricote, who was a man well on in years. All of them carried traveling bags, and all of these, it seemed, were well provisioned, at least with things that call up and summon a thirst from 2 leagues away. They stretched out on the ground, and with the grass as their tablecloth, they set out bread, salt, knives, nuts, pieces of cheese, and bare ham bones that could not be gnawed but could still be sucked. They also set out a black food called cabial 6 that is made of fish eggs and is a great awakener of thirst. There was no lack of olives, dried without any brine but good-tasting and flavorful. What stood out most on the field of that banquet, however, were 6 wineskins, for each of them took one out of his bag. Even the good Ricote, transformed from a Morisco into a German or Teuton, took out his own wineskin, comparable in size to the other 5. They began to eat with great pleasure, savoring each mouthful slowly, just a little of each thing, which they picked up with the tip of a knife, and then all at once, and all at the same time, they raised their arms and the wineskins into the air, their mouths pressed against the mouths of the wineskins and their eyes fixed on heaven, as if they were taking aim. They stayed this way for a long time, emptying the innermost contents of the skins into their stomachs, and moving their heads from one side to the other, signs that attested to the pleasure they were receiving. Sancho watched everything, and not one thing caused him sorrow. 7. Rather, in order to comply with a proverb that he knew very well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, he asked Ricote for his wineskin and took aim along with the rest, and with no less pleasure than they enjoyed. The skins were tilted 4 times, but a 5th time was not possible because they were now as dry and parched as esparto grass, something that withered the joy the pilgrims had shown so far. From time to time one of them would take Sancho's right hand in his and say, "Español y tedeschi, tutto uno, bon campano." And Sancho would respond, "Bon campano, jura di." And he burst into laughter that lasted for an hour, and then he did not remember anything that had happened to him in his governorship, for during the time and period when one eats and drinks, cares tend to be of little importance. Finally, the end of the wine was the beginning of a fatigue that overcame everyone and left them asleep on their tables and cloths. Only Ricote and Sancho were awake, because they had eaten more and drunk less than the others. Ricote moved away with Sancho to sit at the foot of a beech tree, leaving the pilgrims deep in their sweet sleep, and Ricote, without slipping at all into his Moorish language, said these words in pure Castilian. "You know very well, O Sancho Panza, my neighbor and friend, how the proclamation and edict that His Majesty issued against those of my race brought terror and fear to all of us. At least, I was so affected, I think that even before the time granted to us for leaving Spain had expired, I was already imagining that the harsh penalty had been inflicted on me and my children. And so I arranged, as a prudent man, I think, and as one who knows that by a certain date the house where he lives will be taken away and he'll need to have another one to move into, I arranged, as I said, to leave the village alone, without my family, and find a place where I could take them in comfort and without the haste with which others were leaving, because I saw clearly, as did all our elders, that those proclamations were not mere threats, as some were saying, but real laws that would be put into effect at the appointed time. I was forced to believe this truth because I knew the hateful and foolish intentions of our people, and they were such that it seems to me it was divine inspiration that moved His Majesty to put into effect so noble a resolution, not because all of us were guilty. For some were firm and true Christians, though these were so few they could not oppose those who were not, but because it is not a good idea to nurture a snake in your bosom or shelter enemies in your house. In short, it was just and reasonable for us to be chastised with the punishment of exile, lenient and mild, according to some, but for us it was the most terrible one we could have received. No matter where we are, we weep for Spain, for, after all, we were born here and it is our native country. Nowhere do we find the haven our misfortune longs for, and in Barbary and all the places in Africa where we hope to be received, welcomed, and taken in, that is where they most offend and mistreat us. We did not know our good fortune until we lost it, and the greatest desire in almost all of us is to return to Spain. Most of those, and there are many of them, who know the language as well as I do, abandon their wives and children and return, so great is the love they have for Spain, and now I know and feel the truth of the saying that it is sweet to love one's country. As I was saying, I left our village, went to France, and though they made us welcome there, I wanted to see everything. I traveled to Italy, and came to Germany, and there it seemed to me I could live in greater freedom because the inhabitants don't worry about subtleties, each man lives as he chooses, because in most places there is freedom of conscience. I took a house in a village near Augsburg. I joined these pilgrims, for many travel to Spain every year to visit the shrines, which they think of as their Indies, as sure profit and certain gain. They travel through most of the country, and they leave every town well fed and well drunk, as they say, and with at least a real in money, and at the end of the trip they have more than 100 escudos left over, which they change into gold coins and hide in the hollows of their staffs, or under the patches on their cloaks, or wherever else they can, and they take them out of this kingdom and into their own countries in spite of the guards at the posts and ports where there are inspections. Now, Sancho, my intention is to take out the treasure I buried here, and since it's outside the village, I'll be able to do it without danger, and then I'll write to my daughter and wife, or leave from Valencia and go to Algiers, where I know they are, and find a way to take them to a French port, and from there to Germany, where we'll wait for whatever God has in store for us. In short, Sancho, I know for a fact that my daughter, Ricotta, and my wife, Francisca Ricotta, are true Catholic Christians, and though I'm less of one, I'm still more Christian than more, and I always pray that God will open the eyes of my understanding and let me know how I must serve Him. What amazes me is not knowing why my wife and daughter went to Barbary instead of France, where they could have lived as Christians. To which Sancho responded, "Look, Ricote, that probably wasn't their decision, because Juan Tiapio, your wife's brother, left with them, and since he's probably a shrewd Moor, he took them to the place he thought best, and I can tell you something else, too. I think it's useless for you to look for what you buried, because we heard that the pearls and gold coins your brother-in-law and your wife were carrying were taken at inspection." "That might be, Sancho," replied Ricote, "but I know they didn't touch what I hid away. I didn't tell them where it was because I feared some calamity, and so, Sancho, if you want to come with me and help me to dig it up and hide it, I'll give you 200 escudos, and with that you can meet all your needs, for you know that I know you have a good many of them." "I'd do it," responded Sancho, "but I'm not a greedy man, because just this morning I left a post where I could have had gold walls in my house and been eating off silver plates in 6 months' time, and for this reason, and because I think it would be treason against my king if I helped his enemies, I wouldn't go with you even if you gave me 400 escudos in cash right here and now instead of promising me 200 later." "And what post is it that you've left, Sancho?" asked Ricote. "I've left the governorship of an insula," responded Sancho, "one so good that, by my faith, you'd have a hard time finding another like it." "And where is this insula?" asked Ricote. "Where?" responded Sancho. 2 leagues from here, and it's called Insula Barataria." "That's amazing, Sancho," said Ricote. "Insulas are in the ocean, there are no insulas on terra firma." "What do you mean?" replied Sancho. "I tell you, Ricote my friend, I left there this morning, and yesterday I was there governing to my heart's content, like an archer, but even so, I left it because the post of governor seems like a dangerous one to me." "What did you get from your governorship?" asked Ricote. "I got," responded Sancho, "the lesson that I'm not good for governing unless it's a herd of livestock, and that the riches you can gain in governorships come at the cost of your rest and your sleep and even your food, because on insulas the governors have to eat very little, especially if they have doctors who are looking out for their health." "I don't understand you, Sancho," said Ricote, "but it seems to me that everything you're saying is nonsense. Who would give you insulas to govern? Was there a lack of men in the world more competent than you to be governors? Really, Sancho, come to your senses and decide if you want to come with me, as I said, and help me take out the treasure I hid. The truth is there's so much it can be called a treasure, and I'll give you enough to live on, as I said." "I already told you, Ricote," replied Sancho, "that I don't want to. Be satisfied that I won't betray you, and go on your way in peace, and let me continue on mine. I know that well-gotten gains can be lost, and ill-gotten ones can be lost, too, along with their owner. I don't want to insist, Sancho, said Ricote, but tell me, did you happen to be in our village when my wife, my daughter, and my brother-in-law left? Yes, I was, responded Sancho, and I can tell you that your daughter looked so beautiful when she left that everybody in the village came out to see her, and they all said she was the fairest creature in the world. She was crying and embracing all her friends and companions, and all those who came out to see her, and asking them all to commend her to God and Our Lady, His mother, and she did this with so much feeling it made me cry, though I'm not usually much of a weeper. By my faith, there were many who wanted to hide her and take her from those she was leaving with, but fear of defying the orders of the king stopped them. The one who seemed most affected was Don Pedro Gregorio, that rich young man who's going to inherit his father's estate. You know who I mean. They say he loved her very much, and after she left he's never been seen in our village again, and we all think he went after them to abduct her, but so far we haven't heard anything. I always suspected, said Ricote, that he was wooing my daughter, but I trusted in the principles of my Ricotta, and knowing he loved her never troubled me, because you must have heard, Sancho, that Moriscas rarely if ever become involved with old Christians, and my daughter, who, I believe, cared more for being a better Christian than for being in love, would not pay attention to that young gentleman's entreaties. May it be God's will, replied Sancho, because that would not be good for either one of them. And now let me leave here, Ricote my friend. Tonight I want to reach the place where my master, Don Quixote, is. God go with you, Sancho my friend. My companions are beginning to stir, and it's time for us to leave, too. Then the two of them embraced, and Sancho mounted his donkey, and Ricote grasped his staff, and they went their separate ways. Chapter 55. Regarding certain things that befell Sancho on the road, and others that are really quite remarkable. Sancho's having stopped with Ricote did not permit him to reach the Duke's castle that day, for although he had come to within half a league of it, night, which was somewhat dark and gloomy, overtook him. As it was summer, this did not trouble him very much, and so he moved off the road, intending to wait for morning, and it was his bad luck and misfortune that as he was looking for a spot where he would be comfortable, he and the Grey fell into a deep and very dark pit that lay between some very old buildings, and as he fell he commended himself to God with all his heart, thinking he would not stop falling until he reached the depths of the abyss. But this was not the case, because after a little more than 3 estados the donkey hit bottom, and Sancho found himself on top of him, not having received any kind of wound or injury. He felt his body and took a deep breath to see if he was whole or had been punctured anywhere, and seeing that he was safe and sound and in perfect health, he could not give enough thanks to our Lord God for the mercy he had shown him, for he no doubt thought he had broken into 1,000 pieces. He also felt the walls of the pit with his hands to see if it would be possible to climb out without anyone's help, but he found that all of them were smooth, without any kind of foothold, which greatly distressed Sancho, especially when he heard the donkey moaning woefully and grievously, and no wonder, for he was not lamenting capriciously. In truth, he was not in very good condition. Oh, said Sancho then, what unexpected things can happen to those who live in this miserable world? Who could have said that the person who only yesterday sat on the governor's throne on an insula, giving orders to his servants and vassals, today would find himself buried in a pit with no one to comfort him, and no servant or vassal to come and help him? Here my donkey and I will starve to death, if we don't die first, he because he's bruised and broken, and me because I'm full of grief. At least I won't be as lucky as my master, Don Quixote of La Mancha, when he went down and descended into the cave of the enchanted Montesinos, where he found somebody who treated him better than they do in his own house, because it seems he found the table laid and the bed made. There he saw beautiful and peaceable visions, and here, it seems, I'll see frogs and snakes. Woe is me, just look where my madness and fantasy have brought me. They'll take my bones out of here, smooth, white, and scraped bare, and those of my good donkey with them, and maybe that, at least, will let them know who we are if they've heard that Sancho Panza was never parted from his donkey, or his donkey from Sancho Panza. I'll say it again, how wretched we are, for our bad luck hasn't allowed us to die in our own land, with our own people, so that even if there wasn't a remedy for our misfortune, there'd be no lack of people to grieve over it, and to close our eyes at the final hour of our passing. Oh, my companion and friend, how badly I've paid you for your good service. Forgive me, and ask fortune, in the best way you know how, to take us out of this terrible trouble, and I promise to crown your head with laurel so you'll look exactly like a poet laureate, and to give you double rations." Sancho lamented in this fashion, and his donkey listened without saying a single word in response, such was the distress and anguish in which the poor creature found himself. Finally, after an entire night spent in wretched complaints and lamentations, day broke, and in its clear, bright light Sancho saw that it was utterly impossible to get out of the pit without help, and he began to lament and cry out, to see if anyone heard him, but all his shouts were cries in the wilderness, because there was no one to hear him anywhere in the vicinity, and then he began to think of himself as dead. The Grey was lying on his back, and Sancho Panza moved him around until he had him on his feet, though he could barely stand. He took a piece of bread out of the saddlebags, which had experienced the same unfortunate fall, and gave it to his donkey, who thought it did not taste bad, and Sancho said to him, as if he could understand, "Griefs are better with bread." And then Sancho discovered that on one side of the pit there was a hole big enough for a person to fit into if he stooped and bent over. Sancho Panza went over to it, crouched down, went in, and saw that on the other side it was spacious and long, and he could see this because through what could be called the roof a ray of sunlight came in and illuminated everything. He also saw that the space widened and lengthened into another large concavity. When he saw this he returned to the donkey and with a stone began to dig the earth away from the hole. In a short while he made it large enough for the donkey to pass through, which he did, and taking him by the halter, Sancho began to walk through the cave to see if he could find another way out. At times he walked in darkness, and at times without light, but at no time without fear. "May Almighty God save me," he murmured to himself. "What for me is a misadventure would seem like an adventure to my master, Don Quixote. He'd think these caverns and dungeons were gardens in flower in the palaces of Galiana, and would expect to come out of this dark, narrow place into a flowering meadow, but I'm so unlucky, so in need of advice, and so lacking in courage, that at each step I think another pit deeper than the first one is suddenly going to open beneath my feet and swallow me up. Evil is welcome if it comes alone." In this manner, and with these thoughts, it seemed to him he must have walked more than half a league when he saw a dim illumination that he thought was daylight, shining in somewhere and indicating an opening at the end of what seemed to him like the road to the next world. Here Cide Hamete Benengeli leaves him and returns to Don Quixote, who, with joy and happiness, waited for the appointed time of the battle that he was to fight with the thief of the honor of Dona Rodriguez's daughter, for he intended to right the wrong and correct the outrage so wickedly committed against her. It so happened that he rode out one morning to practice and rehearse what he was to do during the combat he would soon be engaged in, and after spurring Rocinante into a charge or short gallop, the horse's feet came so close to a cave that if he had not pulled hard on the reins, it would have been impossible not to fall in. In short, Don Quixote stopped Rocinante and did not fall, and coming a little closer, and without dismounting, he peered into that deep hole, and as he was looking in he heard someone shouting inside. He listened carefully and could understand and ascertain what was being said. "You up there! Is there some Christian who can hear me, some charitable knight who will take pity on a sinner buried alive, an unfortunate governor without a governorship?" It seemed to Don Quixote that he was hearing the voice of Sancho Panza, which left him astonished and perplexed, and raising his voice as much as he could, he said, "Who is down there? Who is crying out?" "Who else would be here crying out," was the response, "but a wretched Sancho Panza, the governor, on account of his sins and bad luck, of the Insula Barataria, and at one time the squire of the famous knight Don Quixote of La Mancha?" When Don Quixote heard this, his amazement doubled and his bewilderment increased, for it occurred to him that Sancho Panza might be dead and his soul suffering the torments of purgatory down there. Carried away by this thought, he said, "I conjure thee by all that I can conjure thee with as a Catholic Christian to tell me who thou art, and if thou art a soul in torment, tell me what thou wantest me to do for thee, for since it is my profession to favor and come to the aid of those in need in this world, I shall do the same and come to the aid and assistance of those in distress in the next world who cannot help themselves." From the way your grace talks, came the response, "It seems to me you must be my master, Don Quixote of La Mancha, and from the sound of your voice, you can be nobody else, no doubt about that." "I am Don Quixote," replied Don Quixote, "whose profession it is to assist and help the living and the dead in their distress. Therefore tell me who you are, for you have astonished me. If you are my squire, Sancho Panza, and you have died, and the devils have not carried you off, and through God's mercy you are in purgatory, our Holy Mother Roman Catholic Church has enough prayers of intercession to deliver you from the torments you are suffering, and I, for my part, shall supplicate as far as my fortune will allow. Therefore declare yourself once and for all and tell me who you are." "By God," came the response, "and by the birth of whoever your grace loves, I swear, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, that I'm your squire, Sancho Panza, and I've never died in all the days of my life, but I left my governorship for causes and reasons that I need more time to tell you about, and last night I fell into this pit where I'm lying now, and the Grey with me, and he won't let me tell a lie. To be specific, he's here with me now." And there is more. It seems as if the donkey understood exactly what Sancho said, because he immediately began to bray, and so loudly that the entire cave resonated. "A famous witness," said Don Quixote. "I recognize the bray as if it were my own, and I hear your voice, friend Sancho. Wait for me, I shall go to the Duke's castle, which is close by, and bring someone who can rescue you from the pit where your sins must have brought you." "Go, your grace," said Sancho, "and by the one God come back soon, because I can't stand being buried alive here, and I'm dying of fear." Don Quixote left him and went to the castle to recount to the Duke and Duchess what had happened to Sancho Panza, which caused them no small astonishment, although they knew very well where he must have fallen because it corresponded to a cave that had been there from time immemorial. They could not imagine, however, how he could have abandoned his governorship without their being informed that he was coming to the castle. Finally, thick ropes and stout cords, as they say, too, were brought in, and by dint of many people and a good amount of work, they raised the Grey and Sancho Panza out of that darkness into the light of the sun. A student saw him and said, "This is how all wicked governors should leave their governorships, just as this sinner leaves the depths of the abyss, dying of hunger, pale, and without a blanca, or so it seems." Sancho heard him and said, "It was 8 or 10 days ago, brother gossip, that I came to govern the insula that they gave me, and in all that time I didn't even have enough bread to eat. I've been persecuted by doctors and had my bones trampled by enemies, and I haven't had time to take any bribes or collect any fees, and this being true, which it is, in my opinion I didn't deserve to leave in this way, but man proposes and God disposes, and God knows what suits each man and what's best for him, and time changes the rhyme, and nobody should say, 'That's water I won't drink,' because you're in a place where you think there's bacon, and you don't even find an ale. God understands me, and that's enough, and I'll say no more, though I could. Do not be angry, Sancho, or troubled by what you may hear, for there is no end to it. You keep your conscience clear, and let them say whatever they wish, for trying to restrain the tongues of slanderers is the same as trying to put doors in a field. If the governor leaves his governorship a wealthy man, they say he has been a thief, and if he leaves it poor, they say he has been a dullard and a fool." "Then there's no doubt," responded Sancho, "that this time they'll have to take me for a fool and not a thief." Conversing in this way, and surrounded by boys and by many other people, they arrived at the castle, where the Duke and the Duchess were already in a gallery waiting for Don Quixote and Sancho, who did not wish to go up to see the Duke without first settling the Grey in the stable, because he said the donkey had spent a very bad night in the cave. Then he went up to see his lord and lady, before whom he kneeled and said, "My lord and my lady, because it was the wish of your highnesses, and not because of any merit in me, I went to govern your insula of Barataria, which I entered naked, and I'm naked now. I haven't lost or gained a thing. As to whether I governed well or badly, I've had witnesses before me, and they'll say whatever they want. I decided questions and settled cases, always dying of hunger, for such was the desire of Dr. Pedro Riccio, a native of Tertiafura and a governoresque and insulano doctor. Enemies attacked us by night, placing us in great difficulties, and the people of the insula say we emerged free and victorious because of the valor of my arm, and if they're telling the truth, may God keep them safe. In short, in this time I've weighed the burdens and obligations that come with governing, and I've found, by my own reckoning, that my shoulders can't carry them, they're not the right load for my ribs, and not the right arrows for my quiver, and so, before the governorship could do away with me, I decided to do away with the governorship, and yesterday morning I left the insula just as I found it, with the same streets, houses, and roofs that it had when I came in. I haven't borrowed money from anybody, or taken any profits, and though I planned to issue a few good laws, I didn't, because I was afraid nobody would obey them, and then it doesn't matter if you issue them or not. As I said, I left the insula with no other escort but my donkey. I fell into a pit and walked through it until this morning, when by the light of the sun I saw the way out, but it wasn't so easy to leave, and if heaven hadn't provided me with my master, Don Quixote, I would have been there until the end of the world. And so, my Lord Duke and my Lady Duchess, here's your governor Sancho Panza. In the 10 short days he had the governorship, he learned that he wouldn't give anything to be a governor, not just of an insula but of the whole world, and knowing that, and kissing the feet of your graces, and imitating the children's game when they say, you jump out and give it to me, 3 I'll jump out of the governorship and pass into the service of my master, Don Quixote, and there, though I eat my bread in fear, at least I eat my fill, and for me, if I have enough to eat, I don't care if it's carrots or partridges. With this Sancho brought his long speech to an end, Don Quixote constantly fearing he would say thousands of nonsensical things, and when he saw him conclude having said so few, he gave thanks to heaven in his heart, and the Duke embraced Sancho and said he was grieved to his very soul that he had left the governorship so soon, but he would arrange to give him another less burdensome and more profitable position on his estate. The Duchess also embraced him and ordered that he be very well treated, for he showed signs of having been badly bruised and of having slept even worse. Chapter 56. Regarding the extraordinary and unprecedented battle that Don Quixote of La Mancha had with the footman Tosselos in defense of the daughter of the duenna Dona Rodriguez. The Duke and Duchess did not repent of the joke played on Sancho Panza with regard to the governorship they had given him, especially because on that same day their steward arrived and recounted point by point, and almost in their entirety, Sancho's words and actions during the days of his governorship, and finally he elaborated for them the attack on the insula, and Sancho's fear, and his departure, giving them no small pleasure. After this, the history recounts that the appointed day of the battle arrived, and the Duke, having instructed his footman Tosselos over and over again how he was to confront Don Quixote and defeat him without killing or wounding him, ordered the iron tips removed from the lances, saying to Don Quixote that the Christianity on which he prided himself would not permit the encounter to put their lives at so much risk and danger, and Don Quixote should be content with the open field he was providing, even though this contravened the decree of the Holy Council, one that prohibits such challenges, and he did not wish their fierce combat to be carried to the extreme. Don Quixote said that His Excellency should arrange the details of the matter however he chose, for he would obey him in everything. And when the fearful day arrived, the Duke had ordered a large platform erected at the front of the castle square, for the judges as well as the claimants, mother and daughter. Infinite numbers of people came from all the surrounding towns and villages to see the unusual battle, for those who lived in that land, and even those who had died there, had never seen or heard of anything like it. The first to enter the field of battle was the master of ceremonies, who scrutinized the field and walked all around it to be sure there was no deception and nothing concealed where one might stumble and fall. Then the duennas came in and took their seats, wrapped in their cloaks to their eyes, even to their breasts, showing signs of no small emotion. Don Quixote entered the field, and shortly after that, accompanied by many trumpets, the huge footman Tosselos appeared at one end of the square on a powerful horse, overshadowing everyone, his visor lowered and sitting erect in strong and shining armor. His large, dappled horse appeared to be a Frisian, to and from each fetlock there hung an arroba of hair. The valorous combatant came in, well instructed by the Duke his lord regarding how he was to behave with the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha, and warned that under no circumstances was he to kill him but should attempt to flee the first charge in order to avoid the risk of Don Quixote's death, which was certain if he was to meet him head-on. He crossed the square, reached the place where the duennas were sitting, and began to look at the one who wanted him for a husband. The master of the field summoned Don Quixote, who had come onto the square, and together with Tosselos he spoke to the duennas, asking if they consented to Don Quixote defending their cause. They said they did, and that everything decided in this matter they would consider correct, irrevocable, and binding. By this time, the Duke and Duchess were seated in a gallery that overlooked the field, which was crowded with an infinite number of people waiting to see the fierce, unprecedented battle. It was stipulated by the combatants that if Don Quixote was victorious, his adversary would be obliged to marry the daughter of Dona Rodriguez, and if he was defeated, his opponent would be free of the promise demanded of him and need give no other satisfaction. The master of ceremonies apportioned the sun free and directed each combatant to his place. The drums rolled, the air filled with the sound of trumpets, the earth trembled beneath their feet. The hearts of the crowd of onlookers were in suspense, some fearing and others hoping for the good or bad outcome of the matter. Finally, Don Quixote, commending himself with all his heart to God our Lord and his lady Dulcinea of Toboso, waited to receive the precise signal to charge, but our footman had other ideas, for he was thinking only about what I shall tell you now. It appears that when he looked at his enemy, Dona Rodriguez's daughter, she seemed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his entire life, and the little blind boy, ordinarily called a Moor along these streets, did not wish to miss the opportunity that had been offered him to triumph over a footman's soul and place it on the list of his trophies, and so he approached him very cunningly, without anyone seeing him, and he pierced the poor footman on his left side with an arrow 2 varas long. That passed right through his heart. A Moor could do this with complete impunity because he is invisible and comes and goes as he pleases, without anyone demanding that he account for his actions. And so, I say, when the signal was given for the charge, our footman was in ecstasy, thinking about the beauty of the woman whom he had already made mistress of his liberty, and he did not attend to the sound of the trumpet as Don Quixote did, for as soon as he heard it he charged, and galloping as fast as Rocinante would permit, he attacked his enemy, and seeing him attack, his good squire, Sancho, called in a loud voice, "May God guide you, flower and jewel of knights errant! May God grant you victory, for right is on your side." And even though Tassilos saw Don Quixote coming toward him, he did not move a step away from his position. Instead, he called for the master of the field, who came to see what he wanted, and he said, "Señor, isn't this combat to decide if I marry or don't marry that lady?" "It is," was the response. "Well then," said the footman, "I fear for my conscience, and I would put too great a weight on it if I went forward with this combat, and so I say that I declare myself defeated, and wish to marry that lady immediately." The master of the field was amazed at Tassilos's words, and since he was one of those privy to the scheme, he did not know how to respond. Don Quixote stopped in the middle of his charge when he saw that his enemy was not attacking him. The Duke did not know why the combat did not go forward, but the master of the field went to tell him what Tassilos had said, which left the Duke astonished and extremely irate. While this was happening, Tassilos went up to where Dona Rodriguez was sitting and said in a very loud voice, "I, Señora, wish to marry your daughter, and I do not want to attain through disputes and battles what I can attain peacefully and with no risk of death." The valiant Don Quixote heard this and said, "Since this is true, I am released and set free from my promise. Let them marry, and good fortune to them, and since God our Lord has granted the marriage, may St. Peter bless it." The Duke came down to the castle square, and approaching Tassilos, he said, "Is it true, O knight, that you declare yourself defeated, and that pressed by your timorous conscience, you wish to marry this maiden?" "Yes, Señor," responded Tassilos. "He's doing the right thing," said Sancho Panza, "because if you give the cat what you were going to give to the mouse, your troubles will be over." Tassilos was loosening his helmet and asked for help because he was having trouble catching his breath and could not bear to be confined for so long in so narrow a space. It was quickly removed, and the footman's face was uncovered and revealed, and seeing this, Dona Rodriguez and her daughter cried out, saying, "Deception! This is a deception! They sent in Tassilos, a footman to my lord the Duke, instead of my true husband. We demand the justice of God and the king against so much guile, not to say wickedness." "Do not grieve, señores," said Don Quixote, "for for this is neither guile nor wickedness, and if it is, the Duke has not been the cause but the evil enchanters who pursue me, and who, envious of my achieving the glory of this victory, have transformed the face of your husband into that of this man, whom you say is a footman of the Duke. Take my advice, and despite the guile of my enemies marry him, for he undoubtedly is the one you desire for your husband." The Duke, who heard this, was about to turn all his anger into laughter, and he said, "The things that befall Señor Don Quixote are so extraordinary that I am prepared to believe this man is not my footman, but let us make use of this stratagem and artifice. We shall delay the marriage for 15 days, if you like, and keep this person, about whom we have our doubts, confined, and in that time he may return to his original appearance, for the rancor the enchanters feel towards Señor Don Quixote cannot last that long, especially since they derive so little profit from these tricks and transformations." "Oh, Señor," said Sancho Panza, "it's the habit and custom of these scoundrels to change the appearance of things that have to do with my master. They made a knight he defeated some days ago, who was called the Knight of the Mirrors, look like bachelor Sanson Carrasco, who comes from our village and is a good friend of ours, and they turned my lady Dulcinea of Toboso into a rough peasant girl, and so I imagine that this footman will die and live a footman for all the days of his life." To which the daughter of Dona Rodriguez responded, "Whoever this man is who asks me to be his wife, I thank him for it. I'd rather be the legitimate wife of a footman than the deceived mistress of a gentleman, though the one who deceived me is no such thing." In short, all these stories and events resulted in Tassilo's being locked away until they could see the outcome of his transformation. All the spectators acclaimed Don Quixote as the victor, and most were sad and melancholy at seeing that the long-awaited combatants had not hacked each other to pieces, just as boys are sad when the hanged man they have been waiting for does not come out because he has been pardoned, either by the other party or by the court. The people left, the Duke and Don Quixote returned to the castle. Tassilos was confined. Dona Rodriguez and her daughter were delighted to see that one way or the other, the matter would end in marriage, and Tassilos hoped for nothing less. Chapter 57, which recounts how Don Quixote took his leave of the Duke, and what befell him with the clever and bold Altisidora, the Duchess's maiden. Now it seemed to Don Quixote that it would be good for him to abandon the extreme idleness in which he had been living in the castle, for he imagined it would be a great mistake for him to remain confined and inactive among the infinite luxuries and pleasures offered to him as a knight-errant by the Duke and Duchess, and he thought he would have to give a strict accounting to heaven with regard to this confinement and inactivity, and so, one day he asked the Duke and Duchess for permission to leave. They granted it, indicating that it grieved them deeply that he was going. The Duchess gave Sancho Panza the letters from his wife, and he wept over them, saying, "Who would have thought that hopes as great as the ones born in the heart of my wife, Teresa Panza, at the news of my governorship would end in my returning to the miserable adventures of my master, Don Quixote of La Mancha? Even so, I'm happy to see that my Teresa behaved like the person she is and sent the acorns to the Duchess, because if she hadn't sent them, I would have been very sorry to see her so ungrateful. What comforts me is that this gift can't be called a bribe, because I already had the governorship when she sent them, and it's only right that people who receive a benefit should show that they are grateful, even if it's with trifles. In fact, I came into the governorship naked, and I left it naked, and so I can say with a clear conscience, which is no small thing, naked I was born, and I'm naked now, I haven't lost or gained a thing." Sancho said this to himself on the day of their departure, and Don Quixote, having taken his leave of the Duke and Duchess the night before, came out in the morning and appeared in his armor on the castle square. All the people in the castle watched him from the passageways, and the Duke and Duchess also came out to see him. Sancho was on his grey, with his saddlebags, traveling case, and provisions, and he was very happy because the Duke's steward, the one who had played Countess Trifaldi, had given him a purse with 200 gold escudos for expenses on the road, and Don Quixote did not know about this yet. While everyone was looking at Don Quixote, as has been said, suddenly, from among the Duchess's duennas and maidens who were watching him, the bold and clever Altisidora raised her voice, and in woeful tones she said, "Oh listen, most wicked knight, pull up your reins for a while, do not belabor the flanks of your uncontrollable steed. Consider, false one, no fearsome serpent pursues you, you flee nothing but a gentle lamb, one far from being a ewe. O monster, you have deceived the fairest, most comely maid. Diana saw in her forests, or Venus saw in her woods. Dorino most cruel, O fugitive Aeneas, may first Barabbas go with you, you belong with him. You take with you, O cruel taking, clutched in your bloodthirsty claws the loving heart of a damsel enamored, humble, and young. You have taken her 3 nightcaps, and garters both black and white from legs that rival the purest marble in their smooth whiteness. You have taken 2,000 sighs that could, if they were of fire, burn and destroy 2,000 Troys if there were 2,000 Troys. Dorino most cruel, O fugitive Aeneas, may Barabbas go with you, you belong with him. As for your squire named Sancho, may his heart be as hard as stone, as cold as ice, then Dulcinea will ne'er be freed of enchantment. The fault is no one's but yours, but let her pay for your crime, perhaps in my land the just must pay and suffer for sinners. May your most noble adventures be nothing but misadventures, your pleasures, nothing but dreams, your courage, gone and forgotten. Cruel Verino, fugitive Aeneas. May Barabbas go with you, you belong with him. May you be known as false-hearted from Seville to Marchena, from Granada to far Loya, from fair London throughout England. If you ever play Reynadu, Los Cientos, or La Primera, too may all the kings fly from you, as well as aces and sevens. If you ever trim your corns, may the blood spurt from the wounds, and if you have your molars pulled may they break off at the roots. Cruel Verino, fugitive Aeneas. May Barabbas go with you, you belong with him. While the piteous Altisidora lamented her aforementioned fate, Don Quixote stared fixedly at her, not saying a word, and then he turned to Sancho and said, By all the years of your forebears, Sancho my friend, I implore you to tell me the truth. Tell me, have you, by any chance, taken the 3 nightcaps and the garters that this enamored maiden has mentioned? To which Sancho responded, I do have the 3 nightcaps, but the garters, that's really crazy. The Duchess was amazed at the boldness of Altisidora, for although she considered her audacious, lively, and bold, she did not think she would dare carry things so far, and since she had not been told about this joke, her amazement grew even more. The Duke wanted to go on with the clever deception, and he said, It does not seem right to me, Senior Knight, that after receiving in this castle the warm welcome that was offered to you, you have dared take away at least 3 nightcaps, not to mention garters, that belong to my maiden. These are indications of an ungrateful heart, signs that do not correspond to your fame. Return the garters to her, if not, I challenge you to mortal combat, with no fear that your roguish enchanters will change or alter my face, as they did to Tassilos, my footman, who entered into battle with you. God forbid, responded Don Quixote, that I unsheathe my sword against your most illustrious person, from whom I have received so many kindnesses. I shall return the nightcaps, because Sancho says he has them. As for the garters, that is impossible, because I do not have them and neither does he. If this maiden of yours would look through her hiding places, I am sure she would find them. I, Senor Duke, have never been a thief, nor do I intend to be one for the rest of my life, unless God abandons me. This maiden speaks, as she has said, as one enamored, and for that I am not to blame, and so, I have no reason to beg her pardon, or yours, although I implore your excellency to have a better opinion of me, and to once again give me your permission to continue on my way. May God so favor you there, said the Duchess, Senor Don Quixote, that we always hear good reports of your deeds. And go with God, for the longer you tarry, the more you fan the flames in the hearts of the maidens who look upon you. As for this maiden, I shall punish her so that from now on she will not be insolent in her glances or her words. I want you to hear only one more word of mine, O valiant Don Quixote, said Altisidora. I beg your pardon for saying you stole my garters, because by God and my soul, I am wearing them, and I have fallen into the careless error of the man who went looking for the donkey he was riding on. Didn't I say so, said Sancho. I'm the right one to go around hiding stolen things. If I wanted to do that, I could have done it to my heart's content in my governorship. Don Quixote bowed his head in deference to the Duke and Duchess and all the onlookers, and turning Rocinante's reins, and with Sancho riding after him on the grey, he left the castle and followed the road to Zaragoza. Chapter 58, which recounts how so many adventures rained down on Don Quixote that there was hardly room for all of them. When Don Quixote saw himself in the open countryside, free and clear of Altisidora's wooing, it seemed to him that he had returned to his own element, that his spirits had revived and were ready to resume his chivalric pursuits, and turning to Sancho, he said, "Freedom, Sancho, is one of the most precious gifts heaven gave to men. The treasures under the earth and beneath the sea cannot compare to it. For freedom, as well as for honor, one can and should risk one's life, while captivity, on the other hand, is the greatest evil that can befall men. I say this, Sancho, because you have clearly seen the luxury and abundance we have enjoyed in this castle that we are leaving, but in the midst of those flavorful banquets and those drinks as cool as snow, it seemed as if I were suffering the pangs of hunger because I could not enjoy them with the freedom I would have had if they had been mine. The obligations to repay the benefits and kindnesses we have received are bonds that hobble a free spirit. Fortunate is the man to whom heaven has given a piece of bread with no obligation to thank anyone but heaven itself." "In spite of everything," said Sancho, "that your grace has said, it's not right for us to be ungrateful for the 200 gold escudos in a purse that the Duke's steward gave to me and that I wear as a cure and a comfort over my heart, in case of emergencies, for we aren't always going to find castles where they welcome us, we might come across some inns where they beat us instead." The two errants, knight and squire, were engaged in conversations like these when, having traveled a little more than a league, they saw a small green meadow where approximately a dozen men dressed as farmers were sitting and eating on their cloaks, which were spread on the grass. Next to them were what seemed like white sheets covering several objects that were placed at intervals, either standing up straight or lying flat. Don Quixote approached the men who were eating, and after first greeting them courteously, he asked what they had under those cloths. One of them responded, "Señor, under these cloths are wooden images carved in relief for an altarpiece that we're erecting in our village. We carry them covered so they won't be damaged, and on our shoulders so they won't break." "If you would be so kind," responded Don Quixote, "I should like very much to see them, for images that are carried with so much care undoubtedly are good." "Well, of course they are," said another. "They cost enough. The truth is that every one of them costs more than 50 ducados, so that your grace can see the truth of this. Just wait, and your grace will see with your own eyes." And he stood up, stopped eating, and went to remove the covering of the first image, which turned out to be St. George mounted on a horse, a serpent lying coiled at his feet, its mouth run through by a lance, all of it depicted with the customary ferocity. The entire image seemed to glitter like gold, as they say. When he saw it, Don Quixote said, "This was one of the best knights-errant the divine militia ever had. His name was Don St. George I, and he was also a protector of damsels. Let us see this next one." The man uncovered it, and it seemed to be St. Martin astride a horse as he divided his cape with the poor man, and as soon as he saw it, Don Quixote said, "This knight was another Christian seeker of adventures, and I believe he was more generous than brave, as you can see, Sancho, for he is dividing his cape with the poor man and giving him half, and no doubt it must have been winter then, otherwise, he was so charitable he would have given him the entire cape." "That couldn't have been the reason," said Sancho, "but he must have been paying attention to the proverb that says, 'For giving and keeping you need some brains.'" Don Quixote laughed and asked them to remove another cloth, and beneath it was revealed the image of the patron saint of Spain on horseback, his sword stained with blood, riding down Moors and trampling on their heads, and when he saw it, Don Quixote said, "This one certainly is a knight, a member of the squadrons of Christ. His name is St. James the Moorkiller, one of the most valiant saints and knights the world has ever had, and that heaven has now." Then they removed another cloth, and it covered the fall of St. Paul from his horse, with all the details that are usually depicted in images of his conversion. It looked so lifelike that one would say that Christ was speaking and Paul responding. "This," said Don Quixote, "was the greatest enemy the Church of God our Lord had at the time, and the greatest defender it will ever have, a knight-errant in life, and a steadfast saint in death, a tireless worker in the vineyard of the Lord, a teacher of peoples whose school was heaven and whose professor and master was Jesus Christ himself. There were no more images, and so Don Quixote said they should be covered again, and he told the men who were carrying them, "Brothers, I take it as a good omen that I have seen what I have seen here, because these saints and knights professed what I profess, which is the practice of arms. The difference, however, between me and them is that they were saints and fought in the divine manner, and I am a sinner and fight in the human manner. They conquered heaven by force of arms, for the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and so far I do not know what I am conquering by the force of my labors, but if my Dulcinea of Toboso were to be free of the ill she is suffering, thereby improving my fortune and strengthening my judgment, it might be that my feet would travel a better road than the one I follow now." "May God hear and sin be deaf," said Sancho. The men were as baffled by Don Quixote's appearance as they were by his words, for they did not understand half of what he said. They finished their meal, picked up their images, and, taking their leave of Don Quixote, continued on their way. Sancho once again was so amazed at what his master knew, it was as if he had never known him, for it seemed there was no history or event in the world that Don Quixote did not have clearly in mind and fixed in his memory, and Sancho said, "The truth is, Señor Master, that if what happened to us today can be called an adventure, it has been one of the gentlest and sweetest that has happened to us in the course of our wanderings. We've come out of it with no beatings and no fear, and we haven't laid a hand on our swords, or battered the ground with our bodies, or been left hungry. God be praised for allowing me to see such a thing with my own eyes." "What you say is correct, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "but you must realize that not all times are the same, nor do they always follow the same course, and what common people generally call omens, which are not founded on any natural cause, the wise man must consider and judge to be happy events. One of these superstitious men gets up in the morning, leaves his house, happens to meet a friar of the order of the blessed Saint Francis, and as if he had met a griffin, he turns around and returns home. Another Mendoza spills salt on the table, and melancholy spills in his heart, as if nature were obliged to give signs of impending misfortunes with things as trivial as those we have mentioned. A wise Christian should not try to guess what heaven intends to do. When Scipio arrived in Africa, he stumbled as he leaped ashore, and his soldiers considered it an evil omen, but he embraced the ground and said, "You cannot escape me, Africa, because I am holding you tight in my arms." And so, Sancho, having come across these images has been a very happy event for me. "I believe that, too," responded Sancho, "and I'd like your grace to tell me why it is that Spaniards, when they're about to go into battle, invoke that St. James the Moorkiller and say, 'Street Point James, and close Spain.' By some chance is Spain open so that it's necessary to close her, or what ceremony is that? 5. "You are very simple, Sancho," responded Don Quixote. "Remember that God gave this great knight of the Scarlet Cross to Spain to be her patron and protector, especially in the harsh conflicts that the Spaniards have had with the Moors, and so they invoke and call on him as their defender in every battle they fight, and they often have seen him throwing down, trampling, destroying, and killing the squadrons of Hagar. 6 and I could give you many examples of this truth that are recounted in truthful Spanish histories." Sancho changed the subject and said to his master, "I'm amazed, Señor, at the boldness of Altisidora, the Duchess's maiden. She must have been badly wounded and run through by the one they call a Moor. They say he's a little blind boy, and his vision is dim, or, I should say, he's sightless, but if he takes aim at a heart, no matter how small, he hits it with his arrows and runs it through. I've also heard that a maiden's modesty and reserve can make those amorous arrows blunt and dull, but in Altisidora they seem to grow sharper, not duller." "You should know, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "that love shows no restraint, and does not keep within the bounds of reason as it proceeds, and has the same character as death. It attacks the noble palaces of kings as well as the poor huts of shepherds, and when it takes full possession of a heart, the first thing it does is to take away fear and shame. Lacking them, Altisidora declared her desires, which gave rise in my bosom to more confusion than compassion." "What notable cruelty," said Sancho. "What blaring ingratitude! For me, I can say that at her smallest word of love I'd surrender and submit. Whoreson, What a heart of marble you have, and a will of bronze, and a soul of mortar. But I can't think what this maiden saw in your grace that made her surrender and submit like that. What grace, what elegance, what charm, what face, each thing by itself or all of them together, made her fall in love? Because to tell you the truth, I often stop to look at your grace from the tips of your toes to the last hair on your head, and I see more things to drive her away than to make her fall in love. I've also heard that beauty is the first and principal quality that makes people love, and since your grace doesn't have any, I don't know what the poor maiden fell in love with. You should know, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, that there are two kinds of beauty, one of the soul and the other of the body. That of the soul is found and seen in one's understanding, chastity, virtuous behavior, liberality, and good breeding, and all of these qualities can exist and reside in an ugly man, and when a person looks at this beauty, and not at that of the body, an intense and advantageous love is engendered. I see very clearly, Sancho, that I am not handsome, but I also know that I am not deformed. It is enough for a virtuous man not to be a monster to be well loved, if he has the endowments of the soul which I have mentioned to you. As they were having this conversation, they entered a forest that was to the side of the road, and suddenly, before he was aware of it, Don Quixote found himself caught in some nets of green string that were stretched from tree to tree. Unable to imagine what this might be, he said to Sancho, "It seems to me, Sancho, that the reason for these nets must be one of the strangest adventures anyone could imagine. By my soul, the enchanters who pursue me must want to entangle me in them and stop my journey in order to avenge the severity I showed Altisidora. Well, I can assure them that even if these nets were made not of green string but of the hardest diamonds, or were stronger than the net with which the jealous god of blacksmiths seven trapped Venus and Mars, I would break them as if they were made of reeds or cotton threads." And when he attempted to step forward and break the nets, suddenly there appeared before him, coming out from among the trees, two extremely beautiful shepherdesses. At least, they were dressed as shepherdesses, except that their jackets and skirts were made of fine brocade. Their skirts were made of rich moire shot with gold. Their hair, so blonde it rivaled the rays of the sun, hung loose down their backs and was crowned with garlands woven of green laurel and red amaranth. Their age, apparently, was no less than 15 and no more than 18. This was a sight that amazed Sancho, astounded Don Quixote, made the sun stop in its course to see them, and held all four of them in stunned silence. Finally, the person who spoke first was one of the two shepherdesses, who said to Don Quixote, "Step back, Señor Knight, and do not break the nets that are stretched there not to harm you but for our entertainment, and because I know you will ask why they are hung there and who we are, I want to tell you briefly. In a village about 2 leagues from here, where there are many well-born people, and many rich nobles, it was agreed among a good number of friends and relatives that their sons, wives, daughters, neighbors, friends, and relatives would come to enjoy this spot, which is one of the most pleasant in the entire region, and that all of us would create a second pastoral Arcadia, 8 the girls dressing as shepherdesses and the boys as shepherds. We've studied 2 eclogues, one by the famous poet Garcilaso and the other by the excellent Camões, 9 in his own Portuguese language, neither of which we have performed yet. Yesterday was the first day we spent here. We put up some tents, they say they're called field tents, along the banks of a large stream that waters all these meadows. Last night we stretched these nets between the trees to deceive the simple little birds that we frightened deliberately with our noise so they would fly into them. If, Señor, you would like to be our guest, you will be treated generously and courteously, for now no sorrow or melancholy must enter this place." She stopped speaking and said no more, and Don Quixote responded, "Certainly, most beautiful lady." Actaeon 10 could not have been more astonished or amazed when he suddenly saw Diana bathing in the waters than I am at the sight of your beauty. I praise the subject of your entertainments, and I am grateful for your offer, and if I can serve both of you, with the certainty that you will be obeyed you can command me, because my profession is none other than to show that I am grateful and a benefactor to all manner of people, especially the well-born, which your persons represent, and if these nets, which occupy only a small space, were to occupy the entire globe, I would seek new worlds where I could pass through without breaking them. So that you will give some credence to my exaggeration, you should know that the promise, at least, is made by Don Quixote of La Mancha, in the event this name has reached your ears." "Oh, my dear friend," the other shepherdess said then. What good fortune for us! Do you see this gentleman in front of us? Well, let me tell you that he is the most valiant, and most enamored, and most courteous knight in the world, if a history of his deeds which is in print, and which I have read, does not lie to us and deceive us. I'll wager that this man with him is a certain Sancho Panza, his squire, whose comical remarks no one can equal. It's true, said Sancho, I'm the comical fellow and the squire, just as your grace has said, and this gentleman is my master, the historied Don Quixote of La Mancha you've mentioned. Oh, said the other girl. Dear friend, let's ask him to stay, for our parents and brothers and sisters will enjoy that so much. I've heard about his courage and grace, too, just as you've described them, and they say especially that he's the most steadfast and loyal lover who ever lived, and that his lady is a certain Dulcinea of Toboso, known to be the most beautiful woman in all of Spain. And with reason, said Don Quixote, unless your peerless beauty calls that into question. Do not weary yourselves, señoras, in trying to detain me, because the obligatory demands of my profession do not allow me to rest very long in one place. Just then a brother of one of the shepherdesses came to the spot where the four of them were, and he too was dressed as a shepherd, as richly and elegantly as the two girls, who told him that the man with them was the valiant Don Quixote of La Mancha and the other was his squire, Sancho, both of whom he already knew about because he had read their history. The charming shepherd paid his compliments and asked the knight to accompany him to his tents, and Don Quixote finally had to agree. At this point the beaters arrived, and the nets were filled with a variety of small birds that were deceived by the color of the nets and fell into the very danger they were fleeing. More than 30 people gathered in that place, all of them splendidly dressed as shepherds and shepherdesses, and in a moment all of them knew who Don Quixote and his squire were, which pleased them a great deal because they already knew about the two of them from their history. They went to the tents and found the tables richly, abundantly, and immaculately laid. They honored Don Quixote by seating him at the head, and everyone looked at him and was amazed to see him. Finally, when the tables had been cleared, Don Quixote very calmly raised his voice and said, Although some may say pride is the greatest sin men commit, I say it is ingratitude, for I am guided by the adage that says hell is filled with the ungrateful. This sin is one I have attempted to flee, as much as it was possible for me to do so, since I first reached the age of reason. If I cannot repay the good deeds done for me with other deeds, in their place I put the desire I have to perform them, and if that is not enough, I proclaim those good deeds far and wide, because the person who tells about and proclaims the good deeds that have been performed on his behalf would also recompense them with other deeds if he could, because most of the time those who receive are subordinate to those who give. Therefore God is above us all, because he gives to us all, and the gifts of man cannot be compared to those of God, for they are separated by an infinite distance. This paucity and dearth, in a certain sense, can be made up for by gratitude. And I, grateful for the kindness shown to me here, and not being able to correspond in kind, for I am restrained by the narrow limitations of my means, offer what little I can and am able to do. And so I say that I shall maintain for 2 whole days, in the middle of the king's highway to Zaragoza, that these damsels, the feigned shepherdesses here present, are the most beautiful and courteous maidens in the world, excepting only the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso, the sole lady of my thoughts. With no offense intended to all the gentlemen and ladies who hear me. Upon hearing this, Sancho, who had been listening very attentively, gave a great shout, saying, Is it possible that there are persons in the world who dare to say and swear that my master is crazy? Your graces, señor shepherds, tell me, is there a village priest, no matter how intelligent and educated, who can say what my master has said, or a knight-errant, no matter how famous for courage, who can offer what my master has offered here? Don Quixote turned to Sancho, his face ablaze with anger, and said, Is it possible, O Sancho, that there is anyone in the whole wide world who can say you are not a dolt, lined with doltishness and trimmed with a certain wickedness and malice? Who has asked you to mind my business or determine if I am intelligent or a fool? Be quiet, and do not answer me, but saddle Rocinante if he is unsaddled, and let us go to put my offer into effect, for with the rightness of my cause, you can consider all who might wish to contradict it as already vanquished. And with great fury and signs of anger, he rose from his seat, leaving the onlookers perplexed, wondering if they should consider him as mad or sane. Finally, they attempted to persuade him not to issue the challenge, for they considered his gratitude well known, and there was no need for further proofs of his valiant spirit since the ones alluded to in the history of his deeds were more than enough. Yet despite all this, Don Quixote carried out his intention, and sitting on Rocinante, his shield on his arm and his lance in his hand, he placed himself in the middle of a king's highway not far from the green meadow. Sancho followed him on his grey, along with all the people in the pastoral flock, for they wished to see how far his arrogant and unparalleled offer would go. When Don Quixote was situated in the middle of the road, as I have already told you, he pierced the air with these words: "O you travelers and wayfarers, knights and squires, those on foot and those on horseback who pass or will pass along this road during the next 2 days. Know that Don Quixote of La Mancha, knight-errant, is here to maintain that of all the beauty and courtesy in the world, none is greater than that found in the nymphs who inhabit these meadows and forests, putting to one side the lady of my soul, Dulcinea of Toboso. Therefore whoever holds a contrary opinion, let him come forward, I wait for him here." Twice he repeated these same words, and twice they were not heard by any seeker of adventures, but Fortune, who was directing his affairs from one success to another, ordained that in a little while there would appear on the road a crowd of men on horseback, many of them with lances in their hands, riding very close together, in some confusion and in great haste. As soon as those who were with Don Quixote saw them, they turned and moved a good distance from the road, knowing that if they waited, they could be in danger. Only Don Quixote, with an intrepid heart, stayed where he was, and Sancho Panza took cover behind Rocinante's hindquarters. The troop of lancers approached, and one of them, who was riding at their head, began to shout at Don Quixote, saying, "Move aside, you devil, or these bulls will trample you to death." "Ha, you rabble," responded Don Quixote. "What do I care for bulls, even if they are the fiercest bred on the banks of the Jarama? Confess, you villains, that what I have proclaimed here is true, without knowing what it is, and if you do not, you will have to contend with me." The herder had no time to respond, and Don Quixote had no time to move away, even if he had wanted to, and the crowd of fierce bulls and tame lead oxen, and the multitude of herders and other people who were taking them to a town where they would fight the next day, passed over Don Quixote, and over Sancho, Rocinante, and the Grey, knocking them all down and sending them rolling along the ground. Sancho was left bruised, Don Quixote stunned, the donkey battered, and Rocinante none too sound. But, finally, they all got to their feet, and Don Quixote, stumbling here and falling there, began to run as fast as he could after the herd of bulls, shouting, "Stop, wait, you villainous rabble! A single knight awaits you, one who does not concur or agree with those who say that one should build a silver bridge for the enemy who flees." But not even this could stop the speeding runners, and they paid no more attention to his threats than to the clouds of yesteryear. Exhaustion stopped Don Quixote, and more vexed than avenged, he sat down by the side of the road, waiting for Sancho, Rocinante, and the Grey to reach him. They did, and master and servant remounted, and without returning to take their leave of the feigned or counterfeit Arcadia, and with more shame than pleasure, they continued on their way. Chapter 59, which recounts an extraordinary incident that befell Don Quixote and can be considered an adventure. The dust and weariness that Don Quixote and Sancho took away with them from their encounter with the discourteous bulls was alleviated by a clear, fresh spring that they found in a cool grove of trees, and the two of them, the fatigued master and servant, sat at its edge, leaving the Grey and Rocinante free, without bridle or bit. Sancho turned to the provisions in his saddlebags and took out what he liked to call his feed. He rinsed his mouth, and Don Quixote washed his face, and this refreshment helped to revive their discouraged spirits. Don Quixote did not eat out of pure sorrow, and Sancho did not dare to touch the food before him out of pure courtesy, for he was waiting for his master to take the first mouthful, but seeing him so lost in thought that he forgot to raise the bread to his mouth, Sancho did not open his to speak, and violating every rule of good manners, he began to pack his stomach with the bread and cheese that were in front of him. "Eat, Sancho my friend," said Don Quixote, "sustain life, which matters to you more than to me, and let me die at the hands of my thoughts and by means of my misfortunes. I, Sancho, was born to live by dying, and you to die by eating, so you can see that I am telling you the truth in this regard. Consider me, printed in histories, famous in the practice of arms, courteous in my actions, respected by princes, wooed by maidens, and when I expected the palms, triumphs, and crowns that were earned and deserved by my valorous deeds, I have seen myself this morning trampled and kicked and bruised by the feet of filthy and unclean animals. This thought dulls my teeth, blunts my molars, numbs my hands, and completely takes away my desire for food, and so I think I shall let myself die of hunger, the cruelest of all deaths. That means, said Sancho, not stopping his rapid chewing, that your grace doesn't agree with the proverb that says, let Marta die but keep her belly full. I, at least, don't plan to kill myself. Instead, I plan to do what the shoemaker does when he pulls on the leather with his teeth and stretches it until it reaches as far as he wants. I'll stretch my life by eating until it reaches the end that heaven has arranged for it. You should know, Señor, that there's no greater madness than wanting to despair, the way your grace does. Believe me, after you eat something, you should sleep a little on the green feather bed of this grass, and you'll see that when you wake up you'll feel much relieved. Don Quixote complied, thinking that Sancho's words were those of a philosopher, not a fool, and he said to him, if you, Sancho, would do for me what I shall tell you now, my relief will be more certain and my sorrows not as great, and it is that while I sleep, following your advice, you ought to move a little distance from here, and expose your flesh, and with Rocinante's reins give yourself 300 or 400 of the 3,000 odd lashes you must give yourself in order to disenchant Dulcinea, for it is no small shame that the poor lady is still enchanted because of your thoughtlessness and neglect. There is a good deal to say about that, said Sancho. For now, let's both sleep, and later God will decide what will happen. Your grace should know that a man whipping himself in cold blood is a very harsh matter, especially if the lashes fall on a body that is badly nourished and underfed. Let my lady Dulcinea be patient, and when she least expects it she'll see me riddled with lashes. Everything's life until we die. I still have mine, along with the desire to keep my promise. Don Quixote thanked him and ate something, and Sancho ate a great deal, and both of them lay down to sleep, leaving Rocinante and the Grey, the two constant companions and friends, free to wander wherever they chose to graze on the plentiful grass that abounded in the meadow. They awoke rather late and remounted and continued on their way, riding quickly in order to reach an inn that seemed to be about a league away. I say it was an inn because that is what Don Quixote called it, in contrast with his usual custom of calling all inns castles. And so they reached the inn and asked the landlord if there was lodging. The answer was yes, with all the comfort and luxury that one could find in Zaragoza. They dismounted, and Sancho put his provisions away in a room to which the landlord gave him the key. He led the animals to the stable, gave them their fodder, went out to see what orders Don Quixote, who was sitting on a stone bench built into the wall, might have for him, and gave particular thanks to heaven because the inn had not seemed like a castle to his master. The time for supper arrived, and they withdrew to their room. Sancho asked the landlord what he had for supper. The landlord responded that he could have anything and could ask for whatever he wanted. The inn was stocked with the birds of the air, the fowl of the earth, and the fish of the sea. There's no need for so much, responded Sancho. If you roast a couple of chickens for us, we'll have enough, because my master is delicate and doesn't eat a lot, and I'm not much of a glutton. The landlord responded that he did not have any chickens because the hawks had devoured them all. Well, Señor Landlord, said Sancho, have them roast a pullet, if it's tender. A pullet? Good Lord, responded the landlord. The truth of the matter is that yesterday I sent 50 to be sold in the city, but, except for pullets, your grace can order whatever you want. Then that means, said Sancho, that you have plenty of veal or goat. For the moment, there's none in the house, responded the landlord, because it's all gone, but next week there'll be plenty. That does us a lot of good, responded Sancho. I'll wager that everything you don't have can be made up for by all the eggs and bacon you do have. By God, responded the landlord, that's a nice sense of humor my guest has. I already told you I don't have pullets or chickens, and now you want me to have eggs? Talk about some other delicacies, if you like, and stop asking for chickens. "Let's settle this, for God's sake," said Sancho, "and tell me once and for all what you do have, and enough talking, señor landlord." "What I really and truly have are 2 cows' heels that seem like calves' feet, or 2 calves' feet that seem like cows' heels. They're stewed with chickpeas, onions, and bacon, and right now they're saying, 'Eat me. Eat me.' Right now I mark them as mine," said Sancho, "and don't let anybody touch them. I'll pay a better price for them than anybody else, because as far as I'm concerned nothing could taste any better, and it's all the same to me whether they're calves' feet or cows' heels." "Nobody will touch them," said the innkeeper, "because the other guests I have are so highborn they brought their own cook and steward, and their own provisions." "If it's highborn you want," said Sancho, "there's nobody better than my master, but his profession doesn't allow any butlers or wine stewards. We just lie down in the middle of a meadow and eat our fill of acorns and medlar fruit." This was the conversation that Sancho had with the innkeeper. Sancho did not want to answer any of his questions, for he had already asked about his master's profession or office. The time for supper arrived. Don Quixote returned to his room, the landlord brought in the olla full of stew, and Don Quixote sat down to eat very deliberately. It seems that in the next room, which was separated from his only by a thin partition, Don Quixote heard someone say, "By heaven, Señor Don Geronimo, while they bring in our supper, let us read another chapter of the second part of Don Quixote of La Mancha." As soon as Don Quixote heard his name, he stood and listened very carefully to what they were saying about him, and he heard the man called Don Geronimo respond, "Señor Don Juan, why does your grace want us to read this nonsense? Whoever has read the first part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha cannot possibly derive any pleasure from reading this second part." "Even so," said Don Juan, "it would be nice to read it because there's no book so bad that it doesn't have something good in it. What I dislike the most in this one is that it depicts Don Quixote as having fallen out of love with Dulcinea of Toboso. 1. When he heard this, Don Quixote, full of wrath and fury, raised his voice and said, "If anyone says that Don Quixote of La Mancha has forgotten or ever can forget Dulcinea of Toboso, I shall make him understand with the most steadfast arms that he is very far from the truth, because the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso cannot be forgotten, nor does forgetting have any place in Don Quixote, for his coat of arms is constancy and his profession is to preserve it gently, and without force of any kind." "Who is answering us?" came the response from the next room. "Who can it be," responded Sancho, "but Don Quixote of La Mancha himself, who will carry out everything he said, and even what he might say? For the man who pays his debts doesn't worry about guarantees." As soon as Sancho said this, 2 gentlemen, for that is what they seemed to be, came in through the door of the room, and one of them threw his arms around Don Quixote's neck and said, "Your presence cannot give the lie to your name, nor can your name not vouch for your presence. There is no doubt, Señor, that you are the true Don Quixote of La Mancha, the pole star and guiding light of knight-errantry, notwithstanding and despite one who has wanted to usurp your name and annihilate your deeds, as the author of this book, which I give to you now, has done." And he placed a book in his hands, which his companion had been carrying. Don Quixote accepted it and without saying a word began to leaf through it, and in a little while he returned it, saying, "In this short perusal I have found 3 things in this author that are worthy of reprimand. The first is some words that I have read in the prologue. 2. The second is that the language is Aragonese, because sometimes he writes without articles. 3. The third, which confirms his ignorance, is that he strays and deviates from the truth in the most important part of the history, because he says that the wife of my squire, Sancho Panza, is named Mari Gutierrez, which is incorrect, for her name is Teresa Panza. For if he errs in something so important, it is reasonable to fear that he will err in everything else." To which Sancho said, "That's a nice thing in a historian. He must certainly know all about us if he calls my wife Mari Gutierrez instead of Teresa Panza. Look at the book again, Señor, and see if I'm in it, and if he's changed my name." "From what I have heard you say, my friend," said Don Geronimo, "you undoubtedly are Sancho Panza, the squire to Señor Don Quixote." "Yes, I am," responded Sancho, "and proud of it." Well, by my faith, said the gentleman, this modern author does not treat you with the decency you demonstrate in your person. He depicts you as gluttonous, and simple-minded, and not at all amusing, and very different from the Sancho described in the first part of the history of your master. 5. May God forgive him, said Sancho. He should have left me in my corner and forgotten about me, because you shouldn't play music unless you know how, and St. Peter's just fine in Rome. The two gentlemen asked Don Quixote to come into their room and have supper with them, for they knew very well that the inn did not have food worthy of his person. Don Quixote, who was always courteous, agreed to their request and had supper with them, and Sancho was left with the power of life and death and absolute jurisdiction over the Alia. He sat at the head of the table, along with the innkeeper, who was no less fond than Sancho of feet and heels. In the course of their supper, Don Juan asked Don Quixote if he had news of Señora Dulcinea of Toboso, if she had married, or given birth, or was pregnant, or if she was still a virgin and remembered, within the bounds of her modesty and decorum, the amorous thoughts of Señor Don Quixote. To which he responded, Dulcinea is a virgin, and my thoughts are more constant than ever, our communications, as barren as always, her beauty, transformed into that of a crude peasant. And then he recounted, point by point, the enchantment of Señora Dulcinea and what had happened to him in the cave of Montesinos, along with the instructions the wise Merlin had given him on how to disenchant her, which had to do with Sancho's lashes. The two gentlemen were exceedingly happy to hear Don Quixote relate the strange events of his history, and they were as amazed by the nonsensical things he said as by the elegant manner in which he said them. Here they considered him intelligent, and there he seemed to slip into foolishness, and they could not determine where precisely to place him between intelligence and madness. Sancho finished eating, and leaving the innkeeper looking like an X6, he went to the room where his master was having supper, and when he entered he said, By my soul, señors, I don't think the author of this book that your graces have wants to get along with me, since he calls me a glutton, as your graces say. I wouldn't want him to call me a drunkard, too. He does say that, said Don Geronimo, but I don't remember precisely how, although I do know that his words are offensive, and false as well, as I can see by the physiognomy of the good Sancho here present. Believe me, your graces, said Sancho, the Sancho and the Don Quixote in that history are not the ones who appear in the history composed by Cide Hamete Benengeli, the ones who are us. My master is valiant, intelligent, and in love, and I'm simple, amusing, and not a glutton or a drunkard. I believe that, said Don Juan, and if it were possible, I would order that no one could dare to deal with the affairs of the great Don Quixote except Cide Hamete, the first author, just as Alexander the Great ordered that no one could dare paint his portrait except Apelles. Let anyone who wishes to, said Don Quixote, portray me, but not mistreat me, for patience often falters when it is loaded down with injuries. No injury, said Don Juan, can be done to Señor Don Quixote that he cannot avenge, if he does not ward it off with the shield of his patience, which, in my opinion, is strong and great. They spent a good part of the night in these and other similar conversations, and although Don Juan wanted Don Quixote to read more of the book in order to hear his comments, he would not be persuaded, saying he considered that he had read it, and confirmed that all of it was foolish, and if it happened to come to the attention of the author that he had held it in his hands, he did not want him to celebrate the idea that Don Quixote had read it, for one's thoughts must eschew obscene and indecent things, as must one's eyes. They asked him where he had decided to travel. He responded to Zaragoza, to take part in the justs for the suit of armor that are held in the city every year. Don Juan told him that in the new history, the account of how Don Quixote, or whoever he was, ran at the ring 7 was lacking in invention, poor in letters, 8 and very poor in liveries, 9 though rich in stupidities. For this very reason, responded Don Quixote, I shall not set foot in Zaragoza, and in this way I shall proclaim the lies of this modern historian to the world, and then people will see that I am not the Don Quixote he says I am. That would be very wise, said Don Geronimo. There are other justs in Barcelona, where Señor Don Quixote will be able to prove his valor. I intend to do that, said Don Quixote, and if your graces will permit me, it is time for me to go to bed, and I hope you will consider and count me among your greatest friends and servants.
"And me too," said Sancho. "Maybe I'll be good for something."
With this they took their leave, and Don Quixote and Sancho withdrew to their room, leaving Don Juan and Don Geronimo astonished by the mixture of intelligence and madness they had seen and convinced that these were the true Don Quixote and Sancho, not the ones described by the Aragonese author. Don Quixote awoke at dawn, and knocking on the wall of their room, he said goodbye to his supper hosts. Sancho paid the innkeeper very generously and advised him to praise the provisions of his inn a little less or to keep it better supplied.
Chapter 60. Concerning what befell Don Quixote on his way to Barcelona.
The morning was cool, and it showed signs of remaining cool for the rest of the day when Don Quixote left the inn, first having learned the most direct road to Barcelona that avoided Zaragoza. So great was his desire to prove that the new historian, who, they said, had so maligned him, was a liar. As it happened, in more than 6 days nothing occurred that was worth recording, but then, at the end of that time, when he had wandered away from the road, night overtook him in a thick stand of oak or cork trees. In this instance, Cide Hamete does not honor the exactitude he usually observes in such matters. Master and servant climbed down from their mounts, and leaning against the tree trunks, Sancho, who had eaten that afternoon, allowed himself to rush headlong through the doors of sleep, but Don Quixote, whose imagination kept him awake much more than hunger did, could not close his eyes. Instead, his thoughts wandered back and forth through 1,000 different places. Now he seemed to find himself in the cave of Montesinos, then he saw Dulcinea, transformed into a peasant, leaping onto the back of her donkey. Next the words of the wise Merlin resounded in his ears, telling him the conditions that had to be met and the tasks that had to be completed in order to disenchant Dulcinea. He despaired to see the carelessness and lack of charity in Sancho his squire, who, he believed, had given himself only 5 lashes, a painfully small quantity considering the infinite number he still had to administer, and this caused him so much grief and anger that he reasoned in this fashion. If Alexander the Great cut the Gordian knot, saying, "It does not matter if it is cut or untied," and that did not keep him from being the universal lord of all Asia, then in the disenchantment of Dulcinea it might not matter if I whip Sancho against his will, for if the condition of this remedy is that Sancho receives some 3,000 lashes, what difference does it make to me if he administers them himself or if another does, since the essence of the matter is that he receive them,
regardless of where they come from?
With this thought in mind he approached Sancho, having first taken Rocinante's reins and arranged them so that he could use them as a whip, and began to remove the cords that held up Sancho's breeches, although it is believed he had them only in front. But no sooner had Don Quixote come up to him than Sancho started, fully awake, and said, "What is it? Who's touching me and untying my cords?"
"I am," responded Don Quixote.
"I have come to make up for your failings and to put an end to my travails. I have come to whip you, Sancho, and to discharge, in part, the debt you have assumed. Dulcinea perishes, you live in negligence, I die of desire, and so, expose yourself of your own free will, for mine is to give you at least 2,000 lashes in this solitary place." "Oh, no," said Sancho, "your grace had better stand still, if not, by the true God, even the deaf will hear us. The lashes I promised to give myself must be voluntary, not given by force, and now I don't feel like lashing myself. It's enough for me to give your grace my word to flog and thrash myself as soon as I feel that desire." "It must not be left to your courtesy, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "because you have a hard heart, and although you are a peasant, your flesh is tender." And so he attempted and struggled to untie the cords, seeing which Sancho Panza got to his feet, rushed at his master in a fury, and tripped him so that he fell to the ground and lay there face up. Sancho placed his right knee on his chest, and with his hands he held down his master's hands, not allowing him to move and barely permitting him to breathe. Don Quixote said to him, "What, you traitor? You dare to raise your hand against your natural lord and master? You presume to defy the person who gives you your bread?" "I depose no king, I impose no king," responded Sancho, "but I'll help myself, for I'm my own lord. Point one, promise me, your grace, that you'll stay where you are, and won't try to whip me now, and I'll let you go and set you free. If not, oh, here you will die, you traitor enemy of Dona Sancha." 2. Don Quixote promised and swore by his life and thoughts not to touch a thread of Sancho's clothing and to leave the administering of the lashes entirely to his free will and desire. Sancho got up and moved a good distance away, and as he was about to lean against another tree, he felt something graze his head, and he raised his hands and touched 2 feet in shoes and stockings. He trembled with fear and hurried to another tree, where the same thing happened. He shouted, calling for Don Quixote to help him. Don Quixote approached, asking what had happened and why he was afraid, and Sancho responded that all the trees were filled with human feet and legs. Don Quixote touched them and soon realized what they might be, and he said to Sancho, "There is no need for you to be afraid, because these feet and legs that you touch but do not see undoubtedly belong to outlaws and bandits who have been hanged from these trees, for in this region the law usually hangs them when it catches them, in groups of 20 or 30, which leads me to think I must be close to Barcelona." 3. And the truth was just as he had imagined it. They looked up, apparently, and saw the bodies of bandits hanging from the branches of those trees. Just then dawn broke, and if the dead men had startled them, they were no less distressed by the more than 40 live bandits who suddenly surrounded them, telling them in Catalan to stand still and be quiet until their captain arrived. Don Quixote found himself on foot, his horse unbridled, his lance leaning against a tree, in short, with no defenses at all, and so he considered it the wisest course to fold his hands, bow his head, and wait for a better occasion and opportunity. The bandits quickly looked over the grey and left nothing in the saddlebags and traveling case. It was Sancho's good fortune that he carried the Duke's escudos and the ones he had brought from home tightly bound in a sash he wore around his stomach, and even so, those good people would have searched and dug down to what he had hidden between his skin and his flesh if their captain had not arrived at that point. He seemed to be about 34 years old and was robust, of more than medium height, with a solemn gaze and a dark complexion. He was riding a powerful horse, wearing a hauberk and carrying 4 pistols, which in that country are called pedronales, 5 at his sides. He saw that his squires, the name given to those who engage in this practice, were about to strip Sancho Panza. He ordered them to stop and was obeyed instantly, and so the sash escaped. He was surprised to see a lance leaning against a tree, a shield on the ground, and a pensive Don Quixote in armor, with a face sadder and more melancholy than anything sadness itself could fashion. He went up to him, saying, "Do not be so sad, my good man, for you have not fallen into the hands of some cruel Osiris, 6, but into those of Roque Guinart, 7, and his are more compassionate than severe." "My sadness," responded Don Quixote, "is not that I have fallen into your hands, O valorous Roque, whose fame reaches far beyond the borders of your land, but because my negligence was so great that your soldiers found me unprepared, when I am obliged, according to the order of knight-errantry which I profess, to be constantly on the alert, and at all hours to serve as my own sentinel, because I assure you, O great Roque, that if they had found me on my horse, with my lance and shield, it would not have been very easy for them to defeat me, for I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, he whose exploits are known all over the world." Then Roque Guinart realized that Don Quixote's infirmity was closer to madness than to valor, and although he had heard about him on occasion, he never had considered his deeds to be true, for he could not convince himself that this kind of humor could control the heart of a man. He was extremely pleased to have encountered him and therefore touch in proximity what he had heard about at a distance, and so he said, "Valorous knight, do not be indignant or consider the circumstance in which you find yourself sinister. It may be that by means of these difficulties your tortuous fortunes will be set straight, for heaven, by strange, inconceivable turnings which men cannot imagine, tends to raise the fallen and enrich the poor." Don Quixote was about to thank him when at their backs they heard a noise that sounded like a troop of horses, but it was only one, ridden in a fury by a young man who seemed to be about 20 years old and was dressed in green damask breeches and coat, both trimmed in gold, a plumed hat worn at an angle, close-fitting waxed boots, spurs, a golden dagger and a sword, a small flintlock in his hand, and 2 pistols at his sides. At the sound Roque turned his head and saw this beautiful figure, who rode up to him and said, "I have come looking for you, O valorous Roque, to find in you if not a remedy, at least relief for my misfortune, and so as not to keep you in suspense, because I know you have not recognized me, I want to tell you who I am. I am Claudia Geronima, daughter of Simone Forte, your dear friend and the particular enemy of Clochel Torellis, who is also your enemy because he belongs to the faction that opposes you. 8. And you already know that this Torellis has a son named Don Vicente Torellis, or at least, that was his name 2 hours ago. To make the story of my misfortune short, I shall tell you briefly the grief he has caused me. He saw me and flattered me, I listened to him and fell in love, behind my father's back, because there is no woman, no matter how secluded her life and no matter how modest her nature, who does not have more than enough time to execute and put into effect her transgressive desires. In short, he promised to be my husband, and I gave him my word that I would be his wife, though we did not pass beyond that into actions. I learned yesterday that he had forgotten what he owed me and was marrying another. The wedding was to take place this morning, a piece of news that troubled my judgment and put an end to my patience. Since my father was away, I put on these clothes that you see, and rode this horse at a gallop until I overtook Don Vicente about a league from here, and not bothering to complain, or to listen to excuses, I fired this flintlock at him, and these 2 pistols as well, and I believe I must have put more than 2 bullets in his body, opening doors through which my honor, mixed with his blood, could pour out. I left him there with his servants, who did not dare to, or could not, defend him. I have come to find you so that you can get me across the border into France, where I have kinfolk with whom to live, and also to implore you to defend my father so that Don Vicente's many supporters will not dare wreak a terrible vengeance on him. Roque, marveling at the lovely Claudia's gallantry, courage, beautiful appearance, and remarkable story, said, "Come, Senora, and let us see if your enemy is dead, and then we shall see what it is best for you to do." Don Quixote, who had been listening attentively to what Claudia said and how Roque Guinart responded, said, "No one need bother to defend this lady, for I take that responsibility as mine. Give me my horse and my arms, and wait for me here, and I shall find this knight and, whether he is dead or alive, I shall oblige him to keep the promise he made to such great beauty." "Nobody should doubt that," said Sancho, "because my master is a very good-hand at matchmaking. Not many days ago he obliged another man to marry who had also denied his promise to another maiden, and if it wasn't because the enchanters who pursue him changed that man's real face into a footman's, by now that maiden would no longer be one." Roque, who was more concerned with thinking about what had happened to the beautiful Claudia than with the words of master and servant, did not hear them, and after ordering his squires to return to Sancho everything they had taken from the Grey, he also ordered them to withdraw to the place where they had spent the night, and then he galloped away with Claudia to find the wounded or dead Don Vicente. They reached the place where Claudia had met him and found nothing there except recently spilled blood, but they looked all around and saw some people climbing a hill, and they assumed, which was the truth, that it must be Don Vicente, dead or alive, carried by his servants to be healed or buried. They hurried to reach them, and since they were climbing slowly, this was an easy matter. They found Don Vicente in the arms of his servants, imploring in a faint and feeble voice that they leave him there to die, because the pain of his wounds would not permit him to go any farther. Claudia and Roque leaped from their horses and approached him. The servants were frightened at the presence of Roque, and Claudia was disquieted at the sight of Don Vicente, and with a mixture of compassion and harshness she went up to him, grasped his hands, and said, "If you had given me these and abided by our agreement, this never would have happened to you." The wounded gentleman opened his half-closed eyes, and recognizing Claudia, he said, "I see clearly, beautiful and deceived lady, that you were the one who killed me, a punishment I did not deserve or merit, for neither with my desires nor my actions did I ever wish or intend to offend you." "Then, isn't it true," said Claudia, "that this morning you were going to marry Leonora, the daughter of the wealthy Balvastro?" "No, certainly not," responded Don Vicente. "My ill fortune must have brought you that news so that you, in jealousy, would take my life, but since I leave it in your hands and arms, I consider my luck to be good. And in order to assure yourself that this is true, press my hand and accept me as your husband, if you like, for I have no greater satisfaction to give you for the injury you think you have received from me." Claudia pressed his hand, and her own heart felt pressed, causing her to faint onto the bloody bosom of Don Vicente, who was shaken by a mortal paroxysm.
Roque was bewildered and did not know what to do.
The servants hurried to find water to sprinkle on the lovers' faces, and they brought some and bathed their faces with it. Claudia recovered from her swoon, but not Don Vicente from his paroxysm, because his life had ended. Seeing this, Claudia realized that her sweet husband was no longer alive, and she pierced the air with sighs, wounded the heavens with lamentations, tore her hair and threw it into the wind, scratched her face with her own hands, and showed all the signs of sorrow and grief that could be imagined in a wounded heart. "O cruel and thoughtless woman," she said, "how easily you were moved to act upon so evil a thought. O raging power of jealousy, to what a desperate end you led one who sheltered you in her bosom. O husband of mine, because you were loved by me, your unfortunate fate has brought you from the nuptial bed to the grave." Claudia's lamentations were so sad that they brought tears to Roque's eyes, which were not accustomed to shed them under any circumstances. The servants wept, Claudia fainted over and over again, and the area around them seemed to be a field of sorrow and a place of misfortune. Finally Roque Guinart ordered the servants to carry Don Vicente's body to his father's house, which was nearby, for burial. Claudia told Roque that she wanted to go to a convent where an aunt of hers was abbess, and there she intended to end her days in the company of a better, and an eternal, husband. Roque praised her good intention and offered to accompany her wherever she wished and to defend her father against Don Vicente's kin, and anyone else, if they tried to injure him. On no account did Claudia wish his company, and after thanking him for his offers with the best words she knew, she took her leave of him in tears. Don Vicente's servants carried away his body, and Roque returned to his people, and so ended the love story of Claudia Geronima. But what other ending could it have if the threads of her pitiable tale were woven by the invincible and cruel forces of jealousy? Roque Guinart found his squires in the place where he had ordered them to wait. Don Quixote was with them, mounted on Rocinante and speaking to them in an attempt to persuade them to abandon a mode of life so dangerous for both the soul and the body, but since most of them were Gascons, 9 a crude and unruly people, they were not particularly influenced by Don Quixote's discourse. When Roque arrived, he asked Sancho Panza if his men had returned and restored to him the gems and jewels they had taken from the Grey. Sancho responded that they had, but he was missing 3 nightcaps that were worth 3 cities. "Man, what are you saying?" said one of the outlaws. "I have them, and they're not worth 3 reals. "That is true," said Don Quixote, "but my squire values them in the manner he is said because of the person who gave them to me." Roque Guinart commanded that they be returned immediately, and after ordering his men into a line, he said that all the clothing, jewels, and money, everything they had stolen since the last distribution, should be placed in front of them, and after quickly making an estimate and setting aside what could not be divided and reducing it to money, 10 he distributed goods to his entire company with so much equity and prudence that he adhered absolutely to distributive justice and gave no one too much or too little. When this had been concluded, and everyone was content, satisfied, and well paid, Roque said to Don Quixote, "If one were not scrupulous with these men, there would be no way to live with them." To which Sancho said, "According to what I've seen here, justice is so great a good that it's necessary to use it even among thieves." One of the squires heard this, and he raised the butt of a harquebus and undoubtedly would have used it to crack open Sancho's skull if Roque Guinart had not shouted at him to stop. Sancho was terrified, and he resolved not to open his mouth again for as long as he was among those people. Just then, one or some of the squires who had been posted as sentinels along the roads to watch the travelers and to inform their leader about everything that happened, came up to Roque and said, "Señor, not far from here there's a large group of people traveling along the Barcelona road." To which Roque responded, "Could you see if they're the kind who come looking for us, or the kind we go looking for?" "They're the kind we go looking for," responded the squire. "Then all of you go," replied Roque, "and bring them here to me, and don't let a single one escape." They did as he said, and Don Quixote, Sancho, and Roque were left alone, waiting to see what the squires would bring back, and while they were waiting, Roque said to Don Quixote, Our manner of life must seem unprecedented to Señor Don Quixote, singular adventures, singular events, and all of them dangerous. I don't wonder that it seems this way to you, because really, I confess there is no mode of life more unsettling and surprising than ours. Certain desires for revenge brought me to it, and they have the power to trouble the most serene heart. By nature I am compassionate and well-intentioned, but, as I have said, my wish to take revenge for an injury that was done to me threw all my good inclinations to the ground, and I continue in this state in spite of and despite my understanding, as one abyss calls to another abyss, and one sin to another sin. Vengeance has linked with vengeance so that I bear responsibility not only for mine, but for those of others. But it is God's will that although I find myself in the midst of a labyrinth of my own confusions, I do not lose the hope of coming out of it and into a safe harbor. Don Quixote was amazed to hear Roque speak so well and so reasonably, because he had thought that among those whose profession it was to rob, kill, and steal, there could be no one who was well-spoken, and he responded, "Señor Roque, the beginning of health lies in knowing the disease, and in the patient's willingness to take the medicines the doctor prescribes. Your grace is ill, you know your ailment, and heaven, or I should say God, who is our physician, will treat you with the medicines that will cure you, and which tend to cure gradually, not suddenly and miraculously. Furthermore, intelligent sinners are closer to reforming than simple-minded ones, and since your grace has demonstrated prudence in your speech, you need only be brave and wait for the illness of your conscience to be healed. If your grace wishes to save time and put yourself without difficulty on the road to salvation, come with me, and I shall teach you how to be a knight-errant, a profession in which one undergoes so many trials and misfortunes that, if deemed to be penance, they would bring you to heaven in the wink of an eye." Roque laughed at the advice of Don Quixote and then, changing the subject, recounted the tragic story of Claudia Geronima, which caused Sancho great sorrow, for he had liked the girl's beauty, confidence, and spirit. Then the squires arrived with their prey, bringing with them 2 gentlemen on horseback, and 2 pilgrims on foot, and a carriage of women with 6 servants who accompanied them, mounted and on foot, and 2 mule drivers who were with the gentlemen. The squires kept them surrounded, and both the vanquished and the victors maintained a deep silence, waiting for the great Roque Guinart to speak, and he asked the gentlemen who they were and where they were going and how much money they were carrying. One of them responded, "Señor, we are 2 captains of the Spanish infantry. Our companies are in Naples and we are going to embark on 4 galleys that, we are told, are in Barcelona under orders to sail to Sicily. We are carrying 200 or 300 escudos, which, in our opinion, makes us rich and content, for the ordinary poverty of soldiers does not allow greater treasure." Roque asked the pilgrims the same questions he had asked the captains. They responded that they were going to embark for Rome and that between the 2 of them they might have some 60 reals. He also wanted to know who was riding in the carriage, and where they were going, and how much money they were carrying, and one of the men on horseback said, "My lady Dona Guiomar de Quinones, the wife of the chief magistrate of the Vicariate of Naples, with her little daughter, a maid, and a duenna, are riding in the carriage. We are 6 servants who are accompanying her, and the money amounts to 600 escudos." "That means," said Roque Guinart, "that we have here 900 escudos and 60 reals. My soldiers number about 60, see how much is owed to each of them, because I don't count very well." When they heard this, the robbers raised their voices, shouting, "Long live Roque Guinart in spite of the Ladras 11 who are trying to ruin him." The captains showed their grief, the magistrate's wife grew sad, and the pilgrims were not at all happy at the confiscation of their goods. Roque kept them in suspense for a while, but he did not want their sorrow to continue, for by now it could be seen a harquebus is shot away, and turning to the captains, he said, "Señors, would your graces please be so kind as to lend me 60 escudos, and the lady 80, to keep this squadron of mine happy, for the abbot eats if the tithes are paid, and then you can go on your way free and unimpeded, and with a safe conduct that I'll give you, and if you happen to meet other squadrons of mine in the vicinity, no harm will be done to you, for it is not my intention to injure soldiers or women, especially those who are highborn." Infinite and well-spoken words were used by the captains to thank Roque for his courtesy and liberality, for that is what they considered his leaving them their money. Señora Dona Guiomar de Quiñones wanted to leap out of her carriage to kiss the feet and hands of the great Roque, but he would not consent on any account. Instead, he begged her pardon for the injury he had done to her, forced on him by the strict obligations of his evil profession. The chief magistrate's wife ordered one of her servants to immediately give him the 80 escudos that were her share, and the captains had already taken their 60 out of the purse. The pilgrims were about to offer all of their paltry wealth, but Roque told them to be still, and turning to his men, he said, "Of these escudos, 2 go to each man, and that leaves 20, 10 should go to these pilgrims, and the other 10 to this good squire so that he can speak well of this adventure." His men brought him the writing materials that he always carried with him, and Roque wrote out a safe conduct address to the chiefs of his squadrons, and then he said goodbye to the travelers and let them go, and they were astonished at his nobility, his gallant disposition, and unusual behavior, thinking of him more as an Alexander the Great than as a well-known thief. One of his squires said in his Gascon and Catalan language, "This captain of ours is more of a frayed 12 than a bandit. If he wants to be generous from now on, let it be with his goods, not ours." The unfortunate man did not speak quietly enough, and Roque heard him, drew his sword, and split his head almost in two, saying, "This is how I punish insolent men who talk too much." Everyone was terrified, and no one dared say a word. That was the obedience they showed him. Roque moved to one side and wrote a letter to a friend of his in Barcelona, informing him that the famous Don Quixote of La Mancha, the knight-errant about whom so many things had been said, was with him, and telling his friend that the knight was the most amusing and best-informed man in the world, and that in 4 days' time, which was the feast of St. John the Baptist, 13, he would present himself along the shore of the city, armed with all his armor and weapons, mounted on his horse, Rocinante, with his squire, Sancho, riding a donkey. Roque asked his friend to inform his friends the Nieros so that they could derive pleasure from this, but he wished to deprive his enemies the Cadales 14 of this amusement. It was impossible, however, because the madness and intelligence of Don Quixote, and the wit of his squire, Sancho Panza, could not help but give pleasure to everyone. He dispatched the letter with one of his squires, who changed his bandit's clothes for those of a peasant, and entered Barcelona, and delivered it to the person to whom it was addressed. Chapter 61. Regarding what befell Don Quixote when he entered Barcelona, along with other matters that have more truth in them than wit. Don Quixote spent 3 days and 3 nights with Roque, and if it had been 300 years, there would have been no lack of things to observe and marvel at in the way he lived. They awoke here and ate there, at times they fled, not knowing from whom, and at other times they waited, not knowing for whom. They slept on their feet, interrupting their slumber and moving from one place to another. It was always a matter of posting spies, listening to scouts, blowing on the locks of their harquebuses, although they had few of those since everyone used flintlocks. Roque spent the nights away from his men, in locations and places they did not know, because the many edicts issued by the Viceroy of Barcelona one against his life made him uneasy and apprehensive, and he did not dare trust anyone, fearing his own men might kill him or turn him in to the authorities, a life, certainly, that was disquieting and troublesome. Finally, using abandoned roads, shortcuts, and hidden paths, Roque, Don Quixote, Sancho, and another 6 squires set out for Barcelona. They reached the shore on the night of St. John's Eve, and Roque embraced Don Quixote and Sancho, presented the squire with the 10 escudos he had promised but had not yet given him, and took his leave, with 1,000 services offered on both sides. Roque returned to the countryside, and Don Quixote remained mounted on his horse, waiting for daybreak, and it was not long before the pale face of dawn began to appear along the balconies of the east, bringing joy to the grass and flowers rather than to the ear, for at that very moment ears were made joyous by the sound of many flageolets and timbrels, the jingling of bells, the make way, stand aside, of runners who, apparently, were coming from the city. Dawn made way for the sun, whose face, larger than a shield, gradually rose from below the horizon. Don Quixote and Sancho turned their eyes in all directions. They saw the ocean, which they had not seen before. It seemed broad and vast to them, much larger than the lakes of Ruidera that they had seen in La Mancha. They saw the galleys near the shore, and when the canopies were raised,
their pennants and streamers were revealed, fluttering in the wind and kissing and sweeping the water. From the galleys came the sound of bugles, trumpets, and flageolets, and the breeze carried the sweetly martial tones near and far. The ships began to move, performing a mock skirmish on the quiet waters, and, corresponding in almost the same fashion, an infinite number of knights on beautiful horses and in splendid livery rode out from the city. The soldiers on the galleys fired countless pieces of artillery, to which those who were on the walls and in the forts of the city responded, and the heavy artillery shook the air with a fearsome clamor and was answered by the midship cannon on the galleys. The joyful sea, the jocund land, the transparent air, perhaps clouded only by the smoke from the artillery, seemed to create and engender a sudden delight in all the people. Sancho could not imagine how those shapes moving on the ocean could have so many feet. And then, the knights in livery, with shouts, lalalies, and cries, came galloping up to a stupefied and astounded Don Quixote, and one of them, who had been advised by Roque, called in a loud voice to Don Quixote, "May the model, beacon, light, and polestar of all knight-errantry be welcome to our city, world without end. Welcome, I say, to the valorous Don Quixote of La Mancha, not the false, the fictitious, the apocryphal one we have seen recently in false histories, but the true, the legitimate, the faithful one described for us by Cide Hamete Benengeli, the flower of all historians." Don Quixote did not say a word, and the knights did not wait for him to respond, but wheeling and turning with all their entourage behind them, they began to move in caracoles around Don Quixote, who turned to Sancho and said, "These men know us very well. I would wager that they have read our history, and even the one recently published by the Aragonese." The knight who had spoken to Don Quixote returned, saying, "Your Grace, Señor Don Quixote, come with us, for we are all your servants and great friends of Roque Guinart's." To which Don Quixote responded, "If courtesy engenders courtesy, yours, Señor Knight, is the daughter or close relative of the great Roques. Take me wherever you wish, for I shall have no will but yours, above all if you desire to employ mine in your service." The knight responded with words no less courtly, and the others encircled Don Quixote, and to the sound of flageolets and timbrels they rode with him to the city, and as they entered it, there were the evil one, who ordains all wickedness, and boys, who are more evil than the evil one, two of them who were particularly mischievous and impudent made their way through all the people, and one lifted the gray's tail and the other lifted Rocinante's, and there they placed and inserted branches of firs two in each one. The poor animals felt these new spurs, and when they pressed down their tails, they increased their discomfort to such an extent that they reared and bucked 1,000 times and threw their riders to the ground. Don Quixote, enraged and affronted, hurried to remove the plumage from the tail of his nag, and Sancho did the same for his gray. Those who were escorting Don Quixote wanted to punish the insolence of the boys, but it was not possible because they hid among the 1,000 others who were following them. Don Quixote and Sancho remounted, accompanied by the same acclamation and music. They arrived at the house of their guide, which was large and imposing, as befitted a wealthy gentleman, and there we shall leave them for now, since this is the wish of Cide Hamete. Chapter 62, which relates the adventure of the enchanted head, as well as other foolishness that must be recounted. Don Antonio Moreno was the name of Don Quixote's host, a wealthy and discerning gentleman, very fond of seemly and benign amusements, who, finding Don Quixote in his house, sought ways to make his madness public without harming him, for jests that cause pain are not jests, and entertainments are not worthwhile if they injure another. The first thing he did was to have Don Quixote remove his armor and to take him, dressed in the tight-fitting chamois clothes we have already described and depicted, out to a balcony that overlooked one of the principal streets in the city, in plain view of passers-by and boys, who looked at him as if he were a monkey. Once again the horsemen in livery galloped before him, as if they had put on finery for him alone and not to celebrate the feast day, and Sancho was extremely happy because it seemed to him that without knowing how or why, he found himself at another Camacho's wedding, another house like Don Diego de Miranda's, another castle like the Duke's. Some of Don Antonio's friends ate dinner with him that day, and they all honored Don Quixote and treated him as if he were a knight-errant, which so filled him with pride and vanity that he could hardly contain his joy.
Sancho made so many comical remarks that all the servants in the house, and everyone else who heard him, hung on his every word. When they were at the table, Don Antonio said to Sancho, "We have heard, good Sancho, that you are so fond of white morsels, one in every soles, that if any are left over, you keep them in your shirt for the next day too." "No, señor, that isn't so," responded Sancho, "because I'm more clean than gluttonous, and my master, Don Quixote, here before you, knows very well that we both can go a week on a handful of acorns or nuts. It's true that if somebody happens to give me a calf, I come running with the rope. I eat what I'm given, and take advantage of the opportunities one find, and anybody who says I'm dirty and stuff myself when I eat doesn't know what he's talking about, and I'd say it another way if I didn't see so many honorable beards at this table." "There is no doubt," said Don Quixote, "that the moderation and cleanliness with which Sancho eats could be written and engraved on bronze plates and remembered forever in times to come. True, when he is hungry, he seems something of a glutton because he eats quickly and chews voraciously, but he is always perfectly clean, and during the time he was governor he learned to eat so fastidiously that he ate grapes, and even the seeds of a pomegranate, with a fork." "What?" said Don Antonio. "Sancho was a governor?" "Yes," responded Sancho, "of an insula called Barataria. For 10 days I governed it as nicely as you please, and during that time I lost my peace of mind and learned to look down on all the governorships in the world. I left there in a hurry, and fell into a pit where I thought I was going to die, and by a miracle I came out of it alive." Don Quixote recounted in detail the story of Sancho's governorship, affording great pleasure to those who heard him. When the table had been cleared, Don Antonio took Don Quixote by the hand and led him to a side room where the only furnishing was a table, apparently of jasper, on a base of the same material, and on it there was a head, made in the fashion of the busts of Roman emperors, which seemed to be of bronze. Don Antonio walked with Don Quixote around the chamber, circling the table many times, and then he said, "Now that I am certain, Señor Don Quixote, that no one is listening, and no one can hear us, and the door is closed, I want to tell your grace about one of the strangest adventures, or I should say marvels, that anyone could imagine, on the condition that whatever I tell your grace must be buried in the deepest recesses of secrecy." "I swear to that," responded Don Quixote, "and I shall even place a stone over it for greater security, because I want your grace to know, Señor Don Antonio," for by now Don Quixote knew his name, "that you are speaking to one who has ears to hear but no tongue with which to speak. Therefore your grace can safely transfer what is in your heart to mine and be certain it has been thrown into the abysses of silence." "Trusting in that promise," responded Don Antonio, "I am going to astound your grace with what you will see and hear, and alleviate some of the sorrow I feel at not having anyone to whom I can communicate my secrets, for they are not the sort that can be entrusted to everyone." Don Quixote was perplexed, waiting to see where so many precautions would lead. At this point, Don Antonio took his hand and passed it over the bronze head, and around the entire table, and along the jasper base on which it rested, and then he said, "This head, Señor Don Quixote, has been fabricated and made by one of the greatest enchanters and wizards the world has ever seen, a Pole, I believe, and a disciple of the famous Escotillo, three about whom so many marvels are told. He was here in my house, and for 1,000 escudos, which I paid him, he fashioned this head, which has the property and virtue of responding to any question spoken into its ear. He determined the bearings, painted the characters, observed the stars, looked at the degrees, and finally completed this with all the perfection that we shall see tomorrow, because the head is mute on Fridays, and since today is Friday, we shall have to wait until tomorrow. During this time, your grace will be able to prepare the questions you wish to ask. Through experience I know it is truthful in all its responses." Don Quixote, astonished at the head's virtue and property, was inclined not to believe Don Antonio, but seeing how little time he would have to wait to experience it for himself, he said nothing except to thank him for having disclosed so great a secret to him. They left the room, Don Antonio locked the door with a key, and they went to the large room where the other gentlemen were waiting. During this time, Sancho had recounted to them many of the adventures and incidents that had befallen his master. That afternoon the gentlemen took Don Quixote out riding, dressed not in armor but in ordinary street clothes, a long, caped cassock of tawny woolen cloth that would have made ice itself perspire at that time of year. The servants were told to keep Sancho entertained and not to let him leave the house. Don Quixote did not ride Rocinante but was mounted on a large, smooth-gaited mule with very fine trappings. They gave him the cassock to put on, and on the back, which he did not see, they had attached a sign that read, in large letters, "This is Don Quixote of La Mancha." As they were starting out, the announcement caught the eye of all the passers-by, and since they read "This is Don Quixote of La Mancha," Don Quixote was surprised to see that everyone who looked at him recognized him and knew his name. Turning to Don Antonio, who was at his side, he said, "Great is the prerogative contained within knight-errantry, rendering the man who professes it well known and famous everywhere on earth, for your grace will observe, Señor Don Antonio, that even the boys in this city, who have never seen me before, know who I am." "That is so, Señor Don Quixote," responded Don Antonio, "for just as fire cannot be hidden and enclosed, virtue cannot fail to be recognized, and that which is achieved through the profession of arms exceeds and outshines all others." It so happened that while Don Quixote was receiving the acclaim that has been mentioned, a Castilian who read the sign on his back raised his voice and said, "The devil take Don Quixote of La Mancha! How did you get this far without dying from all the beatings you've received? You're a madman, and if you were a madman in private, behind the doors of your madness, it wouldn't be so bad. But you have the attribute of turning everyone who deals with you or talks to you into madmen and fools, too. If you don't believe me, just look at these gentlemen who are accompanying you. Return, fool, to your house, and look after your estate, your wife, and your children, and stop this nonsense that is rotting your brain and ruining your mind." "Brother," said Don Antonio, "go on your way, and don't give advice to people who don't ask for it. Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha is a very prudent man, and we who accompany him are not dolts. Virtue must be honored wherever it is found. Go now, and bad luck to you, and stop minding other people's business." "By God, your grace is right," responded the Castilian. "Giving this good man advice is like kicking at thorns. Even so, it makes me very sad that the good sense everyone says this fool has in other matters should run out into the gutter of his knight-errantry. As for the bad luck your grace mentioned, let it be for me and all my descendants if after today, though I live longer than Methuselah, I ever give advice to anybody again, even if he asks for it." The dispenser of advice left, and the excursion continued, but there was such a crush of boys and other people reading the sign that Don Antonio had to remove it, under the pretext that he was removing something else. Night fell, they returned home, where there was a soirée of ladies, for Don Antonio's wife, who was well-born, good-natured, beautiful, and clever, had invited her friends to come and honor their guest and enjoy his incomparable madness. A number of ladies attended, a splendid supper was served, and the soirée began when it was almost 10 o'clock. Among the ladies there were two with mischievous and jocund tastes, and although very respectable, they were somewhat brash in devising amusing but harmless jokes. They were so insistent on Don Quixote's dancing with them that they exhausted him, not only in body but in spirit. Don Quixote was a remarkable sight, tall, scrawny, lean, sallow, wearing tight-fitting clothes, awkward, and not at all graceful. The young ladies entreated him on the sly, and he, also on the sly, rejected them, but finding himself hard-pressed by their entreaties, he raised his voice and said, "Fugite, partes adversi, for leave me in peace, unwelcome thoughts. Señoras, control your desires, for she who is queen of mine, the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso, does not allow any but her own to subdue and defeat me." And having said this, he sat down on the floor in the middle of the room, exhausted and wearied by so much dancing. Don Antonio ordered him picked up and carried to his bed, and the first to lay hands on him was Sancho, saying, "Unlucky for you, Señor Master, when you started dancing. Do you think all brave men are dancers and all knights-errant spin around? I say that if you think so, you're mistaken. There are men who dare to kill a giant before they'd prance around. If you'd been stamping your heels and toes, I'd have taken your place, because I'm a wonderful stamper, but as for dancing, I don't know anything about it." With these and other words like them, Sancho gave those at the soiree reason for laughter, and he put his master to bed, wrapping him in blankets so that he would sweat out the chill he felt because of his dancing. The next day, Don Antonio thought it would be a good idea to try the enchanted head, and with Don Quixote, Sancho, and another 2 friends, along with the 2 ladies who had exhausted Don Quixote with their dancing, for they had spent the night with Don Antonio's wife, he went into the room with the head and closed the door. He told them about its properties, charged them to keep the secret, and said that this was the first day the virtue of the enchanted head would be tested. Except for Don Antonio's 2 friends, no one else knew the secret of the enchantment, and if Don Antonio had not revealed it to them earlier, they too would have been as astounded as the others. It was so carefully planned and designed. The first to go up to the ear of the head was Don Antonio himself, and he said in a quiet voice, but not so quiet that the others could not hear him, "Tell me, head, by the virtue contained within you, what are my thoughts now?" And the head responded, not moving its lips, in a clear and distinct voice, so that it was heard by everyone, "I do not consider thoughts." When they heard this, everyone was stunned, especially since nowhere in the room or near the table was there a human being who could have responded. "How many people are here?" Don Antonio asked. And in the same tone came the response. "There are you and your wife, 2 friends of yours and 2 of hers, a famous knight called Don Quixote of La Mancha, and his squire, whose name is Sancho Panza." At this everyone certainly was stunned, at this everyone's hair certainly stood on end from sheer terror. And Don Antonio, moving away from the head, said, "This is enough for me to know I was not deceived by the one who sold you to me, O wise head, speaking head, responding head, admirable head. Let others come up and ask whatever they wish." And since women are ordinarily very hasty and fond of knowing, the first to approach was one of the 2 friends of Don Antonio's wife, and the question she asked was, "Tell me, head, what should I do to be very beautiful?" And the response to her was, "Be very virtuous." "I won't ask you anything else," said the questioner. Then her friend approached and said, "I'd like to know, head, if my husband really loves me." And the answer was, "Think about what he does for you, and then you will know." The married woman moved away, saying, "This answer didn't need a question, because it is a fact that a man's actions declare his feelings." Then one of Don Antonio's 2 friends came up and asked, "Who am I?" And the response was, "You know who you are." "I'm not asking you that," responded the gentleman, "I'm asking you to tell me if you know me." "Yes, I know you," was the response. "You are Don Pedro No Arise." "I don't want to know more, for this is enough for me to realize, O head, that you know everything." When he moved away, the other friend approached and asked, "Tell me, head, what does my son and heir desire?" "I have already said," came the response, "that I do not consider desires, but despite this, I can tell you that what your son desires is to bury you." "That's right," said the gentleman. "What I see with my eyes I can touch with my finger." And he asked nothing more. Don Antonio's wife came up and said, "Head, I don't know what to ask you, I only wanted to know if I'll enjoy many more years with my good husband." And the response was, "You will, because his health and temperate living promise many years of life, which many people tend to cut short by their intemperance." Then Don Quixote approached and said, "Tell me, you who respond, was my account of what happened to me in the cave of Montesinos the truth or a dream? Will the lashes of my squire Sancho be completed? Will the disenchantment of Dulcinea take place?" "As for the cave," was the response, "there is much to say, for it has something of both. Sancho's lashes will go slowly, and the disenchantment of Dulcinea will be duly effected." "I do not wish to know more," said Don Quixote, "for when I see Dulcinea disenchanted, I shall think that all the good fortune I could wish for has come all at once." The final questioner was Sancho, and what he asked was, By any chance, head, will I have another governorship? Will I ever escape a squire's poverty? Will I see my wife and children again? The response was, you will govern in your house, and if you return there, you will see your wife and children, and when you stop serving, you will stop being a squire. By God, that's good, said Sancho Panza. I could have told myself that. The prophet Old Chestnut couldn't have said more. Animal, said Don Quixote, what response do you want? Is it not enough that this head has given answers that correspond to what is asked of it? Yes, it's enough, responded Sancho, but I'd like it to declare more and tell me more. With this the questions and answers came to an end, but not the amazement felt by everyone except the two friends of Don Antonio, who were privy to the secret. Cide Hamete Benengeli wished to explain the matter immediately in order to curb the astonishment of those who might think that some magical and extraordinary mystery was contained in the head, and so he tells us that Don Antonio Moreno, in imitation of another head he had seen in Madrid, which had been fabricated by an engraver, had this one made in his own house for his own entertainment and to astound the ignorant. It was constructed in this fashion: the tabletop was of wood painted and varnished to look like jasper, and the base on which it rested was made of the same material, with 4 eagles' talons projecting from it for greater stability. The head, which resembled a carved portrait bust of a Roman emperor cast in bronze, was completely hollow, as was the tabletop into which it fit so perfectly that there was no sign of their joining. The base of the table was also hollow, corresponding to the throat and chest of the head, and all this connected to another chamber beneath the room where the head was located. Through the entire hollow of the base, tabletop, throat, and chest of the portrait bust ran a tube of tin plate that was very precisely fitted and could not be seen by anyone. Posted in the corresponding chamber below was the man who would respond, his mouth up against the tube, so that, as if the tube were an ear trumpet, one voice would travel down and the other would travel up in clear, well-articulated words, and in this way it was not possible to discover the deception. Don Antonio's nephew, an astute and clever student, was the responder. Having been told by his uncle who had come into the room with him to question the head that day, it was easy for him to respond quickly and accurately to the first question. He responded to the others by conjecture and, since he was clever, with cleverness. Cide Hamete goes on to say that this marvelous device lasted 10 or 12 days, but word spread throughout the city that Don Antonio had an enchanted head in his house that would answer every question asked of it, and fearing that the rumors would reach the ears of the alert guardians of our faith, he informed the inquisitors of the matter and was ordered to dismantle it and not to use it in the future lest it cause turmoil among the ignorant common people. But in the opinion of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza, the head was still enchanted and responsive, more to the satisfaction of Don Quixote than of Sancho. The gentlemen of the city, in order to please Don Antonio and to entertain Don Quixote and give him the opportunity to reveal his madness, arranged to hold a tilting of the ring in 6 days' time, but it did not take place because of an accident that will be recounted later. Don Quixote wanted to go out into the city in a simple manner, and on foot, fearing that if he went on horseback, he would be pursued by boys, and so he and Sancho, and 2 servants offered to him by Don Antonio, went out for a walk. As he was going down a street, Don Quixote happened to look up, and over a door he saw written, in very large letters, "Books printed here," 5, which made him very happy because he had never visited a print shop, and he wished to know what it was like. He went in with his entourage, and he saw them printing in one place, correcting in another, typesetting here, revising there, in short, all of the procedures that can be seen in large printing houses. Don Quixote approached one section and asked what they were doing there. The workman told him, he marveled, and moved on. He went up to another workman and asked him what he was doing. He responded, "Señor, this gentleman here," and he pointed to a rather serious man of fine appearance and figure, "has translated a Tuscan book into our Castilian language, and I'm setting the type so that it can be printed." "What is the title of the book?" asked Don Quixote. To which the translator replied, "Señor, in Tuscan the book is called Lo Bagatelle 6. "And what does Lo Bagatelle mean in our Castilian?" asked Don Quixote.
Le Bagatelle, said the translator, would be like our saying the playthings, and though this book has a humble name, it contains and includes very good and substantive things.
I, said Don Quixote, know a little Tuscan, and take pride in singing some stanzas by Ariosto. But tell me, Señor, and I do not say this because I wish to test your Grace's abilities but simply out of curiosity, in your translating, has your Grace ever come across the word pignata?
Yes, many times, responded the translator. And how does your Grace translate it into Castilian? Asked Don Quixote.
How would I translate it, replied the translator, except by saying stew pot? By God, said Don Quixote, how well your Grace knows the Tuscan language. I would wager a good sum that where the Tuscan says pies, your Grace says please in Castilian, and where it says piu, you say more, and so you render as above, and you as below. Yes, I do, certainly, said the translator, because those are the corresponding words. And I shall be so bold as to swear, said Don Quixote, that your Grace is not well known in the world, which is always unwilling to reward rare talents and praiseworthy efforts. What abilities are lost there? What talents ignored? What virtues scorned? But despite all this, it seems to me that translating from one language to another, unless it is from Greek and Latin, the queens of all languages, is like looking at Flemish tapestries from the wrong side, for although the figures are visible, they are covered by threads that obscure them, and cannot be seen with the smoothness and color of the right side. Translating easy languages does not argue for either talent or eloquence, just as transcribing or copying from one paper to another does not argue for those qualities. And I do not wish to infer from this that the practice of translating is not deserving of praise, because a man might engage in worse things that bring him even less benefit. From this reckoning I accept two famous translators, one is Dr. Cristobal de Figueroa, for his Pastor Fido, and the other is Don Juan de Jauregui, for his Aminta, 7, where they happily bring into question which is the translation and which the original. But tell me, your Grace, is this book being printed at your expense or have the rights already been sold to a bookseller? I am printing it at my own expense, responded the translator, and expect to earn at least 1,000 ducados with this first printing, which will consist of 2,000 copies that can easily be sold for 6 reals each. Your Grace is certainly good at calculations, responded Don Quixote. But it seems you do not know how printers collude or the favors they do for one another. I promise that when you find yourself burdened with 2,000 copies of the book, your body will be so exhausted it will disconcert you, especially if the book is slightly out of the ordinary and not at all risque. And, said the translator, would your Grace prefer that I give it to a bookseller, who'll pay me 3 maravedis for the rights and think he's doing me a favor? I don't print my books to achieve fame in the world, because I'm already well known for my work. I want profit. Without it, fame isn't worth a thing. God grant your Grace good fortune, responded Don Quixote. And he moved to another section, where he saw that they were correcting sheets from a book entitled Light of the Soul, 8, and when he saw it he said, these are the kinds of books, although there are a good number of them, which ought to be printed, because there are countless sinners, and infinite illumination is needed for so many who are unenlightened. He moved on and saw that they were also correcting another book, and when he asked its title, they responded that it was called The Second Part of the Ingenious Gentleman Don Quixote of La Mancha, written by somebody from Tordesillas. 9. I have already heard of this book, said Don Quixote, and by my conscience, the truth is I thought it had already been burned and turned to ashes for its insolence, but its day of reckoning will come, as it does to every pig. 10 For feigned histories are good and enjoyable the closer they are to the truth or the appearance of truth, and as for true ones, the truer they are, the better. And having said this, and showing some signs of displeasure, he left the printing house. And that same day, Don Antonio arranged for him to be taken to see the galleys along the coast, which made Sancho very happy because he had never seen any before. Don Antonio informed the Quatralbo 11 that he would be bringing his famous guest, Don Quixote of La Mancha, about whom the Quatralbo and all the residents of the city had heard, to see the galleys that afternoon, and what happened to him on board will be recounted in the following chapter. Chapter 63. Regarding the evil that befell Sancho Panza on his visit to the galleys, and the remarkable adventure of the beautiful Morisca. Don Quixote meditated at length on the response of the enchanted head, never realizing the deception, and always concluding with the promise, which he regarded as certain, of Dulcinea's disenchantment. He returned to it again and rejoiced, believing he would soon see the promise fulfilled, and Sancho, although he had despised being governor, as has already been said, still wished to give orders and be obeyed, for command, even mock command, brings this misfortune with it. In short, that afternoon their host, Don Antonio Moreno, and his two friends, along with Don Quixote and Sancho, went to see the galleys. The Quatralbo had been advised of their most welcome visit, since it meant seeing the famous pair, Don Quixote and Sancho, and as soon as they reached the harbor all the galleys took down their canopies, and flageolets began to sound. Then a skiff covered with rich tapestries and pillows of scarlet velvet was lowered into the water, and as soon as Don Quixote set foot in it the flagship fired its midship cannon, and the other galleys did the same, and when Don Quixote climbed the starboard ladder, the oarsmen and the entire crew cheered him, as was customary when a distinguished person boarded a galley, repeating, "Hurrah, hurrah, hurrah," 3 times. The Admiral General, which is what we shall call him, for he was a distinguished gentleman from Valencia, gave him his hand, then embraced Don Quixote, saying, "I shall mark this day with a white stone because it is one of the best I think I shall ever have in my life, for on it I have seen Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, who demonstrates that all the valor of knight-errantry is epitomized and exemplified in his person." Don Quixote responded with words no less courteous, delighted beyond measure to find himself treated so nobly. They all went to the stern, which was beautifully adorned, and they sat on the side benches. The boatswain passed along the midship gangway and signaled on his whistle for the oarsmen to strip to the waist, one which they did instantly. Sancho was stunned to see so many people undressed, especially when he saw the canopy lowered so quickly. It seemed to him that all the devils were working there, but this was mere child's play compared to what I shall tell you now. Sancho was sitting on the pole that held the canopy, next to the stern rower 2 on the starboard side, who had already received his instructions, and he seized Sancho and lifted him up in his arms, while all the oarsmen stood ready, and beginning on the starboard side, the arms of the rowers passed him and tossed him from bench to bench with so much speed that poor Sancho's eyes could no longer see, and he undoubtedly thought the demons were carrying him off, and the oarsmen did not stop until they had returned him along the port side back to the stern. The poor man was bruised, breathless, perspiring, and unable to imagine what had happened to him. Don Quixote, who saw Sancho's wingless flight, asked the Admiral General if these were ceremonies used with those who boarded galleys for the first time, because if they were, he, who had no intention of adhering to them, did not wish to engage in the practice, and he made a vow to God that if anyone attempted to seize him and toss him, he would tear the soul out of his body, and saying this, he stood and grasped his sword. At that moment they raised the canopy, and with an extremely loud noise they dropped the lateen yard. Sancho thought the sky had come loose from its frame and was about to fall on his head, and filled with fear, he lowered his head and put it between his legs. Don Quixote was frightened as well, and he trembled and hunched his shoulders, and the color drained from his face. The crew hoisted the yard as quickly and noisily as they had lowered it, and they did it all without a word, as if they had neither voice nor breath. The boatswain signaled that they should weigh anchor, and jumping onto the middle of the gangway with his whip or scourge, he began to flog the backs of the oarsmen, and the ship slowly put out to sea. When Sancho saw the movement of so many red feet, for that is what he thought the oars were, he said to himself, "These are the things that really are enchanted, not the ones my master says. What have these unfortunate men done to be whipped in this way, and how does one man, who walks around here whistling, dare to flog so many people? I say this must be hell, or purgatory at least." Don Quixote, who saw how attentively Sancho observed what was going on, said to him, "Ah, Sancho, my friend, how quickly and at how little cost you could, if you wished, strip down to your waist, and sit among these gentlemen, and conclude the disenchantment of Dulcinea. For surrounded by the misery and suffering of so many, you would not feel your own so much. Moreover, it might be that the wise Merlin would count each of these lashes, since they are administered by an able hand, as 10 of those you must finally give yourself. The Admiral General wanted to ask about the lashes and the disenchantment of Dulcinea, but just then a sailor called out, "Montjuich 3 is signaling that there's an oared vessel along the coast to the west," said. When he heard this, the Admiral General jumped onto the gangway and, "Ho, my boys, don't let it get away. The watchtower must be signaling us about a pirate brigantine out of Algiers." The other 3 galleys approached the flagship to learn their orders. The Admiral General commanded that 2 of them head out to sea while he and the other ship sailed close to shore, and in this way the brigantine would not escape. The oarsmen pulled on their oars, propelling the galleys with so much fury that they seemed to fly. When the galleys heading out to sea had gone about 2 miles, they caught sight of a brigantine that they judged to have about 14 or 15 rowers' benches, which was true. When the brigantine sighted the galleys, it tried to escape, intending and hoping to get away on account of its speed, but things went badly for her because the flagship was one of the fastest vessels sailing the sea, and as it was overtaking the brigantine, it became clear to her captain that she could not escape. And he wanted the crew to lower their oars and surrender in order not to anger the captain in command of our galleys. But fate, having something else in store, ordained that when the flagship had come so close that those on the brigantine could hear the voices telling them to surrender, 2 drunken Taraquas, which is to say, 2 Turks out of the 14 on board the brigantine, fired their muskets and killed 2 soldiers who were on our foredecks. Seeing this, the Admiral General swore not to leave anyone on the other vessel alive, but as he began a furious assault, the brigantine slipped away under the flagship's oars. The galley moved a good distance forward. Those in the brigantine saw that they had escaped and set sail as the galley was turning, and again, with sails and oars, they attempted to flee, but their diligence did not help them as much as their audacity had hurt them, because the flagship overtook them in little more than half a mile, then lowered its oars onto the brigantine and captured everyone on board alive. At this point the other 2 galleys approached, and all 4 of them, with their prize, returned to shore, where an infinite number of people were waiting, impatient to know what they were bringing in. The Admiral General dropped anchor close to land and learned that the Viceroy of the city was on shore. He sent the skiff for him and ordered the lateen yard lowered so that he could immediately hang the pirate captain and the rest of the Turks he had captured, who numbered some 36 persons, all of them valiant and most of them Turkish musketeers. The Admiral General asked which of them was the captain of the brigantine, and the response came in the Castilian tongue from one of the captives, a Spanish renegade, as it turned out. "Señor, this young man whom you see here is our captain." And he pointed to one of the handsomest and most gallant boys the human mind could imagine. His age seemed less than 20. The Admiral General asked him, "Tell me, ill-advised dog, who urged you to kill my soldiers when you saw it was impossible to escape? Is that the respect you show to flagships? Don't you know that temerity is not valor? Doubtful outcomes should make men bold, not rash." The captain wanted to respond, but for the moment the Admiral General could not hear his response because he went to receive the Viceroy who was boarding the galley, along with some of his servants and several people from the city. "It was a fine chase, Señor Admiral General," said the Viceroy. "Your Excellency will soon see how fine, when they are hanged from this lateen yard." "Why hanged?" replied the Viceroy. "Because," responded the Admiral General, "contrary to the law and all the rights and customs of war, they have killed 2 of the best soldiers sailing on these galleys, and I have sworn to hang everyone I captured, and principally this boy, who is the captain of the brigantine." And he showed him the captain, with his hands tied and a noose around his neck, waiting for death. The Viceroy looked at him and saw him so handsome and so gallant and so humble that the boy's good looks provided him with an immediate letter of recommendation, and the Viceroy felt a desire to pardon his death, and so he asked, "Tell me, Captain, are you of Turkish nationality, or a Moor, or a renegade?" To which the boy responded, also in the Castilian tongue, "I am not of Turkish nationality, or a Moor, or a renegade." "Then what are you?" replied the viceroy. "A Christian woman," responded the young man. "A woman and a Christian, in those clothes, in these circumstances? It is more to be wondered at than believed." "Oh, senors," said the boy, "suspend my execution for a little while. Not much will be lost if you delay your revenge while I recount to you my life." Whose heart was so hard that these words would not soften it, at least enough to hear those that the sad and sorrowful boy wished to say? The Admiral General told him to say whatever he wished, but not to expect a pardon for his infamous crime. With this permission, the boy began to speak in this manner. "I was born to Morisco parents and am of that nation, more unhappy than wise, upon whom a sea of afflictions has lately poured down. In the current of their misfortunes, I was taken to Barbary by two of my uncles, and it did me no good to say that I was a Christian, as in fact I am, and not one of the false or apparent ones but a true Catholic Christian. In vain did I tell this truth to those responsible for our wretched banishment, and my uncles did not wish to believe it, either. Instead, they considered it a lie and an invention that I had devised in order to remain in the land where I had been born, and so by force rather than by my will, they took me with them. I had a Christian mother and a wise, Christian father. I drank in the Catholic faith with my mother's milk. I was brought up with good morals. Neither in my speech nor in my behavior did I ever give a sign of being Morisca. Along with these virtues, which is what I think they are, grew whatever beauty I have, and although I lived in great modesty and seclusion, it could not have been enough because a young gentleman had the opportunity to see me. His name was Don Gaspar Gregorio, the oldest son of a gentleman whose village is next to ours. How he saw me, how he spoke, how he lost his heart to me and I could not keep mine from him, would be a long story, especially now, when I fear that the merciless noose threatening me will tighten between my tongue and my throat, and so, I shall say only that Don Gaspar Gregorio wanted to accompany me into our exile. He mingled with the Moriscos who had come from other villages, for he knew the language very well, and on the journey he became friends with the two uncles who were taking me with them. As soon as my prudent and far-sighted father heard the first proclamation of our banishment, he left our village to find a place in foreign kingdoms that would take us in. He left many pearls and precious stones, along with coins of gold and silver and gold doubloons, buried and hidden in a place that I alone knew about. He told me that in the event we were banished before he returned, under no circumstances was I to touch the treasure he had left behind. I did as he told me, and with my uncles, as I have said, and other relatives and friends, we crossed to Barbary, and the place where we settled was Algiers, and it was as if we had settled in hell itself. The king heard of my beauty, and rumors of my wealth, and this was, in some ways, to my advantage. He summoned me, asked me what part of Spain I came from, and what money and jewels I had brought with me. I told him the name of our village and said that my jewels and money were buried there but could easily be recovered if I went back for them. I said this yet feared he would be blinded not by my beauty but by his own greed. While we were having this conversation, he was told that one of the most gallant and handsome young men imaginable had accompanied me. I realized immediately that they were speaking of Don Gaspar Gregorio, whose beauty far surpasses any other, no matter how praiseworthy. I was troubled when I considered the danger to him, because among those barbarous Turks a handsome boy or youth is more highly esteemed than a woman, no matter how beautiful she may be. The king immediately ordered the young man brought before him so that he could see him, and he asked me if what had been said about the boy was true. Then I, almost as if forewarned by heaven, said that it was, but I told him the boy wasn't a man but a woman like me, and I begged him to let me dress her in her rightful clothes so that her beauty could be fully displayed, and she might appear before him without awkwardness. He told me I could leave, and said we would talk the next day about how I could return to Spain and bring back the hidden treasure. I spoke to Don Gaspar. I told him of the danger he was in if he appeared as a man. I dressed him as a Moorish girl, and that same afternoon I brought him before the king, who, when he saw him, was stunned, and decided to keep her and make a present of her to his great lord, to avoid the danger she might face in his seraglio, and fearing what he himself might do, he ordered her placed in the home of some well-born Moorish women who would protect and serve her. Don Gaspar was taken there at once. What the two of us felt, for I cannot deny that I love him, I leave to the consideration of those who love and must part. Then the king devised a plan in which I would return to Spain on this brigantine, accompanied by 2 Turks, who were the ones who killed your soldiers. This Spanish renegade also came with me, and she pointed to the man who had spoken first. And I know very well that he is a secret Christian and has more desire to remain in Spain than to return to Barbary. The rest of the crew on the brigantine are Moors and Turks who serve only as oarsmen. The 2 Turks, who were greedy and insolent, did not obey their orders, which were that as soon as we reached Spain they were to put me and this renegade ashore, in Christian clothes, which we have brought with us. Instead, they wanted to sail along this coast and take a prize, if they could, for they feared that if they put us ashore first, through unforeseen circumstances we might reveal that the brigantine was at sea, and if there were galleys along this coast, their vessel would be captured. Last night we saw this coastline, and not knowing about the 4 galleys, we were discovered, and you have witnessed what has befallen us. In short, Don Gaspar Gregorio remains dressed as a woman among women, in clear danger of being lost, and I find myself with my hands tied, waiting, or I should say fearing, to lose my life, which already wearies me. This is, Señors, the end of my lamentable history, as true as it is unfortunate. What I beg of you is that you allow me to die as a Christian, for as I have said, in no way have I been guilty of the offense into which those of my nation have fallen. And then she fell silent, her eyes brimming with heartfelt tears that were accompanied by the many shed by those present. The viceroy, tender-hearted and compassionate, did not say a word but went up to her and with his own hands removed the rope that bound the beautiful hands of the Morisca. As the Christian Morisca was recounting her strange history, an ancient pilgrim who had boarded the galley with the viceroy had not taken his eyes off her, and as soon as she finished speaking, he threw himself at her feet and embraced them, and in words interrupted by 1,000 sobs and sighs, he said, "Oh, Ana Felix, my unfortunate daughter! I am your father, Ricote, who came back to find you because I cannot live without you, for you are my soul." At these words, Sancho opened his eyes and raised his head. He had lowered it, thinking about the evil that had befallen him, and, looking at the pilgrim, he recognized the same Ricote whom he had met on the day he left his governorship, and he confirmed that the girl was Ricote's daughter, for when she was untied she embraced her father, mixing her tears with his, and Ricote said to the Admiral General and the Viceroy, "Señors, this is my daughter, more unfortunate in what has happened to her than in her namepoint, for she is called Ana Felix, and her surname is Ricote, and she is as famous for her beauty as she is for my wealth. I left my country to look in foreign lands for a place that would welcome and shelter us, and having found it in Germany, I came back dressed as a pilgrim, in the company of other Germans, to find my daughter and retrieve the great riches I left hidden here. I did not find my daughter, but I did find my treasure, which I have with me, and now, through the strange twist of fate that you have witnessed, I have found the treasure that enriches me most, which is my beloved daughter. If in the integrity of your justice our small guilt, and her tears and mine, can open the doors to mercy, then show us mercy, for we never thought of offending you, nor did we ever agree in any way with the intentions of our people, who have so justly been expelled." Then Sancho said, "I know Ricote very well, and I know that what he says about Ana Felix being his daughter is true. As for this other business of coming and going and having good or bad intentions, I have nothing to say about that." Everyone present was astonished at this strange matter, and the Admiral General said, "Drop by drop, your tears will not permit me to keep my vow. Live, beautiful Ana Felix, the years of life that heaven has granted you, and let the insolent and rash men who committed the crime bear the penalty." And then he ordered the 2 Turks who had killed his 2 soldiers hung from the lateen yard, but the viceroy begged him very earnestly not to hang them, for theirs was more a crime of madness than of audacity. The Admiral General did as the viceroy requested, for revenge in cold blood is not easily carried out. Then they attempted to devise a plan to free Don Gaspar Gregorio from danger. To that end, Ricote offered the more than 2,000 ducados he had in pearls and precious stones. They thought of many schemes, but none was as good as the one proposed by the Spanish renegade we have mentioned, who offered to return to Algiers in a small vessel, with some 6 rowers' benches, manned by Christian oarsmen, because he knew where, how, and when he could and should disembark, and by the same token he knew the house where Don Gaspar was being kept. The Admiral General and the Viceroy doubted if they could trust the renegade or be certain about the safety of the Christians who would man the oars, but Ana Felix vouched for him, and her father Ricote said he would pay the ransom for the Christians if they happened to be captured. Having decided, then, on this plan, the Viceroy disembarked, and Don Antonio Moreno took the Morisca and her father home with him, the Viceroy having charged him to welcome and treat them as hospitably as possible, and he himself offering whatever was in his house for their entertainment, for Ana Felix's beauty had inspired great benevolence and charity in his heart. Chapter 64, which deals with the adventure that caused Don Quixote more sorrow than any others that had befallen him so far. The history recounts that the wife of Don Antonio Moreno was very pleased to see Ana Felix in her house. She welcomed her with great amiability, as charmed by her beauty as by her intelligence, for the Morisca was exceptionally endowed with both, and all the people in the city, as if summoned by a pealing bell, came to see her. Don Quixote told Don Antonio that the plan they had devised to free Don Gaspar Gregorio was not a good one because it was more dangerous than feasible, and it would be better to put him ashore in Barbary with his arms and his horse, and he would set the young man free despite the entire host of Moors, just as Don Gaiferos had done for his wife, Melisendra. "Your Grace should remember," said Sancho when he heard this, "that Señor Don Gaiferos rescued his wife on dry land and took her to France on dry land. But here, if we do release Don Gregorio, we have no way to bring him to Spain because there's an ocean in the middle." "There is a remedy for everything except death," responded Don Quixote, "for if we have a ship along the coast, we can embark on that even if the whole world attempts to prevent it." "Your Grace paints a very nice picture and makes it seem very easy," said Sancho, "but there's many a slip tween cup and lip, and I'll depend on the renegade, who looks to me like an honest and good-hearted man." Don Antonio said that if the renegade failed in the enterprise, he would arrange for the great Don Quixote to go to Barbary. 2 days later, the renegade sailed in a light vessel with 6 oars on each side, manned by a very valiant crew of oarsmen, and 2 days after that the galleys departed for the Levant, the Admiral General first having asked the Viceroy to please keep him informed regarding the rescue of Don Gaspar Gregorio, and the matter of Ana Felix, and the Viceroy having agreed. One morning, when Don Quixote went out to ride along the shore armed and in his armor because, as he often said, they were his adornment and combat was his ease, and he was never without them, he saw a knight approaching in full armor, and on his shield was depicted a resplendent moon, and coming close enough to be heard, and addressing his words to Don Quixote, he cried out in a loud voice, saying, "Renowned knight and never sufficiently praised Don Quixote of La Mancha, I am the Knight of the White Moon, whose extraordinary deeds perhaps have come to your attention. I am here to do battle with you and to test the strength of your mighty arms, obliging you to recognize and confess that my lady, whoever she may be, is incomparably more beautiful than your Dulcinea of Toboso, and if you confess this truth clearly and plainly, you will save yourself from death, and save me the trouble of killing you, and if you do battle and I conquer you, I want no other satisfaction than that you abandon your arms, abstain from seeking adventures, and withdraw and retire to your home for a period of 1 year, where you must live without laying a hand on your sword, in peaceful tranquility and profitable serenity, for such is required for the increase of your fortune and the salvation of your soul, and if you should conquer me, my life will be at your mercy, and my arms and horse will be yours, as spoils, and the fame of my deeds will be added to yours. Consider what you should do, and respond immediately, for I have only this day to settle this matter." Don Quixote was amazed and astonished, not only by the arrogance of the Knight of the White Moon, but by the cause for which he was challenging him, and with great calm and a severe bearing, he responded, "Knight of the White Moon, whose deeds have not yet come to my attention, I should dare to swear that you have never seen the illustrious Dulcinea, for if you had, I know you would not attempt to undertake this enterprise, because the sight of her would cause you to accept this truth: there never has been nor can there ever be a beauty that compares to hers, and so, not saying that you lie, but only that you are not correct in what you propound, I accept your challenge with the conditions you have mentioned, and I do so immediately, so that the 1 day you have set aside does not slip away, but I do not accept the condition that your deeds be added to my fame, because I do not know what they are or what kind they may be. I am content with mine, such as they are." Take, then, whichever part of the field you wish, and I shall do the same, and whomever God favors may St. Peter bless." People in the city who had seen the Night of the White Moon told the viceroy that he was speaking with Don Quixote of La Mancha. The viceroy, believing it was probably a new adventure devised by Don Antonio Moreno or by some other gentleman of the city, immediately rode out to the shore with Don Antonio, accompanied by many other gentlemen, and they arrived just as Don Quixote was turning the reins of Rocinante in order to take the distance needed for his charge. Seeing that the two knights were showing signs of engaging in combat, the viceroy placed himself between them, asking what reason moved them to so unexpected a battle. The Knight of the White Moon responded that it was a question of precedence and duty, and briefly repeated the same words he had said to Don Quixote, and stated that the conditions of the challenge had been accepted by both parties. The viceroy approached Don Antonio and asked him quietly if he knew the identity of the Knight of the White Moon or if this was a trick they wanted to play on Don Quixote. Don Antonio responded that he did not know who the knight was or if the challenge was in jest or in earnest. The viceroy was perplexed by this reply, for he did not know if he should allow them to continue with the battle. However, unable to persuade himself that it was anything but a joke, he moved aside, saying, "Señors, if the only remedy is to confess or die, and Señor Don Quixote is adamant, and the Knight of the White Moon is obdurate, then the matter is in the hands of God." Set 2. The Knight of the White Moon thanked the viceroy with appropriate and courteous words for the permission he had granted them, and Don Quixote did the same, and commending himself with all his heart to heaven and to his Dulcinea, which was his custom at the beginning of the battles that presented themselves to him, he took a little more ground, because he saw that his adversary was doing the same, and without the playing of a trumpet or any other martial instrument that would signal to them to charge, they both turned their horses at the same time. Since the mount of the Knight of the White Moon was faster, he reached Don Quixote when he had gone 2/3 of the way, meeting his adversary with such power and force that without touching him with his lance, which he had raised, it seemed, intentionally, he toppled both Rocinante and Don Quixote in a dangerous fall. He rushed at him immediately, and putting his lance to Don Quixote's visor, he said, "You are vanquished, knight, and dead if you do not confess the conditions of our challenge." Don Quixote, battered and stunned, not raising his visor, and as if speaking from the tomb, said in a weak and feeble voice, "Dulcinea of Toboso is the most beautiful woman in the world, and I am the most unfortunate knight on earth, and it is not right that my weakness should give the lie to this truth. Wield your lance, knight, and take my life, for you have already taken my honor." "That I certainly shall not do," said the Knight of the White Moon. "Let the fame of Señora Dulcinea of Toboso's beauty live in its entirety, let it live, I say, for the satisfaction I ask is that the great Don Quixote retire to his village for a year, or for as long as I shall determine, as we agreed before entering into this battle." All this was heard by the viceroy and Don Antonio, as well as by many others who were present, and they also heard Don Quixote respond that as long as he asked nothing that was to the detriment of Dulcinea, he would comply with all the rest like a true and honorable knight. When this confession was made, the Knight of the White Moon turned his horse, bowed his head respectfully to the viceroy, and entered the city at a canter. The viceroy ordered Don Antonio to go after him and learn without fail who he was. They picked up Don Quixote, uncovered his face, and found him pale and perspiring. Rocinante had been so badly hurt that he could not move. Sancho, utterly sad and utterly grief-stricken, did not know what to say or do. It seemed to him that the entire episode was a dream and everything that had happened a matter of enchantment. He sought his master defeated and obliged to not take up arms for a year. He imagined the light of his glorious deeds dimmed and the hopes of his latest promises to Sancho dissipated, as the wind dissipates smoke. He feared that Rocinante would be left crippled and his master's bones dislocated, though it would be no misfortune if he had been made sane. Finally, the viceroy sent for a sedan chair and Don Quixote was carried back to the city, and the viceroy returned as well, desiring to know the identity of the Knight of the White Moon who had left Don Quixote in so terrible a state. Chapter 65, which reveals the identity of the Knight of the White Moon, and recounts the release of Don Gaspar Gregorio, as well as other matters. Don Antonio Moreno followed the Knight of the White Moon, who was also followed, even pursued, by a good number of boys, until he entered an inn inside the city. Don Antonio went in as well, desiring to meet him. A squire came out to greet him and remove his armor. The knight withdrew to a room on the ground floor, and Don Antonio went after him, for he could barely wait to find out who he might be. The Knight of the White Moon, seeing that this gentleman would not leave him alone, said, "I know very well, Senor, why you have come. You want to know who I am, and since there is no reason not to tell you, while my servant removes my armor I shall tell you the truth of the matter, omitting nothing. Know then, Senor, that my name is Bachelor Sanson Carrasco. I am from the same village as Don Quixote of La Mancha, whose madness and foolishness move all of us who know him to pity. I have been one of those who pitied him most, and believing that his health depends on his remaining peacefully in his own village and in his own house, I devised a way to oblige him to do that, and so some 3 months ago I took to the road as a knight-errant, calling myself the Knight of the Mirrors, and intending to do combat with him and defeat him without doing him harm, and setting as a condition of our combat that the vanquished would have to obey the victor. What I planned to ask of him, because I already considered him defeated, was that he return to his village and not leave it again for a year, for in that time he could be cured, but fate ordained otherwise, because he defeated me and toppled me from my horse, and so my idea did not succeed. He continued on his way, and I returned home, defeated, chagrined, and bruised from my fall, which was a dangerous one, yet not even this could diminish my desire to find him again and defeat him, as you have witnessed today. And since he is so punctilious in complying with the rules of knight-errantry, he undoubtedly will comply with the conditions I have set, and keep his word. This, Senor, is what has happened, and I have nothing more to tell you, and I implore you not to reveal my identity or tell Don Quixote who I am, so that my good intentions can be put into effect and a man can regain his reason, for his is fine when free of the absurdities of chivalry." "Oh, Senor," said Don Antonio, "may God forgive you for the harm you have done to the entire world in wishing to restore the sanity of the most amusing madman in it. Don't you see, Senor, that the benefit caused by the sanity of Don Quixote cannot be as great as the pleasure produced by his madness? But I imagine that all the good bachelor's efforts will not suffice to restore sanity to a man so hopelessly mad, and if it were not contrary to charity, I would say that Don Quixote should never be cured, because when he regains his health we lose not only his amusing words and actions, but those of his squire, Sancho Panza, any one of which could cheer melancholy itself. Even so, I shall be silent and tell him nothing, if only to see if I am correct in supposing that Senor Carrasco's endeavors will have no effect." The bachelor responded that the matter was well under way, and he expected a successful outcome. When Don Antonio offered to do whatever he might require, Sanson Carrasco took his leave, had his armor tied onto a mule, mounted the same horse he had ridden into battle, left the city that same day, and returned home without anything happening to him that needs to be recounted in this true history. Don Antonio told the viceroy everything Carrasco had told him, which did not give the viceroy much pleasure. Don Quixote's retirement meant that all who knew of his madness would lose the pleasure that might have been theirs. Don Quixote spent 6 days in bed, sick at heart, sad, melancholy, and morose as he went over and over again in his imagination the misfortune of his defeat. Sancho consoled him, and among other things, he said, "Senor, your grace should lift up your head and be glad, if you can, and give thanks to heaven that even though you were toppled to the ground, you didn't break any ribs, and since you know there are always wins and losses, and you may have the hook but not the bacon, forget about the doctor because you don't need him to be cured of what's ailing you, and let's go back home and stop going around looking for adventures in places and countries we don't know. If you think about it, I'm the one who's lost the most, though your grace has been hurt more. When I gave up the governorship I also gave up any desire to be a governor again, but I didn't give up wanting to be a count, which will never happen if your grace gives up being a king by giving up the practice of your chivalry, which means all my hopes going up in smoke. Be quiet, Sancho, for my retirement and withdrawal do not need to last longer than a year, and then I shall return to my honorable practice, and there will be no lack of kingdoms for me to win and countships to give to you." "May God hear you," said Sancho, "and sin be deaf, for I've always heard that virtuous hope is better than wicked possession." Just then Don Antonio came in and said, with indications of great joy, "Good news, Señor Don Quixote. Don Gaspar Gregorio and the renegade who went to rescue him are ashore." "What do I mean ashore?" "They are already in the house of the viceroy, and will be here at any moment." Don Quixote was cheered somewhat and said, "The truth is, I was about to say that I should be pleased if everything had turned out otherwise, because then I would be obliged to go to Barbary, where, by the strength of my arm, I would free not only Don Gaspar Gregorio, but all the Christian captives in Barbary. But what am I saying, wretch that I am? Am I not the vanquished one? Am I not the defeated one? Am I not the one who cannot take up arms for a year? Then what am I promising? Why do I praise myself when it would be more appropriate for me to use a distaff and not a sword?" "Enough of that, Señor," said Sancho. "Long live the hen, even with the pip. Today it's your turn and tomorrow it's mine. These matters of clashes and blows shouldn't be taken too seriously, because the man who falls today can pick himself up tomorrow, unless he decides to stay in bed. I mean, if he lets himself lose heart and doesn't find new spirit for new fights. And your grace should get up now to receive Don Gaspar Gregorio, because it seems to me that everybody's in an uproar, and he must be in the house by now." And this was true, because Don Gaspar Gregorio and the renegade had already given an account to the viceroy of the journey there and back, and since Don Gaspar Gregorio was longing to see Ana Felix, he came with the renegade to the house of Don Antonio, although he had been dressed in women's clothes when they took him out of Algiers. On the boat he had exchanged them for the clothes of a captive who had been rescued along with him, but no matter what he wore he would have been sought after, served, and esteemed because he was extraordinarily handsome, and his age, apparently, was 17 or 18 years old. Ricote and his daughter came out to receive him, the father with tears in his eyes and the daughter with modesty. They did not embrace each other, because where there is great love, generally there is not excessive boldness. The beauty of Don Gaspar Gregorio and Ana Felix, seen together, astounded everyone present. Silence spoke for the two lovers, and their eyes were the tongues that revealed their chaste and joyful thoughts. The renegade recounted the ingenious means he had used to rescue Don Gaspar Gregorio. Don Gaspar Gregorio recounted the dangers and difficulties he had undergone with the women in whose house he had been living, not at length but in a few words, showing that he had intelligence far beyond his years. In the end, Ricote paid and liberally compensated the renegade as well as the oarsman. The renegade was reconciled with and reintegrated into the church, a rotting limb who became cleansed and healthy again through penance and repentance. 2 days later, the viceroy discussed with Don Antonio what means to employ so that Ana Felix and her father could stay in Spain, for it seemed to them there was no good reason that so Christian a daughter and, apparently, so well-intentioned a father should not remain. Don Antonio offered to go to court to negotiate the matter, for he had to go there in any event to tend to other affairs, letting it be known that by means of favors and gifts, many difficult issues can be resolved. "One must not place hope," said Ricote, who was present at this conversation, "in favors or gifts, because with the great Don Bernardino de Velasco, Count of Salazar, one whom His Majesty made responsible for our expulsion, prayers are in vain, as are promises, gifts, and lamentations. For although it is true that he mixes mercy with justice, he sees that the entire body of our nation is contaminated and rotten, and he burns it with a cautery rather than soothing it with an ointment, and so, with prudence, sagacity, diligence, and the fear he imposes, he has borne on his strong shoulders the weight of this great plan, and put it into effect, and our schemes, strategies, pleas, and deceptions have not been able to blind his eyes of Argus, which are always alert so that none of our people can stay behind or be concealed, like a hidden root that in times to come will send out shoots and bear poisonous fruits in Spain, which is clean now, and rid of the fears caused by our numbers. What a heroic decision by the great Felipe III too, and what unparalleled wisdom to have entrusted its execution to Don Bernardino de Velasco. When I am there at court, I shall undertake all possible measures, one by one, and may heavens will be done," said Don Antonio. Don Gaspar Gregorio will come with me and alleviate the sorrow his parents must feel on account of his absence. Ana Felix will stay with my wife in my house, or in a convent, and I know the viceroy would like the good Ricote to stay with him until we see the outcome of my negotiations." The viceroy consented to everything that was proposed, but Don Gaspar Gregorio, when he learned their plans, said that under no circumstances could he or would he leave Dona Ana Felix, but because he intended to see his parents and then arrange to come back for her, he finally agreed. Ana Felix stayed with Don Antonio's wife, and Ricote stayed with the viceroy. The day of Don Antonio's departure arrived, and 2 days later that of Don Quixote and Sancho, for his fall did not allow him to set out any sooner. There were tears, sighs, swoons, and sobs when Don Gaspar Gregorio took his leave of Ana Felix. Ricote offered him 1,000 escudos if he wanted them, but he would not take any, though he did borrow 5 escudos from Don Antonio, promising to repay them at court. With this they left, and subsequently Don Quixote and Sancho departed, as has been said, Don Quixote unarmed and in traveling clothes and Sancho on foot, since the Grey was carrying the armor. Chapter 66, which recounts what will be seen by whoever reads it, or heard by whoever listens to it being read. As he left Barcelona, Don Quixote turned to look at the place where he had fallen, saying, "Here was Troy. Here my misfortune, not my cowardice, did away with the glories I had achieved. Here fortune turned her changes and reverses against me. Here my deeds were obscured. Here, in short, my happiness fell, never to rise again." When Sancho heard this, he said, "Señor, it is as fitting for valiant hearts to endure misfortune as it is for them to rejoice in prosperity, and I judge this on the basis of my own experience, for if I was happy when I was governor, now that I'm a squire on foot, I'm not sad, because I've heard that the woman they call fortune is drunken, and fickle, and most of all blind, so she doesn't see what she's doing and doesn't know who she's throwing down or raising up." "You sound very philosophical, Sancho," responded Don Quixote, "and you speak very wisely. I do not know who taught that to you. What I can say is that there is no fortune in the world, and the things that happen in it, whether good or bad, do not happen by chance but by the particular providence of heaven, which is why people say that each man is the architect of his own fortune. I have done that with mine, but without the necessary prudence, and so my assumptions have turned out badly, for I should have realized that Rocinante's weakness could not resist the power and size of the horse belonging to the Knight of the White Moon. In short, I took a risk, I did what I could, I was toppled, and although I lost my honor, I did not lose, nor can I lose, the virtue of keeping my word. When I was a knight-errant, daring and brave, my acts and my hands brought credit to my deeds, and now, when I am an ordinary gentleman, I shall bring credit to my words by keeping the promise I made. Walk on, then, Sancho my friend, and let us go home to spend the year of our novitiate, and in that seclusion we shall gather new strength to return to the practice of arms, which will never be forgotten by me." "Señor," responded Sancho, "traveling on foot is not so pleasant a thing that it leads or moves me to travel a great distance each day. Let's leave this armor hanging from some tree instead of a hanged man, and if I can sit on my grey, with my feet off the ground, we'll travel whatever distances your grace asks for and decides, but if you think I'll walk great distances on foot, you'd better think again." "You have spoken well, Sancho," responded Don Quixote. "Let my armor be hung as a trophy, and beneath it, or all around it, we shall carve on the trees what was written on the trophy of Roland's arms. Let no one move them who cannot test his own against Roland." 1. "That all seems like pearls to me," responded Sancho, "and if we weren't going to need Rocinante on the road, it would be a good idea to leave him hanging, too." "Well," replied Don Quixote, "I do not want either him or my arms hanged, so that no one can say this is a bad reward for good service." "Your grace is right," responded Sancho, "because according to wise men, you shouldn't blame the pack saddle for the donkey's mistake, and since your grace is to blame for what happened, you should punish yourself and not turn your anger against your battered and bloody arms, or the gentle Rocinante, or my tender feet by wanting them to walk more than is fair." They spent all that day in this kind of talk and conversation, and another 4 as well, and nothing happened to interfere with their journey, but on the 5th day, at the entrance to a village, they discovered a crowd of people at the door of an inn, for it was a holiday and they were there enjoying themselves. When Don Quixote reached them, a peasant raised his voice, saying, "One of these two gentlemen, who don't know the parties, can decide our wager." "I shall, certainly," responded Don Quixote, "and with complete rectitude, if I can understand it." "Well then, señor," said the peasant, "the fact is that a man from this village, so fat he weighs 11 arrobas, challenged a neighbor of his, who doesn't weigh more than 5, to a race. The condition was that they had to run 100 paces carrying equal weight, and when the challenger was asked how they would equal the weight, he said that the other man, who weighs 5 arrobas, should add another 6 arrobas of iron on his back, and in this way the thin man's 11 arrobas would match the 11 of the fat man. "Oh no," said Sancho before Don Quixote could respond. "Just a few days ago I stopped being a governor, and it's up to the judge, as everybody knows, to decide questions and give an opinion in every case." "You are welcome to respond," said Don Quixote. "Sancho, my friend, I would not be competent to do so, my judgment is so shaken and confused." With this permission, Sancho said to the peasants, who stood around him with their mouths open, waiting for his verdict, "Brothers, what the fat man asks for is not fair and doesn't have a shred of justice in it, because if what they say is true, and the one who's challenged can choose his weapons, it isn't right for him to choose ones that would keep him or stop him from being victorious, and so it's my opinion that the fat challenger should prune, trim, peel away, scrape, pare off, and lose 6 arrobas of his flesh, here and there on his body, wherever he thinks best, and in this way, when he weighs 5 arrobas, he'll match and be equal to the 5 of his adversary, and so they'll be able to run carrying equal weight too." "By my soul," said a peasant who had listened to Sancho's decision, "this gentleman has spoken like a saint and given a verdict like a canon. But I'll bet the fat man won't want to lose an ounce of his flesh, let alone 6 arrobas of it." "The best thing would be if they don't run," responded another, "because then the thin man won't be worn out carrying that weight, and the fat man won't have to lose any. Let half the wager be in wine, and let's take these gentlemen to the tavern that has the good wine, and let it be on me, and wear a cape when it rains." "Señors," responded Don Quixote, "I thank you, but I cannot stop even for a moment. Melancholy thoughts and events make me seem discourteous and oblige me to travel quickly." And so, spurring Rocinante, he rode forward, leaving them all amazed at having seen and observed both his strange figure and the intelligence of his servant, for that is what they judged Sancho to be. And another of the peasants said, "If the servant is this intelligent, what must the master be like? I'll bet if they went to study in Salamanca, in the wink of an eye they'd be magistrates. Everything's deceit except studying and more studying, and having favor and good luck. When a man least expects it, he finds himself with a staff in his hand or a mitre on his head." Master and servant spent that night in the middle of a field, in the open air. The next day, as they continued their journey, they saw a man walking toward them, with saddlebags around his neck and a pike or javelin in his hand, looking exactly like a courier on foot. As he approached Don Quixote, he quickened his pace until he was almost running, and he came up to him and embraced his right thigh, which was as high as he could reach, and said with displays of great joy, "Oh, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, what happiness will fill the heart of my lord the Duke when he knows that your grace is returning to his castle, for he is still there with my lady the Duchess." "I do not recognize you, friend," responded Don Quixote, "and I shall not know who you are if you do not tell me." "I, Señor Don Quixote," responded the courier, "am Tassilos, the footman of my lord the Duke, who refused to fight with your grace over marrying the daughter of Dona Rodriguez." "God save me," said Don Quixote. "Is it possible that you are the one whom the enchanters, my enemies, transformed into the footman you mention in order to cheat me of the honor of that combat?" "Be quiet, señor," replied the letter carrier. "There was no enchantment at all, and no change in anybody's face. I entered the field as much Tassilos the footman as I was when I left it. I wanted to marry without fighting, because I liked the girl's looks, but things turned out just the opposite of my intention, because as soon as your grace left our castle, my lord the Duke had me lashed 100 times for going against the orders he had given me before I went into combat, and the upshot is that the girl is a nun, and Dona Rodriguez has gone back to Castilla, and I'm going now to Barcelona to bring a packet of letters to the viceroy that my master has sent him. If your grace would like a drink that's pure, though warm, I have a gourd filled with good wine, and a few slices of tronchon cheese that will call upon and wake your thirst if it happens to be sleeping. I'll see this bet, said Sancho, and stake it all on courtesy, and let good Tosselos pour in spite of and despite all the enchanters in the Indies. Well, well, said Don Quixote, you are, Sancho, the greatest glutton in the world, and the most ignorant man on earth, for you cannot be persuaded that this courier is enchanted and this Tosselos a counterfeit. Stay with him, and drink your fill, and I shall go ahead slowly and wait for you until you come. The footman laughed, uncovered his gourd, and took his cheese and a small loaf of bread out of a saddlebag, and he and Sancho sat on the green grass and in companionable peace quickly dispatched and finished the contents of the saddlebags with so much spirit that they licked the packet of letters simply because it smelled of cheese. Tosselos said to Sancho, "There's no doubt that your master, Sancho my friend, must be a madman." "What do you mean, must be?" responded Sancho. "He doesn't owe anybody anything, 3 he pays for everything, and more, when madness is the coin. I see it clearly, and I tell him so clearly, but what good does it do? Especially now, when he's really hopeless because he was defeated by the Knight of the White Moon." Tosselos begged him to tell him what had happened, but Sancho responded that it was discourteous to allow his master to wait for him, and on another day, if they were to meet, there would be time for that. And having stood after he had shaken his tunic and brushed the crumbs from his beard, he walked behind the grey, said goodbye, left Tosselos, and overtook his master, who was waiting for him in the shade of a tree. Chapter 67. Regarding the decision Don Quixote made to become a shepherd and lead a pastoral life until the year of his promise had passed, along with other incidents that are truly pleasurable and entertaining. If many thoughts had troubled Don Quixote before his fall, many more troubled him after he was toppled. As has been said, he was in the shade of the tree, and there, like flies swarming around honey, thoughts came to him and stung him. Some had to do with the disenchantment of Dulcinea and others with the life he would have to live in his forced retirement. Then Sancho arrived and praised the liberality of the footman Tosselos. "Is it possible," said Don Quixote, "oh, Sancho, that you still think he is the real footman? It seems you have forgotten that you saw Dulcinea changed and transformed into a peasant, and the Knight of the Mirrors into bachelor Carrasco, the work, in both cases, of the enchanters who pursue me. But tell me now, did you ask the man you call Tosselos what God has done with Altisidora? Did she weep over my absence, or has she already placed in the hands of oblivion the amorous thoughts that so troubled her in my presence?" "Mine were not the kind," responded Sancho, "that would let me ask about nonsense." "By God, Señor, is your grace interested now in asking about other people's thoughts, especially amorous ones?" "Look, Sancho," said Don Quixote, "there is a great difference between the actions one takes because of love and those taken because of gratitude. A knight may well be unenamored, but strictly speaking, he can never be ungrateful. Altisidora, it seems, loved me dearly. She gave me the 3 nightcaps, which you know about. She wept at my departure, she cursed me, she reviled me, she complained, despite all modesty, publicly. All of these were signs that she adored me, for the anger of lovers often ends in curses. I had no hopes to offer her treasures to present to her, because all of mine I have given to Dulcinea, and the treasures of knights errant are, like those of goblins, one apparent and false, and I can give her only the innocent memories I have of her. As for those I have of Dulcinea, you offend her with your slackness in administering the lashes and in punishing that flesh. May I see it devoured by wolves, which you would rather preserve for the worms than use for the relief of that poor lady." "Señor," responded Sancho, "if you want to know the truth, I'm not convinced that lashing my backside has anything to do with disenchanting the enchanted, because it would be like saying, if you have a headache, put some ointment on your knees. I'd swear, at least, that in all the histories about knight-errantry that your grace has read, you've never seen a disenchantment by flogging, but, whether that's true or not, I'll give myself the lashes when I feel like it, and it's a convenient time for me to punish myself." "May it be God's will," responded Don Quixote, and may the heavens grant you the grace to realize the obligation you have to help my lady, who is yours as well, since you are my servant." They were conversing as they continued on their way, until they reached the same place and spot where they had been trampled by the bulls. Don Quixote recognized it and said to Sancho, "This is the meadow where we encountered the beautiful shepherdesses and gallant shepherds who wanted to restore and imitate pastoral Arcadia here, a thought as original as it is intelligent, and like them, if you think it is a good idea, I should like, oh Sancho, for us to become shepherds, at least for the time I must be retired. I shall buy some sheep, and all the other things needed for the pastoral exercise, and my name will be Shepherd Quixote and yours Shepherd Pancino, and we shall roam the mountains, the woods, and the meadows, singing here, lamenting there, drinking the liquid crystal of the fountains, or the limpid streams, or the rushing rivers. With a copious hand the oaks will give us their sweetest fruit, the hard cork trees, their trunks as seats, the willows, their shade, the roses, their fragrance, the broad meadows, carpets of 1,000 shades and colors, the clear, pure air, our breath, the moon and stars, our light in spite of night's darkness. Pleasure will give us our songs, joy, our weeping, Apollo, our verses, love, our conceits, and with these we shall make ourselves eternal and famous, not only in the present but in times to come. 2. By God, said Sancho, that sort of life squares so well with me at even corners. Besides, as soon as Bachelor Sanson Carrasco and the barber Master Nicholas see it, they'll want to lead that life and become shepherds along with us. God willing, the priest will decide to join the fold, too. He's so good-natured and fond of enjoying himself. You have spoken very well, said Don Quixote, and Bachelor Sanson Carrasco, if he enters the pastoral fraternity, as he undoubtedly will, can call himself Shepherd Sansonino, or even Shepherd Carrascan. Barber Nicholas can be Miculoso III as old Boscan was called Nemoroso, for I do not know what name we could give the priest, unless it is one derived from his profession, and we call him Shepherd Curiambro. 5 As for the shepherdesses whose lovers we shall be, we can choose their names as if we were picking pears, and since my lady's fits a shepherdess as well as a princess, there is no reason for me to try to find another that would be more suitable. You, Sancho, can call yours whatever you like. I don't plan, responded Sancho, to give her any name but Teresona, which will suit her plumpness 6 and the name she already has, which is Teresa. Besides, I'll celebrate her in my verses and reveal my chaste desires, for I don't plan to go looking for trouble in other men's houses. It won't be good for the priest to have a shepherdess, because he ought to set a good example, but if the bachelor wants to have one, his soul is his own business. God save me, said Don Quixote. What a life we shall lead, Sancho my friend. What flageolets will reach our ears, what Zamorin pipes, what timbrels, what tambourines, and what rebecks. Well, and what if in the midst of all this music albogs should resound? Then we would have all the pastoral instruments. What are albogs? Asked Sancho. I've never heard of them or seen them in my life. Albogs, responded Don Quixote, are something like brass candlesticks, and when you hit one with the other along the empty or hollow side, it makes a sound that is not unpleasant, though it may not be very beautiful or harmonious, and it goes well with the rustic nature of pipes and timbrels. This word albogs is Moorish, as are all those in our Castilian tongue that begin with al, for example, Almahaza, Almorzar, Alhambra, Alguacil, Alhucima, Almacen, Alcancia, 7 and other similar words. Our language has only 3 that are Moorish and end in the letter I, and they are Borsegi, Zakwazami, and Maravedi. 8 Alhili and Alfaqui. 9 as much for their initial al as for the final I, are known to be Arabic. I have told you this in passing because it came to mind when I happened to mention albogs. One thing that will help us a great deal to achieve perfection in this endeavor is that I am something of a poet, as you know, and Bachelor Sanson Carrasco is even better. I say nothing about the priest, but I would wager that he has a touch of the poet, and Master Nicholas as well. I have no doubt about that, because all barbers, or most of them, are guitarists and rhymers. I shall complain of absence. You will praise yourself as a steadfast lover, Shepherd Carrascan will lament being scorned, the priest Curiambro, whatever he chooses, and so things will go so well that no one could ask for more. To which Sancho responded, I am, Señor, so unfortunate, that I fear the day will never come when I can join this exercise. Oh, how polished I'll keep the spoons when I'm a shepherd! What soft bread, what cream, what garlands, what pastoral odds and ends that, if they don't earn me fame as a wise man, can't help but earn me fame as a clever one. Sanchica, my daughter, will bring food up to our flocks. But wait. She's a good-looking girl, and there are shepherds more wicked than simple, and I wouldn't want her to go for wool and come back shorn. Love and unchaste desires are as likely in the countryside as in the cities, in shepherds' huts as in royal palaces, and if you take away the cause, you take away the sin, and if your eyes don't see, your heart doesn't break, and a jump over the thicket is better than the prayers of good men. No more proverbs, Sancho, said Don Quixote, for any one of those you have said is enough to explain your thoughts. I have often advised you not to be so prodigal in your proverbs and to restrain yourself from saying them, but it seems that is like preaching in the desert, and my mother punishes me, and I deceive her. It seems to me, responded Sancho, that your grace is like the pot calling the kettle black. You reprove me for saying proverbs, and your grace strings them together two at a time. Look, Sancho, responded Don Quixote, I say proverbs when they are appropriate, and when I say them they fit like the rings on your fingers, but you drag them in by the hair, and pull them along, and do not guide them, and if I remember correctly, I have already told you that proverbs are brief maxims derived from the experience and speculation of wise men in the past, and if the proverb is not to the point, it is not a maxim, it is nonsense. But let us leave this for now, and since night is approaching, let us withdraw some distance from the king's highway, and spend the night there, and God alone knows what tomorrow will bring. They withdrew and had a scant, late supper, much against the will of Sancho, to whom it seemed that the austerities of knight-errantry were common in the forests and mountains, while abundance was displayed in castles and houses, as much in the house of Don Diego de Miranda or Don Antonio Moreno as at the wedding of the wealthy Camacho, but he considered that it could not always be day, and it could not always be night, and so he spent that night sleeping, while his master kept watch. Chapter 68. Regarding the porcine adventure that befell Don Quixote. The night was somewhat dark, although the moon was in the sky, but not in a place where she could be seen. Perhaps the Lady Diana had taken a trip to the antipodes and left the mountains black and the valleys dark. Don Quixote fulfilled his obligations to nature by sleeping his first sleep, but not giving way to his second, unlike Sancho, who never had a second sleep because his sleep lasted from nightfall until morning, proving he had a strong constitution and few cares. Those of Don Quixote kept him awake until he woke Sancho and said, I am astounded, Sancho, at your carefree disposition. I imagine that you are made of marble or hard bronze, and that feeling or sentiment has no place in you. I keep vigil while you sleep, I weep while you sing, I swoon from fasting while you are lazy and sluggish from sheer satiety. It is in the nature of good servants to share the griefs of their masters and to feel what they are feeling, if only for appearance's sake. Look at the serenity of this night and the solitude of this place, inviting us to mingle some wakefulness with our sleep. Get up, for the love of God, and go a little distance from here, and with good courage and the boldness of gratitude give yourself 300 or 400 of the lashes you owe for the disenchantment of Dulcinea. I plead with you to do this. I do not wish to come to blows with you, as we did last time, because I know you have a heavy hand. After you have flogged yourself, we shall spend what remains of the night singing, I of my absent love, and you of your valor, thereby beginning the pastoral life we shall practice in our village. Señor, responded Sancho, I'm not a monk who wakes up in the middle of the night to discipline myself, and I also don't think anybody can feel the extreme pain of a whipping and then start singing music. Your grace should let me sleep and stop pressing me about the lashes, or you'll force me to swear that I'll never even touch a thread of my tunic, let alone my flesh. O unfeeling soul! O pitiless squire! O undeserved bread and unthinking favors that I have given to you and intend to give to you in the future. Because of me you found yourself a governor, and because of me you have hopes of becoming a count or receiving another equivalent title, and the fulfillment of those hopes will take no longer than the time it takes for this year to pass, for post tenebris spiro lucem point 2. I don't understand that, replied Sancho. I only understand that while I'm sleeping I have no fear, or hope, or trouble, or glory, blessed be whoever invented sleep, the mantle that covers all human thought, the food that satisfies hunger, the water that quenches thirst, the fire that warms the cold that cools down ardor, and, finally, the general coin with which all things are bought, the scale and balance that make the shepherd equal to the king, and the simple man equal to the wise. There is only one defect in sleep, or so I've heard, and it is that it resembles death, for there is very little difference between a man who is sleeping and a man who is dead. I have never heard you speak, Sancho, said Don Quixote, as elegantly as now, which leads me to recognize the truth of the proverb that you like to quote, "It is not where you were born but who your friends are now that counts." "Ah, confound it, señor," replied Sancho. "Now I'm not the one stringing proverbs together, they also drop 2 by 2 from your Grace's mouth better than they do from mine, but between my proverbs and yours there must be this difference, your Grace's come at the right time, while mine are out of place, but in fact they're all proverbs." They were engaged in this conversation when they heard a deafening sound and a harsh noise that extended through all the valleys. Don Quixote rose to his feet and put his hand to his sword, and Sancho crouched under the grey, pulling the armor down on one side and his donkey's pack-saddle down on the other, trembling from fear as much as Don Quixote trembled from excitement. Gradually the noise grew louder as it came closer to the two fearful men, to one of them, at least. As for the other, his courage is already well known. The fact is, at that early hour, some swineherds were taking more than 600 pigs to a fair to sell them, and the animals made so much noise, grunting and snorting, that it deafened Don Quixote and Sancho, who could not imagine what the sound could be. The large grunting herd came running in great haste and confusion, and without showing respect for the authority of either Don Quixote or Sancho, they ran over them both, destroying Sancho's stockade and knocking down not only Don Quixote but Rocinante for good measure. The herd, the grunting, the speed with which the unclean animals ran past, threw into confusion and to the ground the pack-saddle, the armor, the grey, Rocinante, Sancho, and Don Quixote. Sancho struggled to his feet and asked his master for his sword, saying that he wanted to kill half a dozen of those stout and discourteous pigs, for he had realized what they were. Don Quixote said, "Let them be, my friend, for this affront is chastisement for my sin, and heaven's just punishment is that a defeated knight-errant will be devoured by jackals, and stung by wasps, and trampled by pigs." "It must also be heaven's punishment," responded Sancho, "that the squires of defeated knights will be bitten by flies, eaten by lice, and attacked by hunger. If we squires were the children of the knights we serve, or close relatives of theirs, it wouldn't be surprising if the punishment for their faults reached us all the way to the 4th generation, but what do the panzas have to do with the Quixotes? Well then, let's get comfortable again and sleep for the rest of the night, and God will send the dawn, and we'll be fine." "You sleep, Sancho," responded Don Quixote, "for you were born to sleep, but I, born to stand watch, shall give free rein to my thoughts in the time that remains until daylight, and proclaim them in a madrigal I composed in my mind last night without your knowledge." "It seems to me," responded Sancho, "that thoughts that move you to write verses can't be very troublesome. Your Grace should versify all you want, and I'll sleep all I can." And then, taking all the ground he wished, he curled up and fell fast asleep, undisturbed by guarantees or debts or any sorrow. Don Quixote, leaning against the trunk of a beech or a cork tree, for Cide Hamete Benengeli does not specify what kind of tree it was, sang to the sound of his own sighs. "O love, when my thoughts turn to the suffering, dread and fierce, you bring, I swiftly run toward death, hoping to end forever the pain I feel, but when I reach that place, the port in this rough ocean of my torment, I feel such joy and gladness that life grows strong and does not let me pass. And so my living kills me, and death insists and gives me back my life. Mine is a novel state. I go on living, and constantly die. 3. Each of these verses was accompanied by many sighs and no few tears, befitting one whose heart was pierced by the pain of defeat and the absence of Dulcinea. Then day arrived, the sun shone its rays into Sancho's eyes, he awoke and stretched, shaking and extending his sluggish limbs. He looked at the destruction wreaked on his provisions by the pigs, and cursed the herd, and even more than that. Finally the pair resumed their journey, and as the afternoon drew to a close, they saw some 10 men on horseback and 4 or 5 men on foot coming toward them. Don Quixote's heart beat faster, and Sancho's was alarmed, because the men approaching carried lances and shields and seemed very warlike. Don Quixote turned to Sancho and said, "If I could wield my weapons, Sancho, and the promise I gave had not tied my arms, I would deem this group coming toward us as nothing more than mere child's play, but perhaps it is not what we fear." By then the men on horseback had reached them, and raising their lances, and not saying a word, they surrounded Don Quixote and held their weapons to his back and chest, threatening him with death. One of those on foot brought his finger to his mouth to indicate silence, seized Rocinante's bridle, and led him off the road. The rest of the men on foot, driving Sancho and the Grey before them, and maintaining the most astonishing silence, followed in the footsteps of those who had taken Don Quixote, who tried to ask 2 or 3 times where they were taking him or what they wanted, but as soon as he began to move his lips they were closed by the points of the lances. The same thing happened to Sancho, because as soon as he gave signs of wanting to speak, one of the men on foot goaded him with a barb, and the donkey, too, as if he wanted to speak as well. Night fell, they hurried their pace, and the 2 prisoners felt a growing fear, especially when they heard their captors say from time to time, "Move, troglodytes! Silence, barbarians! Atone, anthropophagi! No complaints, Scythians, for don't even open your eyes, murdering Polyphemuses, 5 bloodthirsty lions!" And many other similar names with which they tormented the ears of the wretched master and servant. As Sancho walked, he said to himself, "They call us tortoise tykes? Barbers and ant puffs? Pollies that can be called like piss ants? I don't like these names at all. It's an ill wind blowing on this pile of grain. All this wickedness comes down on us at once, like blows on a dog, and may it please God that what this misadventurous adventure threatens goes no further than blows." Don Quixote was dazed, unable to guess, no matter how he tried, the purpose of the insulting names, but certain, at least, that from those words nothing good could be hoped for and a good deal of harm could be feared. And then, almost an hour after nightfall, they arrived at what Don Quixote recognized as the castle of the Duke, where they had been only a short while before. "God save me," he said as soon as he recognized the estate. "What can this mean? In this house all is courtesy and good manners, but for those who have been defeated, good becomes bad, and bad becomes even worse." They entered the principal courtyard of the castle, and they saw that it was adorned and decorated in a manner that increased their bewilderment and doubled their fear, as will be seen in the next chapter. Chapter 69. Concerning the strangest and most remarkable event to befall Don Quixote in the entire course of this great history. The horsemen dismounted, and together with those on foot, they seized Sancho and Don Quixote, lifted them up, and carried them into the courtyard, around which almost 100 torches set in sconces were burning. More than 500 lamps had been placed along the passages in the courtyard, so that despite the night, which proved to be somewhat dark, the lack of daylight went unnoticed. In the middle of the courtyard a catafalque rose some 2 varas off the ground, entirely covered by a very large canopy of black velvet. Around it, on its steps, candles of white wax burned in more than 100 silver candelabras. Displayed on the catafalque was the dead body of a damsel so beautiful that her beauty made death itself beautiful. Her head, crowned with a garland of fragrant flowers, lay on a brocade pillow, and her hands, crossed on her bosom, held a branch of yellow triumphant palm. To one side of the courtyard a stage had been erected, and on it were 2 seats, upon which 2 persons were sitting, and the crowns on their heads and the scepters in their hands indicated that they were kings, either real or feigned. To the side of the stage, on the steps leading up to it, 2 other seats were placed, and on these the men carrying the prisoners seated Don Quixote and Sancho. They did all this in silence, and signaled to the pair that they should be silent as well, but even without the signals they would have been silent because the astonishment they felt at what they were seeing had tied their tongues. At that moment, 2 distinguished personages mounted the stage, followed by a large retinue. They were recognized immediately by Don Quixote as the Duke and Duchess, his hosts, and they sat in 2 richly decorated chairs beside the 2 men who seemed to be kings. Who would not have been astounded at this, especially when Don Quixote realized that the dead body on the cattle fake was the beauteous Altisidora? When the Duke and Duchess mounted the stage, Don Quixote and Sancho rose and made deep obeisances, and the Duke and Duchess responded with a slight bow of their heads. Then one of their officials crossed the courtyard, came up to Sancho, and placed on him a garment of black buckram decorated with flames of fire. He removed his cap and put on his head a cone-shaped hat, of the sort given to penitents to wear by the Holy Office, and he said into his ear that if he opened his mouth, they would gag him or take his life. Sancho looked at himself and saw himself in flames, but since they did not burn he did not care at all about them. He removed the hat, saw that it was decorated with devils, and put it back on, saying to himself, "It'll be fine if the flames don't burn me and the devils don't carry me off." Don Quixote looked at him as well, and although fear had stunned his senses he could not help laughing at Sancho's appearance. At this point the soft, pleasant music of flutes began to be heard, coming, apparently, from beneath the catafalque, and, unconstrained by any human voice, because in that place silence imposed silence on itself, the music sounded gentle and amorous. Then suddenly, next to the pillow of what was, apparently, a corpse, there appeared a handsome youth dressed in Roman fashion, and to the sound of a harp that he played himself, in a soft, clear voice he sang these two stanzas. Until Altisidora turns to life, killed by the cruelty of Don Quixote, until, in the enchanting court, the ladies begin to wear cloth made of rough goat's hair, until my mistress dresses all her duennas in clothes of heavy flannel and wool serge. I shall sing of her beauty and affliction more sweetly than that famed singer of Thrace. 1 And yet I do not think that this sad duty ends for me on the day that my life ends, but with a cold, dead tongue, a lifeless mouth. I shall lift my voice in sweetest song to you. And when my soul, freed of its mortal shell, is led across the dark infernal Styx, it will celebrate you still, and with that song it will halt the waters of oblivion. 2. No more, said one of the two who seemed to be monarchs, no more, divine singer, for it would mean continuing into infinity if you were to represent for us now the death and charms of the peerless Altisidora, who is not dead, as the ignorant world thinks, but alive on the tongues of fame, and in the punishment that Sancho Panza, here present, must undergo in order to return her to the light she has lost, and so you, Rhadamanthus, 3 who judges with me in the gloomy caverns of Dis, 4 and who knows everything that has been determined by the inscrutable fates regarding the return of this maiden to life, speak and declare it now so that the good we expect from her return to a new life is no longer delayed. As soon as Minos, judge and companion of Rhadamanthus, had spoken, Rhadamanthus rose to his feet and said, Ho, officials of this house, both high and low, great and small, come one after the other and mark the face of Sancho with 24 slaps to the nose, and 12 pinches and 6 pinpricks on his arms and back, for the welfare of Altisidora depends on this ceremony. Hearing this, Sancho Panza broke the silence and said, By God, I'm as likely to become a Moor to let anybody mark my face or slap my nose. By my faith! What does slapping my face have to do with the resurrection of this maiden? The old woman liked the green so much, 5 they enchant Dulcinea, and whip me to disenchant her. Altisidora dies of ills that God sent her, and they'll bring her back by slapping me 24 times and riddling my body with pinpricks, and pinching my arms black and blue. Try those tricks on your brother-in-law. I'm an old dog, and you don't have to call me twice. You will die, said Rhadamanthus in a loud voice. Soften your heart, tiger, humble yourself, proud Nimrod, and suffer and be silent, for you are not being asked to do the impossible. And do not become involved in determining the difficulties of this business. Slapped you must be, riddled with holes you must be, and pinched until you moan. Oh, I say, officials, obey my commands, or by the faith of a virtuous man, you will find out why you were born. At that moment some 6 duennas appeared, crossing the courtyard in procession, one after the other, 4 of them wearing spectacles, and all of them holding up their right hands, with 4 finger widths of wrist exposed to make their hands seem longer, following the current fashion. As soon as Sancho saw them, he bellowed like a bull, saying, I might let myself be handled by the whole world, but consenting to being touched by duennas, never. Let cats claw my face, as they did to my master in this very castle, let them run my body through with sharpened daggers, let them tear at the flesh of my arms with red-hot pincers, and I'll bear it all patiently to serve these gentlemen, but I won't consent to duennas touching me even if the devil carries me off." Don Quixote broke the silence, too, saying to Sancho, "Be patient, my friend, and oblige these gentlemen, and give many thanks to heaven for having placed such virtue in your person that through its martyrdom you can disenchant the enchanted and resuscitate the dead." By now the duennas were close to Sancho, and he, more docile and convinced, settled himself in his chair and held up his face and beard to the first duenna, who gave him a very sharp slap, followed by a very deep curtsy. "Less courtesy, and less face paint, Señora Duenna," said Sancho, "because, by God, your hands smell of vinagrillo." 6. Finally, all the duennas marked him, and many other people from the house pinched him, but what he could not endure were the pinpricks, and so he got out of his chair, apparently angry, and grasping one of the burning torches that was near him, he chased after the duennas, and all his other tormentors, saying, "Away, ministers of hell! I'm not made of bronze. I feel your awful tortures." At this point Altisidora, who must have been tired after spending so much time supine, turned to one side, and when the onlookers saw this, almost all of them cried out in unison, "Altisidora is alive! Altisidora lives!" Rhadamanthus ordered Sancho to set aside his wrath, for their intended purpose had been achieved. As soon as Don Quixote saw Altisidora begin to move, he fell to his knees before Sancho, saying, "Now it is time, friend of my soul rather than my squire, to give yourself some of the lashes to which you are obliged in order to disenchant Dulcinea. Now, I say, is the time when your virtue is ripe and ready to perform the good deed that is expected of you." To which Sancho responded, "This seems like one dirty trick on top of another, and not honey on hotcakes. How nice it would be after pinches, slaps, and pinpricks to have a few lashes. Why not just take a big stone and tie it around my neck and put me in a well, and I won't mind it too much since I have to be a laughingstock in order to solve other people's problems. Let me alone, if not, I swear I'll knock down and destroy everything, and I don't care what happens." By this time Altisidora had sat up on the catafalque, and at the same instant flageolets began to play, accompanied by flutes and the sound of everyone's voices, crying, "Long live Altisidora! Altisidora, long may she live!" The Duke and Duchess rose to their feet, as did Kings Minos and Rhadamanthus, and all of them together, along with Don Quixote and Sancho, went to greet Altisidora and take her down from the catafalque, and she, pretending to be faint, curtsied to the Duke and Duchess and to the kings, and looking at Don Quixote out of the corner of her eye, she said to him, "God forgive you, cold-hearted knight, for because of your cruelty I have been in the next world for more than 1,000 years, it seems to me, and you, the most compassionate squire on earth, I thank you for the life I possess. Today, friend Sancho, I promise you will have 6 chemises of mine to use to make 6 shirts for yourself, and if some are torn, at least they are all clean." Sancho kissed her hands in gratitude for the present, with his knees on the ground and the cone-shaped hat in his hand. The Duke ordered that it be taken from him and his own cap returned, and they put on his tunic and took off the garment with the flames. Sancho asked the Duke to allow him to keep the robe and mitre, for he wanted to take them back to his own village as a keepsake and memento of that incomparable event. The Duchess responded that he could, for he already knew what a great friend of his she was. The Duke ordered the courtyard cleared, and everyone to withdraw to their own quarters, and Don Quixote and Sancho to be taken to the rooms they already knew from their previous visit. Chapter 70, which follows Chapter 69, and deals with matters necessary to the clarity of this history. That night Sancho slept on a low, small bed in the same room as Don Quixote, something that Sancho would have avoided if he could, because he knew very well that with all his questions and answers, his master would not let him sleep, and he was not inclined to speak a great deal because the pains of his recent torments were very present and had done nothing to loosen his tongue, and he would have preferred to sleep in a hovel alone than in that rich chamber in the company of another. What he feared was so real and what he suspected so true, that as soon as his master climbed into his bed, he heard his master say,
"What do you think, Sancho, of what happened tonight?"
"Great and powerful is the strength of love scorned, for with your own eyes you saw Altisidora dead, not by arrows or sword or any other instrument of war, or by deadly poison, but because of the harshness and disdain with which I have always treated her. She was welcome to die as much as she wanted and however she wanted," responded Sancho, "and to leave me alone, because I never fell in love with her or scorned her in my life. As I've said before, I don't know how it can be that Altisidora's well-being, a maiden who's more willful than wise, has anything to do with the sufferings of Sancho Panza. Now at last I see, clearly and distinctly, that there are enchanters and enchantments in the world, and may God save me from them because I don't know how to save myself. Even so, I beg your grace to let me sleep and not ask me anything else, unless you want me to throw myself out a window." "Then sleep, Sancho my friend," responded Don Quixote, "if the pinpricks and pinches and slaps you have received allow you to sleep." "No pain," replied Sancho, "was as great an insult as the slaps, simply because they were given to me by duennas, confound them, and again I beg your grace to let me sleep, because it relieves the miseries we feel when we're awake." "Then sleep," said Don Quixote, "and God be with you." Both of them fell asleep, and during this time Cide Hamete, author of this great history, wished to write and give an account of what moved the Duke and Duchess to devise the elaborate scheme that has just been narrated. He says that bachelor Sanson Carrasco, not having forgotten when the Knight of the Mirrors was vanquished and overthrown by Don Quixote, a defeat and a fall that ruined and destroyed all his plans, wanted to try his hand again, hoping for better success than before, and so, learning from the page who carried the letter and gift to Teresa Panza, Sancho's wife, where Don Quixote was, he found new arms and another horse, and on his shield he put the white moon and had all of it carried by a mule led by a peasant and not Tomé Cecil, his former squire, so that he would not be recognized by Sancho or Don Quixote. And so he came to the castle of the Duke, who informed him of the direction and route Don Quixote had taken and of his intention to appear in the justs at Zaragoza. He also told him of the tricks that had been played on Don Quixote and of the scheme for disenchanting Dulcinea that would have to take place at the expense of Sancho's hindquarters. Finally, he recounted the trick that Sancho had played on his master, leading him to believe that Dulcinea had been enchanted and transformed into a peasant girl, and how his wife, the Duchess, led Sancho to believe that he was the one deceived because Dulcinea really was enchanted. The bachelor laughed a good deal and marveled as he considered Sancho's shrewdness and simplicity, and the extremes of Don Quixote's madness. The Duke asked if he found Don Quixote, and regardless of whether he defeated him or not, that he return and tell him what had occurred. The bachelor agreed and set out to look for him. He did not find him in Zaragoza and continued on his way, and what has already been related happened to him. He returned to the castle of the Duke and told him everything, including the conditions of their combat, and he said that Don Quixote was already returning home to keep, like a good knight-errant, his promise to withdraw to his village for a year, in which time it might be, said the bachelor, that his madness would be cured, for this was the purpose that had moved him to assume those disguises, since it was a sad thing for a gentleman as intelligent as Don Quixote to be mad. With this, he took his leave of the Duke and returned to his village and waited there for Don Quixote, who was riding behind him. This gave the Duke the opportunity to arrange the deception. Such was the pleasure he derived from matters concerning Sancho and Don Quixote. He sent out many of his servants on foot and on horseback to search roads close to and far from the castle, all the ones he imagined Don Quixote might use to return home, so that either willingly or by force they could bring him back to the castle if they found him. They did find him, and they so informed the Duke, who had already arranged what was to be done, and as soon as he had been informed of their arrival, he ordered the torches lit, and the lamps placed in the courtyard, and Altisidora to climb the catafalque, and all the devices that have been recounted performed so vividly and realistically that there was very little difference between them and the truth. Cide Hamete goes on to say that in his opinion the deceivers are as mad as the deceived, and that the Duke and Duchess came very close to seeming like fools since they went to such lengths to deceive two fools, who, one sleeping soundly and the other keeping watch over his unrestrained thoughts, were overtaken by daylight and filled with the desire to arise, for the featherbeds of idleness never gave pleasure to Don Quixote, whether he was the vanquished or the victor. Altisidora, restored to life, in Don Quixote's opinion, followed the whim of her master and mistress, and crowned with the same garland she had worn on the catafalque, and dressed in a tunic of white taffeta sewn with gold flowers, and with her hair hanging loose down her back, and leaning on a staff of fine black ebony, she entered Don Quixote's room. Her presence disquieted and confused him, and he covered and concealed himself almost completely under the sheets and blankets on the bed, his tongue silenced, unable to utter a single courtesy. Altisidora sat on a chair near the head of his bed, and after heaving a great sigh, in a faint and piteous voice she said, "When highborn women and secluded maidens trample on their honor, and give permission to their tongues to break free of all restraints and proclaim in public the secrets hidden in their hearts, they find themselves in desperate circumstances. I, Señor Don Quixote of La Mancha, am one of these, afflicted, vanquished, enamored, but with it all long-suffering and modest, so much so, and so much of each, that my silence made my heart burst and I lost my life. For 2 days, on account of the harshness with which you have treated me, O unfeeling knight. Oh, harder than marble to my complaints, 1. I was dead, or, at least, judged to be so by those who saw me, and if it had not been that love took pity on me and placed the remedy in the sufferings of this good squire, I would have remained in the next world. Love could just as well have placed them in the sufferings of my donkey, and I would have thanked him for that. But tell me, Señora, and may heaven find you another lover more tender-hearted than my master, what did you see in the next world? What's it like in hell? Because whoever dies in despair is bound to go there." "To tell the truth," responded Altisidora, "I probably didn't die completely because I didn't enter hell, and if I had, I really couldn't have left even if I'd wanted to. The truth is I reached the gate, where about a dozen devils were playing pelota, all of them in tights and doublets, their collars trimmed with borders of Flemish lace and cuffs of the same material, exposing 4 fingers' width of arms so that their hands appeared longer, and in them they were holding bats of fire, and what amazed me most was that instead of balls they were using books, apparently full of wind and trash, which was something marvelous and novel, but this did not amaze me as much as seeing that, although it is natural for players to be happy when they win and sad when they lose, in that game everybody was grumbling, everybody was quarreling, and everybody was cursing." "That's not surprising," responded Sancho, "because devils, whether they play or not, can never be happy, whether they win or not." "That must be true," responded Altisidora, "but there's something else that also surprises me, surprised me then, and it was that at the first volley there wasn't a ball left in play that was in condition to be used again, and so they went through books, new and old, which was a remarkable thing to see. One of them, brand new and nicely bound, was hit so hard that its innards spilled out and its pages were scattered. One devil said to another, 'See what book that is.' And the other devil responded, 'This is the second part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha, composed not by Cide Hamete, its first author, but by an Aragonese who is, he says, a native of Tordesillas.' 'Take it away from here,' responded the other devil, 'and throw it into the pit of hell so that my eyes never see it again.' 'Is it so bad?' responded the other one. 'So bad,' replied the first, 'that if I myself set out to make it worse, I would fail.' And they continued with their game, hitting other books, and I, because I had heard the name of Don Quixote, whom I love and adore so passionately, did my best to keep this vision in my memory." "It must have been a vision, no doubt about it," said Don Quixote, "because there is no other eye in the world, and that history is already being passed from hand to hand but stops in none, because everyone's foot is kicking it along. I have not been perturbed to hear that I wander like a shade in the darkness of the abyss or in the light of the world, because I am not the one told about in that history. If it is good, faithful, and true, it will have centuries of life, but if it is bad, the road will not be long between its birth and its grave." Altisidora was going to continue her complaints about Don Quixote, when the knight said to her, "As I have often told you, Señora, I am grieved that you have turned your thoughts to me, for they can sooner be thanked than remedied by mine. I was born to belong to Dulcinea of Toboso, and the fates, if there are any, have dedicated me to her, and to think that any other beauty can occupy the place she has in my soul is to think the impossible. This is sufficient discouragement for you to withdraw inside the borders of your modesty, for no one can be obliged to do the impossible." Hearing which, Altisidora, showing signs of anger and vexation, said, "Good Lord! Don Codfish, with a soul of metal, like the pit of a date, harder and more stubborn than a peasant when he has his mind set on something, if I get near you I'll scratch out your eyes. Do you think by any chance, Don defeated, Don battered, that I died for you? Everything you saw tonight was pretense. I'm not the kind of woman who would let herself suffer as much as the dirt under her fingernail, much less die, on account of nonsense like that." "I believe it," said Sancho, "because all this about lovers dying makes me laugh. They can say it easily enough, but doing it is a story only Judas would believe." While they were having this conversation, the musician, singer, and poet, who had sung the 2 stanzas already described, came in, and making a deep bow to Don Quixote, he said, "Señor Knight, your grace should consider and count me in the number of your greatest admirers, for I have been devoted to you for some time now, as much for your fame as for your exploits." Don Quixote responded, "Your grace should tell me who you are so that my courtesy may respond to your merits." The youth responded that he was the musician and panegyrist of the previous night. "Certainly," replied Don Quixote, "your grace has an excellent voice, but what you sang did not seem very appropriate to me. What do stanzas by Garcilaso have to do with the death of this lady?" "Your grace should not be surprised at that," responded the musician, "for among the untutored poets of our day, the custom is for each to write however he wishes and steal from whomever he wishes regardless of whether or not it suits his intention, and there is no foolishness, either sung or written, that is not attributed to poetic license." Don Quixote wished to respond but was prevented from doing so by the Duke and Duchess, who came in to see him, and they had a long and pleasant conversation in which Sancho said so many amusing things and so many clever things that the Duke and Duchess were once again astounded by his simplicity and his shrewdness. Don Quixote asked them to give him permission to depart that very day, because it is more seemly for defeated knights like him to sleep in pigsties rather than in royal palaces. They gave it willingly, and the Duchess asked if Altisidora remained in his good graces. He responded, "Señora, your ladyship should know that all the problems afflicting this maiden are born of idleness, and the remedy lies in honest and constant labor. She has told me that they use lace trimmings in hell, and since she must know how to make them, she should never let them out of her hands. If she is occupied in moving the bobbins, the image or images of what she desires will not move through her imagination, and this is the truth, this is my opinion, and this is my advice." "And mine," added Sancho, "for I've never seen in all my life a lace maker who's died for love. Maidens who are occupied think more about finishing their tasks than about love. At least that's true for me, because when I'm busy digging I never think about my better half, I mean my Teresa Panza, and I love her more than my eyelashes." "Well said, Sancho," said the Duchess, "and from now on I shall keep my Altisidora busy doing needlework, which she does extremely well." "There's no reason, Señora," responded Altisidora, "to make use of this remedy, for consideration of the cruelties this wicked vagrant has inflicted on me will wipe him from my memory with no need for other measures. And with the permission of your highness, I should like to leave now in order not to have before my eyes not only his sorrowful face, but his hideous and hateful features." "That seems to me," said the Duke, "like the old saying, because the one who says insults is very close to forgiving." 2. Altisidora made a show of drying her tears with a handkerchief, and after curtsying to her master and mistress, she left the room. "Go in peace," said Sancho, "poor maiden, go in peace. I mean, you have bad luck because you fell in love with a soul of esparto grass and a heart of oak. By my faith, if you'd fallen in love with me, you'd be singing a different tune." The conversation came to an end, and Don Quixote dressed, dined with the Duke and Duchess, and departed that afternoon. Chapter 71. What befell Don Quixote and his squire, Sancho, as they were traveling to their village. The vanquished and exhausted Don Quixote was extremely melancholy on the one hand and very happy on the other. His sadness was caused by his defeat and his happiness by his consideration of Sancho's virtue and how it had been demonstrated in the resurrection of Altisidora, even though he had felt certain reservations when he persuaded himself that the enamored maiden had in fact been dead. Sancho was not at all happy, because it made him sad to see that Altisidora had not kept her promise to give him the chemises, and going back and forth over this, he said to his master, "The truth is, Señor, that I'm the most unfortunate doctor one could find anywhere in the world, where a physician can kill the sick person he's treating and wants to be paid for his work, which is nothing but signing a piece of paper for some medicines that are made not by him but by the apothecary, and that's the whole swindle. But when other people's well-being costs me drops of blood, slaps, pinches, pinpricks, and lashes, they don't give me an ardite. Well, I swear that if they bring me another patient, before I cure anybody they'll have to grease my palm, because if the abbot sings he eats his supper, and I don't want to believe that heaven gave me this virtue to use for others at no charge." "You are right, Sancho my friend," responded Don Quixote, "and it was very wrong of Altisidora not to give you the chemises she promised, although your virtue is gratis data one and has not cost you any study at all, for suffering torments on your person is more than study. As for me, I can tell you that if you wanted payment for the lashes of Dulcinea's disenchantment, I should have given it to you gladly, but I do not know if payment would suit the cure, and I would not want rewards to interfere with the treatment. Even so, it seems to me that nothing would be lost if we tried it. Decide, Sancho, how much you want, and then flog yourself and pay yourself in cash and by your own hand, for you are carrying my money." At this offer Sancho opened his eyes and ears at least a span and consented in his heart to flog himself willingly, and he said to his master, "Well now, Señor, I'm getting ready to do what your grace desires, and to make a little profit, too, because the love I have for my children and my wife makes me seem greedy. Tell me, your grace, how much will you pay me for each lash I give myself?" "If I were to pay you, Sancho," responded Don Quixote, "according to what the greatness and nobility of this remedy deserve, the treasure of Venice and the mines of Potosi would not be enough. Estimate how much of my money you are carrying, and then set a price for each lash." "The lashes," responded Sancho, "amount to 3,300, and a few of those I've given myself 5, that leaves the rest. Let the 5 count as those few, and we come to the 3,300, which at a quartillo each, and I won't do it for less even if the whole world ordered me to, comes to 3,300 quartillos, and that 3,000 comes to 1,500 half reals, and that 750 reals, and the 300 comes to 150 half reals, which is 75 reals, and add that to the 750, it comes to a total of 825 reals. I'll take that out of your grace's money, and I'll walk into my house a rich and happy man, though badly whipped, because trout aren't caught, too, and that's all I'll say." "Oh blessed Sancho! Oh kind and courteous Sancho," responded Don Quixote. "Dulcinea and I shall be obliged to serve you for all the days of life that heaven grants us. If she returns to the state that was lost, and it is impossible that she will not, her misfortune will have been fortune, and my defeat a glorious triumph. Decide, Sancho, when you want to begin the flogging. If you do it soon, I shall add another 100 reals." "When?" replied Sancho. "Tonight, without fail. Your grace should arrange for us to spend it in the countryside, out of doors, and I'll lay open my flesh." Night fell, anticipated by Don Quixote with the deepest longing in the world, for it seemed to him that the wheels on Apollo's carriage 3 had broken and that the day lasted longer than usual, which is what lovers generally feel, for they can never account for their desire. At last they entered a pleasant wood a short distance from the road, and leaving Rocinante's saddle and the Gray's pack saddle unoccupied, they lay on the green grass and ate their supper from Sancho's provisions. Then, making a powerful and flexible whip from the donkey's halter and headstall, Sancho withdrew some 20 paces from his master into a stand of beeches. Don Quixote, who saw him go with boldness and spirit, said, "Be careful, my friend, not to tear yourself to pieces. Pause between lashes. Do not try to race so quickly that you lose your breath in the middle of the course. I mean, you should not hit yourself so hard that you lose your life before you reach the desired number. And to keep you from losing by a card too many or too few, I shall stand to one side and count the lashes you administer on my rosary. May heaven favor you as your good intentions deserve."
"A man who pays his debts doesn't care about guarantees," responded Sancho.
"I plan to lash myself so that it hurts but doesn't kill me. That must be the point of this miracle." Then he stripped down to his waist, and seizing the whip he had fashioned, he began to flog himself, and Don Quixote began to count the lashes. Sancho must have given himself 6 or 8 lashes when the joke began to seem onerous and the price very low, and he stopped for a while and said to his master that he withdrew from the contract because each of those lashes should be worth a half-real, not a cuartillo. "Continue, Sancho my friend, and do not lose heart," said Don Quixote, "for I shall double the stakes on the price." "In that case," said Sancho, "let it be in God's hands, and rain down the lashes." But the crafty scoundrel stopped lashing his back and began to whip the trees, from time to time heaving sighs that seemed to be torn from his heart. Don Quixote's was tender, and fearing that Sancho might end his life and because of that imprudence not achieve the knight's desire, he said, "On your life, friend, let the matter stop here, for this remedy seems very harsh to me, and it would be a good idea to take more time. Zamora was not won in an hour. You have given yourself more than 1,000 lashes, if I have counted correctly. That is enough for now, for the donkey, speaking coarsely, will endure the load, but not an extra load." "No, no, senor," responded Sancho, "let no one say of me, money was paid and his arms grew weak. Your grace should move a little farther away, and let me give myself another 1,000 lashes at least. 2 more rounds of these and we'll finish the game and even have something left over." "Since you are so well disposed," said Don Quixote, "then may heaven help you. Go on with your whipping, and I shall move away." Sancho returned to his task with so much enthusiasm that he had soon stripped the bark from a number of trees, such was the rigor with which he flogged himself, and once, raising his voice as he administered a furious blow to a beech, he said, "Here you will die, Samson, and all those with you." Don Quixote immediately hurried to the sound of the doleful voice and the pitiless flogging, and seizing the twisted halter that served as a whip, he said to Sancho, "Fate must not allow, Sancho my friend, that in order to please me you lose your life, which must serve to support your wife and children. Let Dulcinea wait for another occasion, and I shall keep myself within the bounds of proximate hope, waiting for you to gain new strength so that this matter may be concluded to everyone's satisfaction. Señor, since that is your grace's wish, may it be for the best, and toss your cape over my shoulders because I'm sweating and don't want to catch a chill. New penitents run that risk." Don Quixote did so, and in his shirt sleeves he covered Sancho, who slept until he was awakened by the sun, and then they continued their journey, which they brought to a halt, for the time being, in a village 3 leagues away. They dismounted at an inn, which Don Quixote took to be an inn and not a castle with a deep moat, towers, portcullises, and drawbridges, for after he was defeated he thought with sounder judgment about everything, as will be recounted now. He was lodged in a room on the ground floor, and hanging on its walls were the kind of old painted tapestries still used in villages. On one of them was painted, very badly, the abduction of Helen, at the moment the audacious guest stole her away from Menelaus, IV, and the other showed the history of Dido and Aeneas. She stood on a high tower and signaled with a large cloth to her fugitive guest, who fled by sea on a frigate or brigantine. He noted in the 2 histories that Helen did not go very unwillingly, for she was laughing, slyly and cunningly, but the beautiful Dido seemed to shed tears the size of walnuts, and seeing this, Don Quixote said, "These 2 ladies were extremely unfortunate because they were not born in this age, and I am the most unfortunate of men because I was not born in theirs. If I had encountered these gentlemen, Troy would not have been burned, nor Carthage destroyed, for simply by my killing Paris, so many misfortunes would have been avoided." 5. "I'll wager," said Sancho, "that before long there won't be a tavern, an inn, a hostelry, or a barber shop where the history of our deeds isn't painted." But I'd like it done by the hands of a painter better than the one who did these. You are right, Sancho, said Don Quixote, because this painter is like Orboneja, a painter in Ubeda, who, when asked what he was painting, would respond, whatever comes out. And if he happened to be painting a rooster, he would write beneath it, this is a rooster, so that no one would think it was a fox. And that, it seems to me, Sancho, is how the painter or writer, for it amounts to the same thing, must be who brought out the history of this new Don Quixote. He painted or wrote whatever came out, or he may have been like a poet who was at court some years ago, whose name was Molian. When asked a question, he would say the first thing that came into his head, and once when asked the meaning of Deum de Deo, he responded, dim down the drummer. 6. But leaving that aside, tell me, Sancho, if you intend to administer another set of lashes tonight, and if you wish it to take place under a roof or out of doors. By God, Señor, responded Sancho, considering how I plan to whip myself, a house would be as good as a field, but even so, I'd like it to be under the trees, because they seem like companions and help me to bear this burden wonderfully well. It should not be like this, Sancho my friend, responded Don Quixote. Instead, so that you can regain your strength, we should save this for our village, where we shall arrive the day after tomorrow at the latest. Sancho responded that he would do as his master wished but would like to conclude this matter quickly, while his blood was hot and the grindstone rough, because in delay there is often danger, and pray to God and use the hammer, and one here you are was worth more than two, I'll give it to you, and a bird in hand was worth two in the bush. By the one God, Sancho, no more proverbs, said Don Quixote. It seems you are going back to sic it erat. 7. Speak plainly, and simply, and without complications, as I have often told you, and you will see how one loaf will be the same as 100 for you. I don't know why I'm so unlucky, responded Sancho, that I can't say a word without a proverb, and every proverb seems exactly right to me, but I'll change, if I can. And with this their conversation came to an end. Chapter 72. Concerning how Don Quixote and Sancho arrived in their village. Don Quixote and Sancho spent the entire day in that village and in that inn, waiting for nightfall, the latter, to conclude a round of whipping in the open air, and the former, to see it completed, for this was all his desire. In the meantime, a traveler on horseback arrived at the inn, along with 3 or 4 servants, one of whom said to the one who seemed to be their master, Señor Don Alvaro Tarf, your grace can spend the hottest part of the day here, the inn seems clean and cool. Hearing this, Don Quixote said to Sancho, Look, Sancho, when I leaf through that book about the second part of my history, it seems to me I happened to run across this name of Don Alvaro Tarf. 1. That might be, responded Sancho. We'll let him dismount, and then we can ask him about it. The gentleman dismounted, and the innkeeper gave him a room on the ground floor, across from Don Quixote's lodging, which was hung with other tapestries like the ones in Don Quixote's room. The newcomer, dressed in summer clothes, came out to the portico of the inn, which was spacious and cool, and seeing Don Quixote walking there, he asked, Señor, may I ask where your grace is traveling? And Don Quixote responded, To a nearby village, which is where I live. And your grace, where are you going? I, Señor, responded the gentleman, am going to Granada, which is my home. A fine home, replied Don Quixote. But would your grace please be so kind as to tell me your name, because I believe it will be more important for me to know it than I can ever tell you. My name is Don Alvaro Tarf, responded the guest at the inn. To which Don Quixote replied, I think beyond any doubt that your grace must be the Don Alvaro Tarf whose name appears in the second part of the history of Don Quixote of La Mancha, recently published and brought into the light of the world by a modern author. I am, responded the gentleman, and Don Quixote, the principal subject of this history, was a great friend of mine. I was the one who took him from his home, or, at least, persuaded him to come with me to the justs being held in Zaragoza, and the truth of the matter is that I became very friendly with him and saved him more than once from tasting a whip on his back because of his insolence. And, Señor Don Alvaro, Can your grace tell me if I resemble in any way the Don Quixote you have mentioned? No, certainly not, responded the guest, not at all. And that Don Quixote, said our Don Quixote, did he have with him a squire named Sancho Panza? He did, responded Don Alvaro, and though he was famous for being very amusing, I never heard him say any witticism that was. I can believe that, said Sancho at this point, because saying amusing things is not for everybody, and the Sancho your grace is talking about, Señor, must be a great scoundrel, a dullard, and a thief all at the same time, because I'm the real Sancho Panza, and I have more amusing things to say than there are rainstorms, and if you don't think so, your grace can put it to the test, and follow after me for at least a year, and then you'll see whether or not amusing things drop off me at every step, so many of them that without my knowing what I've said most of the time, I make everybody who hears me laugh, and the real Don Quixote of La Mancha, the one who's famous, valiant, intelligent, and enamored, the righter of wrongs, the defender of wards and orphans, the protector of widows, a lady killer with maidens, the one whose only lady is the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso, he is this gentleman here present, my master. Every other Don Quixote and any other Sancho Panza are a trick and a dream. By God, I believe it, responded Don Alvaro. You have said more amusing things, my friend, in the few sentences you have spoken than the other Sancho Panza did in all the ones I heard him speak, and there were many. He was more gluttonous than well-spoken, and more foolish than amusing, and I believe beyond any doubt that the enchanters who pursue the good Don Quixote have wanted to pursue me along with the bad Don Quixote. But I don't know what to say, because I would swear I left him in the house of the Nuncio too in Toledo to be cured, and now suddenly here's another Don Quixote, though one very different from mine. I, said Don Quixote, do not know if I am good, but I can say I am not the bad one, and as proof of this I want your grace to know, Señor Don Alvaro Tarf, that in all the days of my life I have never been in Zaragoza, rather, because I had been told that this imaginary Don Quixote had gone to the justs there, I refused to enter the city, thereby revealing the lie to everyone. Instead, I went directly to Barcelona, fountain of courtesy, shelter of strangers, hospice to the poor, land of the valiant, avenger of the offended, reciprocator of firm friendship, a city unique in its location and beauty. And although the events that befell me there are not pleasing, but very grievous, I bear them better simply for having seen Barcelona. In short, Señor Don Alvaro Tarf, I am Don Quixote of La Mancha, the same one who was on the lips of fame, and not that unfortunate man who has wanted to usurp my name and bring honor to himself with my thoughts. I implore your grace, for the sake of what you owe to your being a gentleman, to please make a statement to the magistrate of this village, saying that your grace has not seen me in all the days of your life until now, and that I am not the Don Quixote published in the second part, nor is this Sancho Panza, my squire, the one known by your grace. I shall do that very gladly, responded Don Alvaro, although it astounds me to see two Don Quixotes and two Sanchos at the same time, as alike in their names as they are different in their actions. And I say again and affirm again that I have not seen what I have seen or experienced what I have experienced. No doubt, said Sancho, your grace must be enchanted, like my lady Dulcinea of Toboso, and if it please heaven, I could disenchant your grace by giving myself another 3,000 or so lashes the way I'm doing for her, and I would do it without charging interest. I don't understand what you mean by lashes, said Don Alvaro. And Sancho responded that it was a long story, but he would tell it to him if they were traveling in the same direction. At this point it was time to eat, and Don Quixote and Don Alvaro dined together. The magistrate of the village happened to come into the inn, along with a scribe, and Don Quixote submitted a petition to him saying that under the law it would be a good idea if Don Alvaro Tarf, the gentleman here present, should declare before his grace that he did not know Don Quixote of La Mancha, also present, and that he, Don Quixote, was not the one who had appeared in a history entitled Second Part of Don Quixote of La Mancha, written by someone named Avellaneda, a native of Tordesillas. In brief, the magistrate gave his legal decision. The statement was made with all the juridical force that could be brought to bear in such cases, which made Don Quixote and Sancho very happy, as if such a statement mattered a great deal, and as if the difference between the two Don Quixotes and the two Sanchos could not be clearly seen in their actions and words. Many courtesies and offers of service were exchanged by Don Alvaro and Don Quixote, and in them the great Manchegan showed so much intelligence and sense that Don Alvaro was convinced he had been in error, and even came to believe he must have been enchanted, for he had touched two such antithetical Don Quixotes with his own hand. As evening approached they left the village, and after about half a league their ways diverged, one leading to Don Quixote's village, the other the road that Don Alvaro had to follow. In this short period of time, Don Quixote recounted the misfortune of his defeat, and the enchantment of Dulcinea and its remedy, all of which caused renewed astonishment in Don Alvaro, who embraced Don Quixote and Sancho and continued on his way, while Don Quixote continued on his, planning to spend the night in another wood in order to give Sancho a chance to complete his penance, which he did in the same manner as the previous night, more at the expense of the bark on the beaches than his back, which he protected so carefully that the lashes could not have removed a fly if one had been there. The deceived Don Quixote did not miss a single blow as he kept count, and he discovered that with those administered the night before, they amounted to 3,029. It seems the sun rose early in order to witness the sacrifice, and in its light they resumed their journey, the two of them discussing the deception of Don Alvaro and how wise it had been to take his statement legally, before a magistrate. They traveled that day and night, and nothing occurred worthy of recording except that Sancho completed his task, which made Don Quixote extraordinarily happy, and he longed for daylight to see if he would meet on the road his disenchanted lady Dulcinea, but as he traveled, he encountered no woman whom he recognized as Dulcinea of Toboso, for he considered it incontrovertible that the promises of Merlin could not lie. With these thoughts and desires they climbed a hill, and from there they could see their village, and when he saw it, Sancho dropped to his knees and said, "Open your eyes, my beloved country, and see that your son Sancho Panza has come back to you, if not very rich, at least well flogged. Open your arms and receive as well your son Don Quixote, who, though he returns conquered by another, returns the conqueror of himself, and, as he has told me, that is the greatest conquest anyone can desire. I'm bringing money, because if I've had a good lashing, at least I left riding a horse 3. Enough of your foolishness, said Don Quixote, and let us get off to a good start in our village, where we shall exercise our imaginations and plan the pastoral life we intend to lead. With this they descended the hill and went toward their village. Chapter 73. Regarding the omens Don Quixote encountered as he entered his village, along with other events that adorn and lend credit to this great history. And at the entrance, according to Cide Hamete, Don Quixote saw two boys arguing on the threshing floor of the town, and one said to the other, "Don't worry, Periquillo, you won't see it one in all the days of your life." Don Quixote heard this and said to Sancho, "Friend, did you notice that the boy said, 'You won't see her in all the days of your life'?" "Well, why does it matter," responded Sancho, "what the boy said?" "Why," replied Don Quixote, "do you not see that if you apply those words to my intention, it signifies that I am not to see Dulcinea again?" Sancho was about to respond but was prevented from doing so when he saw a hare racing across the field, followed by a good number of greyhounds and hunters, and the terrified animal took refuge and shelter between the feet of the grey. Sancho picked it up, keeping it from harm, and handed it to Don Quixote, who was saying, "Malum signum. Malum signum, to a hare flees, with greyhounds in pursuit, Dulcinea will not appear." "Your grace is a puzzle," said Sancho. "Let's suppose that this hare is Dulcinea of Toboso and these greyhounds chasing her are the wicked enchanters who changed her into a peasant. She flees, I catch her and turn her over to your grace, who holds her and cares for her. What kind of bad sign is that? What kind of evil omen can you find here?" The two boys who had been quarreling came over to see the hare, and Sancho asked one of them why they were arguing. And the one who had said, "You won't see it again in your whole life," responded that he had taken a cricket cage from the other boy and never intended to give it back to him. Sancho took 4 cuartos from his pocket and gave them to the boy in exchange for the cage, and he placed it in Don Quixote's hands, saying, "Here, señor, are your omens, broken and wrecked, and as far as I'm concerned, though I may be a fool, they have no more to do with our affairs than the clouds of yesteryear. And if I remember correctly, I've heard the priest in our village say that it isn't right for sensible Christians to heed this kind of nonsense, and even your grace has told me the same thing, letting me know that Christians who paid attention to omens were fools. But there's no need to spend any more time on this, let's go on into our village. The hunters rode up, asked for their hare, and Don Quixote gave it to them. He and Sancho went on, and at the entrance to the village they encountered the priest and bachelor Carrasco praying in a small meadow. And it should be noted here that Sancho Panza had draped the buckram tunic painted with flames, which they had placed on him in the Duke's castle on the night Altisidora was resuscitated, over the bundle of armor on the grey to serve as his repostero. 3 He had also set the cone-shaped hat on the grey's head, which was the oddest transformation and adornment ever seen on any donkey in the world. The priest and the bachelor recognized them immediately and came toward them with open arms. Don Quixote dismounted and embraced them warmly, and some boys, who were as sharp-eyed as lynxes, caught sight of the donkey's hat and hurried over to see it, saying to one another, "Come on, boys, and you'll see Sancho Panza's donkey all dressed up and Don Quixote's animal skinnier today than he ever was." In short, surrounded by boys and accompanied by the priest and the bachelor, they entered the village and went to Don Quixote's house, and at the door they saw his housekeeper and his niece, who had already heard the news of their return. Teresa Panza, Sancho's wife, had heard exactly the same news, and disheveled and half-dressed and pulling her daughter, Sanchica, along by the hand, she hurried to see her husband, and when she saw him not as elegantly dressed as she thought a governor should be, she said, "Husband, why are you traveling like this, on foot and footsore and, it seems to me, looking more like a misgoverned fool than like a governor?" "Be quiet, Teresa," responded Sancho, "because often you can have hooks and no bacon, for let's go home, and there you will hear wonderful things. I have money, which is what matters, that I earned by my own labor, and with no harm to anybody." "Bring the money, my good husband," said Teresa, "no matter if you earned it here or there, no matter how you did it, you won't have thought up any new ways of earning it." Sanchica embraced her father and asked if he had brought her anything, for she had been waiting for him like the showers of May, and she held him on one side by his belt, and with his wife holding his hand and his daughter leading the grey, they went to their house, leaving Don Quixote in the hands of his niece and his housekeeper, and in the company of the priest and the bachelor. Don Quixote, at that very moment, without regard for the time or the hour, withdrew with the bachelor and the priest, and when they were alone he told them briefly about his defeat and the obligation he was under not to leave his village for a year, which he intended to obey to the letter and not violate in the slightest, as befitted a knight-errant bound by the order and demands of knight-errantry, and that he had thought of becoming a shepherd for the year and spending his time in the solitude of the countryside, where he could freely express his amorous thoughts and devote himself to the virtuous pastoral occupation, and he implored them, if they did not have too much to do and were not prevented by more important matters, to be his companions, and he would buy enough sheep and livestock to give them the name of shepherds, and he told them that the most important part of the business had already been taken care of, because he had given them names that would fit them like a glove. The priest asked him to say what they were. Don Quixote responded that he would be called Shepherd Quixote Eyes, and the bachelor would be Shepherd Carrascan, and the priest, Shepherd Quirambro, and Sancho Panza, Shepherd Pansino. They were stunned by Don Quixote's new madness, but in order to keep him from leaving the village again on chivalric exploits, and hoping he might be cured during that year, they acquiesced to his new intentions, and approved his madness as sensible, and offered to be his companions in his occupations. "Moreover," said Sanson Carrasco, "as everyone already knows, I am a celebrated poet and shall constantly compose pastoral verses, or courtly ones, or whatever seems most appropriate, to entertain us as we wander those out-of-the-way places, and what is most necessary, señors, is for each to choose the name of the shepherdess to be celebrated in his verses, the name he will carve and inscribe on every tree, no matter how hard, as is the usage and custom of enamored shepherds." "That is quite fitting," responded Don Quixote, "although I do not need to find the name of a feigned shepherdess, for there is the peerless Dulcinea of Toboso, glory of these fields, ornament of these meadows, mainstay of beauty, flower of all graces, and, in short, a subject on whom all praise sits well, no matter how hyperbolic." "That is true," said the priest, "but we shall have to find some well-mannered shepherdesses, and if their names don't suit us, we can trim them to fit." To which Samson Carrasco added, "And if our invention fails, we can give them the names that have been published and printed in that Fill the World, Phillida, Amaryllis, Diana, Flarida, Galatea, and Belisarda. Since they're sold on every square, we can certainly buy them and keep them for our own. If my lady, or I should say my shepherdess, happens to be named Anna, I shall celebrate her under the name Anarda, and if her name is Francisca, I shall call her Francnia, and if Lucia, Lucinda, for that's all it amounts to, and Sancho Panza, if he joins our fraternity, can celebrate his wife, Teresa Panza, with the name Teresaina." Don Quixote laughed at the aptness of the name, and the priest praised to the skies his honest and honorable resolution and once again offered to accompany him in the time he was not occupied in attending to his obligations. And with this they took their leave of Don Quixote and implored him and advised him to take care of his health and to eat well. It so happened that the niece and the housekeeper heard the conversation of the three men, and as soon as the visitors left, the two women entered the room to see Don Quixote, and his niece said, "What is this, uncle? We thought your grace would stay at home again and lead a quiet and honorable life, and now you want to go into new labyrinths and become little shepherd, now you're coming, little shepherd, now you're going, 5. Well, the truth is that the stem's too hard for making flutes. 6 to which the housekeeper added, "And there in the countryside will your grace be able to endure the heat of summer, the night air of winter, the howling of the wolves? No, certainly not. This is work for strong, hard men who've been brought up to the life almost from the time they're in swaddling clothes. No matter how bad it is, it's better to be a knight-errant than a shepherd. Look, senor, take my advice. I'm giving it to you not when I'm full of bread and wine, but when I'm fasting, and based on what I've learned in my 50 years, stay in your house, tend to your estate, go to confession often, favor the poor, and let it be on my soul if that does you any harm." "Be quiet, my dears," responded Don Quixote, "for I know what I must do. Take me to my bed, because I think I am not well, and you can be certain that regardless of whether I am a knight-errant or a shepherd on the verge of wandering, I shall always provide for you, as my actions will prove." And the two good women, which the housekeeper and niece undoubtedly were, took him to his bed, where they fed him and pampered him as much as possible. Chapter 74, which deals with how Don Quixote fell ill, and the will he made, and his death. Since human affairs, particularly the lives of men, are not eternal and are always in a state of decline from their beginnings until they reach their final end, and since the life of Don Quixote had no privilege from heaven to stop its natural course, it reached its end and conclusion when he least expected it, for whether it was due to the melancholy caused by his defeat or simply the will of heaven, he succumbed to a fever that kept him in bed for 6 days, during which time he was often visited by his friends the priest, the bachelor, and the barber, while Sancho Panza, his good squire, never left his side. They believed that his grief at being defeated, and his unsatisfied longing to see Dulcinea free and disenchanted, were responsible for his condition, and they did everything they could think of to lift his spirits. The bachelor told him to be of good cheer and to get out of bed so that they could begin the pastoral life, for which he had already composed an eclogue that would put all those written by Sannazaro one to shame, and he said he had bought with his own money 2 famous dogs to guard the flocks, one named Barcino and the other Buckron, which had been sold to him by a herder from Quintanar. But not even this could bring Don Quixote out of his sorrow. His friends called the physician, who took his pulse and did not give them good news, and said there was no doubt that he should attend to the health of his soul because the health of his body was in peril. Don Quixote heard him with a tranquil spirit, but not his housekeeper, his niece, and his squire, who began to weep piteously, as if he were already lying dead before them. It was the physician's opinion that melancholy and low spirits were bringing his life to an end. Don Quixote asked to be left alone because he wanted to sleep for a while. They did as he asked, and he slept more than 6 hours at a stretch, as they say, so long that his housekeeper and his niece thought he would never open his eyes again. He awoke after the length of time that has been mentioned, and giving a great shout, he said, Blessed be Almighty God who has done such great good for me. His mercies have no limit, and the sins of men do not curtail or hinder them. His niece listened carefully to her uncle's words, and they seemed more sensible than the ones he usually said, at least during his illness, and she asked him, "What is your grace saying, Señor? Is there news? Which mercies are these, and which sins of men?" "The mercies, niece," responded Don Quixote, "are those that God has shown to me at this very instant, and as I said, my sins do not hinder them. My judgment is restored, free and clear of the dark shadows of ignorance imposed on it by my grievous and constant reading of detestable books of chivalry. I now recognize their absurdities and deceptions, and my sole regret is that this realization has come so late it does not leave me time to compensate by reading other books that can be a light to the soul. I feel, niece, that I am about to die. I should like to do so in a manner that would make it clear that my life was not so wicked that I left behind a reputation for being a madman, for although I have been one, I should not like to confirm this truth in my death. Dear girl, call my good friends for me, the priest, the bachelor Sanson Carrasco, and the barber master Nicholas, for I wish to confess and make my will." But the niece was excused from this task by the entrance of the three men. As soon as Don Quixote saw them, he said, "Good news, señors. I am no longer Don Quixote of La Mancha but Alonso Quixano, once called the Good because of my virtuous life. Now I am the enemy of Amadis of Gaul and all the infinite horde of his lineage. Now all the profane histories of knight-errantry are hateful to me. Now I recognize my foolishness and the danger I was in because I read them. Now, by God's mercy, I have learned from my experience and I despise them." When the three men heard him say this, they undoubtedly believed that some new madness had taken hold of him, and Sanson said, "Now, Señor Don Quixote, you say this now, when we have news of the disenchantment of Señora Dulcinea? And now that we are on the point of becoming shepherds and spending our lives in song, like princes, now your grace wishes to be a hermit? For God's sake, be quiet, come to your senses, and tell us no more tales." "Those that until now," replied Don Quixote, "have been real, to my detriment, will, with the help of heaven, be turned to my benefit by my death. Señors, I feel that I am dying very rapidly. Let us put all jokes aside, and bring me a confessor to hear my confession, and a scribe to write my will, for at critical moments like these a man cannot play games with his soul, and so, while the priest hears my confession, I beg you to bring the scribe." They exchanged glances, astonished by Don Quixote's words, and although they had their doubts, they tended to believe him. One of the signs that led them to think he really was dying was how easily he had moved from madness to sanity, because to the words already cited he added many others that were so well-spoken, so Christian, and so reasonable that their doubts were completely dispelled and they believed he was sane. The priest had everyone leave, and was alone with him, and heard his confession. The bachelor went for the scribe and returned a short time later with him and with Sancho Panza, and Sancho, who had already been told by the bachelor about his master's condition, found the housekeeper and the niece weeping, and he began to sob and shed tears. When the confession had ended, the priest came out and said, "Alonso Quixano the Good is truly dying, and he has truly recovered his reason. We ought to go in so that he can make his will." This news put terrible pressure on the already full eyes of his housekeeper, his niece, and his good squire, Sancho Panza, forcing tears from their eyes and 1,000 deep sighs from their bosoms, because the truth is, as has already been said, that whether Don Quixote was simply Alonso Quixano the Good, or whether he was Don Quixote of La Mancha, he always had a gentle disposition and was kind in his treatment of others, and for this reason he was dearly loved not only by those in his household, but by everyone who knew him. The scribe came in with the others, and after Don Quixote had completed the preface to the will and tended to his soul with all the Christian particulars that are required, he came to the bequests and said, "Item, it is my will that with regard to certain moneys held by Sancho Panza, whom, in my madness, I made my squire, because between him and me there were certain accounts and debts and payments, and I do not want him held responsible for them, nor should any accounting be demanded of him, but if anything is left over after he has taken what I owe him, the remainder, which will not amount to much, should be his, and may it do him good, and if, when I was mad, I was party to giving him the governorship of the insula. Now, when I am sane, if I could give him the governorship of a kingdom, I would, because the simplicity of his nature and the fidelity of his actions deserve it." And turning to Sancho, he said, "Forgive me, my friend, for the opportunity one gave you to seem as mad as I, making you fall into the error into which I fell, thinking that there were in our knights errant in the world." "Oh," responded Sancho, weeping, "don't die, Señor. Your Grace should take my advice and live for many years, because the greatest madness a man can commit in this life is to let himself die, just like that, without anybody killing him or any other hands ending his life except those of melancholy. Look, don't be lazy, but get up from that bed and let's go to the countryside dressed as shepherds, just like we arranged. Maybe behind some bush we'll find Señora Dona Dulcinea disenchanted, as pretty as you please. If you're dying of sorrow over being defeated, blame me for that and say you were toppled because I didn't tighten Rocinante's cinches. Besides, your Grace must have seen in your books of chivalry that it's a very common thing for one knight to topple another, and for the one who's vanquished today to be the victor tomorrow." "That's right," said Sanson, "and our good Sancho Panza knows the truth of these cases." "Señors," said Don Quixote, "let us go slowly, for there are no birds today in yesterday's nests. I was mad, and now I am sane. I was Don Quixote of La Mancha, and now I am, as I have said, Alonso Quixano the Good. May my repentance and sincerity return me to the esteem your graces once had for me, and let the scribe continue. Item, I bequeath my entire estate to Antonia Quixana, my niece, who is present, having first taken out, in the most convenient way, what is necessary to fulfill the other bequests I have made, and the first that I want to make is to pay the salary owed to my housekeeper for the time she has served me, plus another 20 ducados for a dress. As executors I appoint the priest and bachelor Sanson Carrasco, who are both present. Item, it is my will that if Antonia Quixana, my niece, wishes to marry, she marry a man regarding whom it has first been determined that he does not know anything about books of chivalry, and in the event it is discovered that he does know about them, and despite this my niece still wishes to marry him, she must lose all that I have left her, which can then be distributed by my executors in pious works, as they see fit. Item, I implore the aforementioned executors that if they are fortunate enough to meet the author who, they say, composed a history entitled The Second Part of the Exploits of Don Quixote of La Mancha, that they ask him for me, as courteously as possible, to forgive the occasion I unwittingly gave him for writing so many and such great absurdities as he wrote therein, because I depart this life with qualms that I have been the reason he wrote them. With this he brought his will to a close, and falling into a swoon, he collapsed on his bed. Everyone was alarmed and hurried to assist him, and in the 3 days he lived after making his will, he fainted very often. The house was in an uproar, but even so the niece ate, the housekeeper drank, and Sancho Panza was content, for the fact of inheriting something wipes away or tempers in the air the memory of the grief that is reasonably felt for the deceased. In brief, Don Quixote's end came after he had received all the sacraments and had execrated books of chivalry with many effective words. The scribe happened to be present, and he said he had never read in any book of chivalry of a knight-errant dying in his bed in so tranquil and Christian a manner as Don Quixote, who, surrounded by the sympathy and tears of those present, gave up the ghost, I mean to say, he died. When he saw this, the priest asked the scribe to draw up a document to the effect that Alonso Quixano the Good, commonly called Don Quixote of La Mancha, had passed from this life and had died a natural death. He said he was requesting this document in order to remove the possibility that any author other than Cide Hamete Benengeli would falsely resurrect him and write endless histories of his deeds. This was the end of the ingenious gentleman of La Mancha, whose village Cide Hamete did not wish to name precisely, so that all the towns and villages of La Mancha might contend among themselves to claim him as their own, as the 7 cities in Greece contended to claim Homer. The tears of Sancho and of Don Quixote's niece and housekeeper, new epitaphs for his grave, are not recorded here, although Sanson Carrasco did write this one for him. Here lies the mighty gentleman who rose to such heights of valor that death itself did not triumph over his life with his death. He did not esteem the world, he was the frightening threat to the world, in this respect, for it was his great good fortune to live a madman, and die sane. And a most prudent side Hamete said to his pen. Here you will remain, hanging from this rack on a copper wire, and I do not know if you, my quill pen, are well or badly cut, but there you will live, down through the ages, unless presumptuous and unscrupulous historians take you down to profane you. But before they reach you, you can warn them and tell them as well as you are able. Careful, careful, worthless idlers. Let no one lay a hand on me, for this enterprise, O king, is reserved only for me. For me alone was Don Quixote born, and I for him. He knew how to act, and I to write. The two of us alone are one, despite and regardless of the false Tordesillan writer who dared, or will dare, to write with a coarse and badly designed ostrich feather about the exploits of my valorous knight, for it is not a burden for his shoulders or a subject for his cold creativity, and you will warn him, if you ever happen to meet him, to let the weary and crumbling bones of Don Quixote rest in the grave, and not attempt, contrary to all the statutes of death, to carry them off to Castilla la Vieja, to removing him from the tomb where he really and truly lies, incapable of undertaking a third journey or a new sally, for to mock the many undertaken by so many knights errant, the two he made were enough, and they have brought delight and pleasure to everyone who knows of them, in these kingdoms as well as those abroad. And with this you will fulfill your Christian duty, by giving good counsel to those who do not wish you well, and I shall be pleased and proud to have been the first who completely enjoyed the fruits of his writing, just as he wished, for my only desire has been to have people reject and despise the false and nonsensical histories of the books of chivalry, which are already stumbling over the history of my true Don Quixote, and will undoubtedly fall to the ground. Veil. About the author. Miguel de Cervantes was born on September 29, 1547, in Alcalá de Henares, Spain. At 23 he enlisted in the Spanish militia and in 1571 fought against the Turks in the Battle of Lepanto, where a gunshot wound permanently crippled his left hand. He spent 4 more years at sea and then another 5 as a slave after being captured by Barbary pirates. Ransomed by his family, he returned to Madrid, but his disability hampered him. It was in debtor's prison that he began to write Don Quixote. Cervantes wrote many other works, including poems and plays, but he remains best known as the author of Don Quixote. He died on April 23, 1616. Praise for Don Quixote. Cervantes is the founder of the modern era. The novelist need answer to no one but Cervantes. Don Quixote is practically unthinkable as a living being, and yet, in our memory, what character is more alive? Milan Kundera. Don Quixote is greater today than he was in Cervantes's womb. He looms so wonderfully above the skyline of literature, a gaunt giant on a lean nag, that the book lives and will live through his sheer vitality. He stands for everything that is gentle, forlorn, pure, unselfish, and gallant. The parody has become a paragon. Vladimir Nabokov. I commend Edith Grossman's version for the extraordinarily high quality of her prose. Reading Grossman's amazing mode of finding equivalents in English for Cervantes' darkening vision is an entrance into further understanding of why this great book contains within itself all the novels that have followed in its sublime wake. Harold Bloom. Miss Grossman has provided a Quixote that is agile, playful, formal, and wry. What she renders splendidly is the book's very heart. New York Times. Pigeon Publishing House presented Don Quixote. Author Miguel de Cervantes. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it.